Yun Shao and his daughter entered the city tower to plan their next move. But after a long discussion, they couldn't find a solution. Inside the city, there are not only 100,000 border soldiers needing food, but even if Yun Shao had stored a lot of grain, it wouldn't feed millions, or even over 10 million people. Even if each starving person only ate a bowl of porridge a day, with just 1 or 2 units of grain per person, the daily consumption for 10 million people would be nearly 10,000 loads of grain. Over the past 10 years, Yun Zhao's 100,000 border soldiers had been self-sufficient, with 20,000 volunteer workers, and the southern climate was good for farming. The granaries stored about 500,000 loads of grain. But if the starving civilians ate that, the entire southern region's food would be gone in less than a month. He refused to waste resources on starving civilians. Moreover, if they ate all the grain, how could he continue fighting or be emperor? Initially, the three of them wanted to bring in 5 million refugees from Qin Su's side because they found that these displaced families not only had some leftover food but also some carts, horses, supplies, and silver. Once settled, women and girls could farm immediately, and men could serve as soldiers. But now, the other route's starving civilians had nothing, completely different circumstances. Entering the city was like a locust swarm. Whoever took in these people would be fools. That won't work. This won't work. What can we do? Yunjin's suggestion was immediately rejected by Yun Lu and Yun Shao, who were furious. Yunjin proposed only allowing men aged 15 to 30 who could serve in the army into the city. If they agreed to serve, their families could also enter, and each family would receive 1 gene of grain daily. Yun Lu and Yun Shao immediately vetoed this, believing that accepting only some would still lead to riots among the remaining starving civilians. Remember, when people are starving, they will do anything. Cloud Deer thought for a long time and finally came up with a plan. Suddenly, he said, "Father, why don't we let these starving people into the city and say that our granaries have been sent to the Qitian mountain range? Let all the starving people go there. Good idea." "That's excellent." Yun Shao clapped his hands in approval. "We just need to let the starving people into the city whenever we see them, then send them to the Qitian mountain range. When they encounter other forces, we can attack and take control." Yunjin's eyes lit up, and she agreed, saying, "Let's spread the news that the apocalypse and the granaries are connected to 5 million refugees climbing the mountains. This way, we won't anger the people, and we can trick them into going to the Qitian mountain range." The Qitian mountain range is 200 miles from the southern border. Even if the starving people realize they've been tricked later, they won't be able to return. If they see refugees climbing the mountains, they will definitely choose to go up. Most importantly, the Qitian mountain range is rich in resources. Once the people enter the mountains, they won't starve. But how they die accidentally doesn't matter anymore. Thinking of this, Yun Shao immediately took a brush and wrote a notice. Then he called the deputy general and ordered, "Send the message. Tonight, give porridge to the people, then copy this notice more than 100 times to make signs. Tomorrow, open the city gates and let the starving people go to the Qitian mountain range. Tonight, Yun Shao would only give porridge to calm the people's hearts and prevent riots." Outside the city, the starving people had no idea that the father and daughter were planning everything carefully. When they saw countless archers suddenly draw their bows and block the city gates, the starving people fled in panic. Someone shouted, "Run! The officials are going to kill us." But this time, the starving people misunderstood. Yun Shao didn't waste his arrows. He only ordered the border troops to draw their bows to make it look like they were preparing to attack, just to prevent chaos at the city gates. "Run! The officials are going to kill us." When the city gates suddenly opened and over 10,000 soldiers in armor with big swords rushed out, the starving people thought Yun Shao was sending soldiers to kill them, so they ran even farther away. It's no wonder the starving people fled. They had experienced too many scenes of being slaughtered by officials along the way. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, afraid of a rope for 10 years. This time, the starving people quickly realized that the border soldiers were not chasing them. In fact, there was even a line of grain carts following behind the soldiers. The grain carts were carrying many buckets of hot porridge. Yes, porridge water, more water than porridge. Even with more water than porridge, this was the first time the starving people on Boizhou's route had received porridge. They couldn't believe it. After more than 2 months of fleeing, they had finally received porridge. Dozens of border soldiers were scattered around, each holding a copper bell and shouting, "Line up to get porridge. Only 1 bowl per person. If you finish and come back to take more, you'll be caught." The starving people couldn't believe their ears. They wondered if they had heard wrong. But bucket after bucket of porridge was lined up, and inside the city, more porridge kept coming out. This proved they were mistaken, and their eyes weren't lying. Is this real? Is this really porridge? Are the officials here not bad people? The starving people rubbed their eyes hard, but they couldn't ignore their hunger anymore. Finally, like zombies, they all crazily rushed toward the buckets of porridge. Soon, they also noticed a notice board in front of a line of over 100 people waiting for porridge. The notice read, "The end of the world is coming. The granaries in the southern border are being moved to Chitian Peak. 5 million refugees are heading to the Chitian mountain range to escape the apocalypse. To survive, starving people must go to the Chitian mountain range by tomorrow."
Great.
We won't starve anymore. Someone is helping us. Every literate starving person read the notice and believed that their destination was not the southern border, but the Chitian mountain range, where there was food. The next day, Yun Shao indeed ordered heavy troops to guard the city gates, then opened them to let the starving people in, tricking them into heading toward the Chitian mountain range. The starving people didn't realize they had been deceived. After entering the city, they followed Yun Zhao's special cavalry to the mountains. Finally, "We've sent those big fools away." When the last starving person crossed the city gate, Yun Shao and his daughter couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the following 2 days, whenever more starving people appeared in Boizhou, the father and daughter would send them away the same way. However, despite their careful plans, they never expected that their mistake would actually lead the starving people to a safe escape route. But they received terrible news instead. This terrible news was something Yun Shao could never have imagined in his life. How could he have guessed? In a remote, barren land where no birds even bother to fly, it has become a place of escape and is gradually turning into a paradise of immortality.
What?
The Dog Emperor is leading 300,000 troops and all officials from the capital to move south. Is he planning to build a palace there? Yun Shao finished reading the urgent report in his hand, and his mind exploded with shock. His whole body felt like blood was rushing in reverse. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the spot. Yes, the Dog Emperor's water army arrived in the south in less than 2 months, traveling by water and then by sea, landing on the coast. When Yun Shao woke up again on his bed, Yun Lu and Yun Zhen hurriedly came forward with concern. Yun Shao turned to look at his sisters, recalling the urgent report from the Dog Emperor. He cursed bitterly, "Heaven is not helping me. It's helping the Dog Emperor." The Dog Emperor was far away in the capital. He could have taken the chance to rebel during the chaos. But before he could act, the Dog Emperor arrived first. And he was summoned to meet him immediately. The entire land was considered imperial territory. When the Dog Emperor came, he would surely seize the opportunity to take over the south, even turning the 10,000 border troops and 50,000 stones of grain into his own. What was he supposed to be? Just a guard dog watching over his homeland for the Dog Emperor? 10 years guarding the border, and in the end, he would get nothing? Maybe even follow the old paths of the Duke of Ding and the Duke of An? Perhaps one day, the Dog Emperor would also find him useless and frame him, stripping his skin. There's a saying, when the rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked.
No.
Lure, Jina, I absolutely cannot let the Dog Emperor get away with this. Yun Shao grew more and more unwilling to accept it. How could he give all the benefits to the Dog Emperor? Suddenly, he sat up sharply and made a decision. We'll hide in the Chitian Mountains first. All the supplies in the city will be moved out, and if we can't take everything, we'll burn it all down. Not a single grain will be left for the Dog Emperor. The Dog Emperor landed on the southern coast of the south, still about 600 miles from the city. As long as they beat him to it, bringing all the 50,000 stones of grain and the 100,000 border troops up the mountain, Even if the Dog Emperor arrives later, all he will find is an empty city. Before his daughters could respond, Yun Shao continued, "Let the Dog Emperor and other forces fight each other. When they've exhausted their supplies and troops, we'll attack from the mountain and catch the Dog Emperor off guard." The Chitian mountain range is a natural barrier. It covers an area of 600,000 square kilometers, as large as 2 continents. Entering the mountains is not easy. It is the best hiding place to escape war. Thinking of this, Yun Shao ordered, "Dear Zhen, pack up quickly. Also, tell the border troops to prepare supplies, weapons, and food. We must leave tomorrow." The sooner, the better. Yun Lu and Yunjin looked at each other with worried faces but nodded, saying, "Okay. We will follow Dad's orders." Originally, the sisters didn't know that the Dog Emperor had special powers, so they weren't afraid. But now, not only does the Dog Emperor have powers, but the starving people are coming in waves. They fear they won't get anything if they stay, so the father and daughter had to retreat first. They had previously refused Qin Su's team and mocked the Rong family as foolish, even cursing Qin Su's team to encounter snakes. But they didn't expect to end up embarrassing themselves so soon. However, the father and daughter didn't care about the embarrassment. Life was more important than face. Qin Su led a team of 5 million refugees fleeing from disaster. After 2 days of travel, they finally saw the distant, endless Chitian mountain range. The mountains were tall and majestic, stretching into the clouds, with peaks covered in lush green forests. The many peaks looked like a fairyland, with clouds and mist swirling around. Qin Su's team moved along the uneven mountain paths, continuing toward the Chitian Mountains with the 5 million refugees. Su Hua squinted and looked at one towering mountain that stood between heaven and earth, with no visible peak, as if it was part of the sky, majestic and grand. She couldn't help but sigh. Truly the highest peak, this was the mountain she called the Dream Arc, Chitian Peak. As the end of the world approached, there was no safer place than climbing Chitian Peak. "Stop. Camp here tonight, and go into the mountains tomorrow." At dusk, the group arrived at the wide plains in front of the Chitian mountain range. Qin Su raised his hand to signal the team to stop. The mountains of Chitian are tall and steep, with many dangers hidden in the forests. Climbing is not easy, and it's best done during the day. The night before climbing is for resting and preparing for the ascent. 5 million refugees saw the Chitian mountain range before them and knew they had reached their destination. They also understood that starting tomorrow, everyone would scatter to climb the mountains and seek survival on their own. Along the way, everyone had stumbled and struggled to get here, which was truly difficult. Especially Qin Su's group. From being exiled to Mianzhou, to fleeing, then encountering poisonous insects and snakes, extreme heat, toxic watermelons, 1,000-year-old orchids, poisonous mushrooms, killer bees passing through, corrupt officials shooting arrows, large families facing storms, officials swallowing soldiers, and fog disasters. These hardships were endless. Fortunately, everyone finally arrived at the Chitian mountain range. But they knew that reaching this point was not enough. The real challenges and dangers awaited them ahead. All the difficulties faced before reaching the mountain peak were just small appetizers for the end of the world. When the team set up camp, Qin Su quietly told the men, "We're about to go into the mountains tomorrow. The horses and mules can't come with us. Let's release them into the wild." His space couldn't hold living animals, and he couldn't bring himself to kill the horses and mules for food and then throw them into his space. He didn't want to be like a cruel tyrant. He simply wanted to let the animals return to nature, leaving their fate to the heavens. Su Hua had also been worried about the horses during the past 2 days of travel. When she heard Qin Su decide to release them, she immediately said, "I'll do it. I was the one who brought the horses here. I'll take responsibility for this mistake." She couldn't bear to part with her own horses and mules. Additionally, over the past 2 days, she had come up with a rough idea, growing sweet elephant grass in her space to raise horses. Sweet elephant grass produces a high yield, about 20 to 30 tons per acre annually. Once planted, it can be harvested for 8 to 10 years, with 6 to 8 harvests each year. During the journey, Su Hua kept pretending to leave the team to take care of urgent needs, but in fact, she was excited to discover the sweet elephant grass. She hid away to plant the seeds in her space. The little beast, Gigi, had also been helping her plant the grass near the waterfall, within a 2-mile radius. Based on 4 to 5 cows per acre, she could support thousands or even tens of thousands of horses. And who knew? Maybe her space would upgrade again someday. When Qin Su saw Su Hua personally releasing the horses, he looked confused and asked, "Little Hua, the horses and mules have helped us a lot on this journey. I have also saved them twice. I will be the one to release the horses and see them off at the end." Su Huashan spoke seriously but with a bit of nonsense. Although her behavior now seems strange, she didn't explain further. She probably wouldn't tell Qin Su that she has a space where she can keep living creatures. When the men helped remove the saddles and the grain carts, Su, who mounted a horse, grabbed a bamboo stick and led the horses and mules away. Miss Su is truly kind-hearted inside, even though she looks cold on the outside. She treats the horses and mules so well, and she would do the same for people too. Since the incident with the poisonous mushrooms, Uncle Qin San admired Su Hu the most. When he saw her leave on horseback, he praised her sincerely. Uncle Qin Si also chimed in, "Such a good girl. Whoever marries her will be very lucky." Shun Jiao Jiao, Su Sijin, Su Sifan, and Su Yu heard everyone praising Su Hu. Whoever marries her will be lucky, and they felt secretly happy. In the past, the Su family had maliciously spread rumors that Su, who was a little troublemaker. They were worried she wouldn't find a husband. Now it seemed they were overthinking. With how popular Su Hu was, who would worry about her not getting married? Huajia is still young. It's too early to talk about marriage.
No rus, no rus.
Shun Jiao Jiao, as a mother, waved her hand dismissively, but secretly she felt proud inside. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when she said that. Actually, even a 12-year-old girl could be considered for marriage, but no one dared to tease Su Hu further. After all, she was the third team leader of the squad. Yes, in the minds of the 200 people, Su Hu was the third team leader. Qin Su was the main leader, and Qilin was the second team leader. Just as everyone was chatting about other topics, Zanzhou's guard, Lin Xiao, came to find Qilin and asked, "Young lord, if we climb the mountain, what should we do with the 5,000 horses in the team?" Qilin thought for a moment and waved his hand. "Do as you see fit." Understood. Lin Xiao received the order and immediately stepped back, then ordered the guards to kill the horses. Yes, they decided to slaughter the horses for meat. There were 60,000 soldiers and their families, over 200,000 people. After heading south, they ate rice from Zanzhou's granaries, but there was no meat. The 5,000 horses were the only source of meat for the over 200,000 people. The commander thought that instead of releasing the horses, it was better to turn them into food for the soldiers. Soon, Qin Su watched as one horse after another fell, his face looking grim. This is the fate of horses. Either they are released or eaten by humans, and he cannot stop it. Other refugees also face the same problem with their livestock. But 90% of people choose to kill their animals for food. Just kill them. People need to eat, they say, as their homes lack grain and meat. Only 10% unable to bear it sigh and say, "Let them go. They've traveled so far escaping, and killing them feels wrong. Give them a chance to live." Out of 5 million refugees, even if only 10% are unwilling to kill their animals, over 10,000 animals survive. Of course, there are bad people. When they see others releasing animals, they secretly use ropes to catch a cow and take it back to their camp to slaughter and eat. So, over 1,000 animals are stolen, leaving fewer than 10,000 alive. Su Hui took her horses and mules into her space. When she returned, she saw scenes of animals being slaughtered everywhere. Countless people gathered around the animals, dividing the meat to eat. Seeing this, Su Hui felt like the end of the world was coming, as if zombies were eating living humans. "I need to get some fresh air," Su Hui said, just after returning, quickly excusing herself from Qin Su and Shin Jiao Jiao to leave. This time, she went to gather the remaining animals that hadn't been killed or eaten. But afraid of attracting suspicion or being caught, Su Huai was very careful when collecting animals from her space. She was worried that people hiding nearby might suddenly come out. She also didn't dare to take all the animals at once. Any animals close to the refugees, illuminated by campfire light, she didn't touch. Only those far away from people, in places without anyone around, she dared to collect. She used teleportation to search the entire plain, spending over an hour to gather all the animals she could. In total, she collected about 8,000 animals. Gathering the animals didn't mean the work was over. In fact, Su Huai had more to do. She needed to find a place to settle these 8,000 animals. Not raising horses or livestock makes it hard to understand how difficult it is. Apart from the high cost of food, building stables and cattle pens was also a big challenge. Su Huai stored the 8,000 animals in her space. If it weren't for Kuei being inside, the whole space would be chaotic. All 8,000 animals were brought into the space. The animals were frightened and ran in all directions. Naturally, there was chaos. Fortunately, there was wild grass within 2 miles, which attracted the animals' attention. Plus, the temperature inside the space was very comfortable and the spring water was delicious. The animals quickly calmed down and began to see the space as their home. Although the animals adapted, calming them was not enough. Su Hua still needed to tie all 8,000 animals with ropes and keep them enclosed. Free-range grazing was not an option now because she couldn't afford it. The sweet elephant grass hadn't grown yet, so she could only give limited feed. Also, the misty area had too many poisonous insects and creatures. If she wasn't careful and didn't tie the animals up, they might get poisoned and die. Of course, with Miwu there, such accidents wouldn't happen. After finishing with the animals, Su Hua entered the space. She then cut the ropes into several meters and tied all the animals. However, what Su Hua saw next was beyond her imagination. While she was tying the animals, she witnessed a shocking scene. The purple willow, which had been still for a long time, suddenly grew taller right before her eyes. It shot up rapidly, becoming bigger and bigger. Eventually, the purple willow grew into a giant tree, as tall as a few people standing side by side, stopping only when it became a massive banyan tree. Then, Su Hua saw that the grassland, originally only within 2 miles, was spreading at an incredible speed. The misty area kept retreating. Soon, Su Hua couldn't tell how large the grassland had become. Was it dozens of miles wide? Just when Su Hua was stunned, with her jaw almost dropping, behind the waterfall and strange peaks, a series of tall mountains appeared suddenly, as if a game map had been lit up and revealed. Before long, behind the waterfall was a vast primitive forest. And that wasn't all. The stream beside Su Hua's feet suddenly widened into a small river, about 10 meters wide and a few meters deep. Miwu looked at the space, which had upgraded again, and excitedly jumped into Su Hua's arms. This woke Su Hua up. She muttered in disbelief. Miwu, what's going on? Why did this space upgrade again for no reason? She couldn't understand the conditions for the space's upgrade. Before Miwu could speak, she asked herself, could it be because I saved these animals? Because of virtue, Su Hua tried to recall the reasons for the previous space upgrades. But she no longer remembers what she did before each upgrade. The first time, it seemed she was stubbornly watering a withered tree, and the tree was revived. The second time, she joined Shinsu's team and told the starving villagers about the poisonous watermelon, helping millions in Mianzhou avoid its danger. The third time, after a powerful storm hit the big family, she not only saved Shinsu's team but also warned many villagers, saving their lives. Or maybe this tree needs merit to grow. Su Huai looked at the purple willow, unsure if merit was the reason. But having a guess was a good start. Next time, she would try it again. Because the space upgrade increased the grassland to nearly 30,000 acres, and after the waterfall, there were continuous mountains. Su Huai originally planned to use ropes to herd the animals, but now she didn't need to. She decided to let them graze freely on the grassland and wait until after the apocalypse to build stables and pens. The The poisonous watermelons and thousand-year orchids in the forbidden area were moved into one of the mountains, finally removing the danger. Golden monkeys, wild chickens, and wild rabbits were released back into the forest. What about the three wolves? Pai, I've decided to name the three wolves Lightning, Wind Chaser, and Thunder. From now on, you take Lightning, Wind Chaser, and Thunder to train the cattle and horses. Make sure they don't run into the misty area. Su Huai planned to tame the three wolves because, after the end of the world, they would be very useful for guarding the home and protecting the yard. Pai was happy to see Su Huai releasing the golden monkeys, wild chickens, and rabbits, thinking she wouldn't have to feed those freeloaders anymore. But when she heard that the three most voracious wolves would now follow her, her expression showed reluctance. It clearly said, "I won't carry freeloaders." Su Huai comforted her. "Don't be naughty. I'm recruiting helpers for you. You teach Lightning, Wind Chaser, and Thunder to look after the cattle and horses. Otherwise, with so much work, wouldn't you be tired? Plus, I'll give you extra chicken treats every month." Su Huai believed she was a good boss, caring for her workers. Pai was happy to hear about the chicken treats, her bright blue eyes blinking happily. Because of this, she handed over the tasks of planting sweet grass, clearing land, feeding livestock, and guarding 8,000 cattle and horses entirely to Pai. After finishing her work, Su Hua confidently left the space and returned to the camp. She behaved normally, without showing any signs of unusual activity. Throughout the process, no one noticed that she secretly did something important. There are 15 days left before the end of the world. Early in the morning, Su Hua got up and checked the mountain climbing supplies with Qin Su. Before leaving, Qin Su assigned tasks to everyone. Except for children and the elderly, each woman carries a backpack, the girl carries a quilt, and the men are responsible for carrying loads or lifting things. Since the grain carts couldn't go up the mountain, Qin Su organized and sorted the supplies overnight according to the list Su Hua had made earlier. Last night, the women also made hundreds of backpacks. Now, each backpack contains warm clothes, snowshoes, hiking shoes, sewing kits, herbs, and various light supplies. The men carried large knives and loads on their shoulders, with food, wooden boards, climbing ropes, cooking utensils, waterproof cloaks, hats, and makeshift ladders. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, had a water bag or water bottle tied to their waist. Also, each person was given a bamboo whistle. The whistle is used to prevent anyone from getting lost or having an accident, and to call for help or inform others. Count the people. Once everyone received their supplies and tasks, Qin Su asked everyone to report their numbers. This is an essential step before starting the journey each day. After counting, he confirmed everyone was present and called out to Qi Lin, who was gathering the guards. Lin, lead the guards' family members to clear the way in front. I will cover the rear. Let's set out. Qin Su chose to stay at the back because he needed to collect the grain carts and the supplies left behind by the villagers. Naturally, he couldn't let everyone see what he was doing. Lin Xiao led over 200,000 guards and their families to open the way ahead. Following behind were Qi Lin, then Rong Shi carrying Qin Yu, Qin Xian, Xiao Lan, and the two maids Chuning. Next came Su Hua, Su Sifang, Shen Jiao, Su Sijin, Su Xiazhu, and mother and son Liwaner. Then arrived 4 uncles from the clan, each separated by some distance to protect the women, girls, and children. At the end of the line was Qin Su, because Su Hua insisted on climbing the highest peak, Qi Tianfeng. A team of over 200,000 people did not start climbing from the eastern side where 5 million displaced civilians were fleeing. Instead, they went around to the southern part of the mountain range. The Qitian mountain range covers an area of 600,000 square kilometers. Although called Qitian, it actually includes 7 major mountain ranges and 6 great rivers. The 7 main mountain ranges have an average height of over 5,000 meters, while dozens of surrounding peaks average around 3,000 meters. The highest peak, Qitian Peak, which is over 7,000 meters tall, is located in the southern part of the Qitian mountain range. To climb faster, the over 200,000 people started from the plains, went around to the southern foot of the mountains, and then began their ascent. The route to the south was difficult, full of wild grass and thorny bushes. Lin Xiao's soldiers led the way, holding large knives to clear a path. After moving some distance forward, Qilin suddenly turned back and asked Su Hua, "Is it really necessary to climb Qitian Peak?" Faced with this sudden question, Su Hua was unsure whether Qilin was unwilling to go around or was just trying to start a conversation to ease the previous tension. She paused for a moment and asked back, "If a tsunami 1,000 zhang high floods the entire world, turning the other 6 mountain ranges into small islands, what would you prefer? To live on a bigger, higher island or a smaller one?" Su Hua was not trying to scare anyone or exaggerate. She explained that if a natural disaster like fire from the sky, earthquakes, or the sinking of the earth occurred, all mountains below 5,000 meters would be submerged. At that time, the 7 main mountain ranges would become 7 islands. Currently, Qitian Peak is the highest, but it would be the least chosen for climbing. Although climbing Qitian Peak is dangerous, reaching the top is better than being caught in the end-of-world chaos and losing your life. Qilin listened to the mention of a 1,000-zhang tsunami, looked at Su Hua for a moment, opened his mouth as if to speak, but then turned away without saying anything and continued to lead the main group forward. Su Hua was speechless for a while, but then caught up. The large team of over 200,000 people moved forward together, clearing the way as they went. By late afternoon, they finally reached the foot of the Qitian mountain range in the south. Qin Su also finished collecting the abandoned grain carts and various useful supplies left behind by the fleeing civilians, then rejoined the team. After Qin Su returned, he told his team, "Rest under the mountain for half an hour, go to the bathroom, drink some water, and eat some steamed bread before heading into the mountains." Once inside the mountains, to prevent anyone from leaving the team due to urgent needs, the best way was to ensure everyone could handle it without leaving midway. 200 people heard Qin Su's instructions and separated by gender, all hiding in the grass to take care of their needs. Even those without the urge to go force themselves to do so. Everyone knew that climbing the mountain would be much harder than walking on flat ground, several times more difficult. If someone lacked strength, couldn't climb, or fell behind, it would slow down the whole team. The miasma can cause illness or even death. There are different opinions about what causes the miasma. Some believe it is toxic gases from decaying plants and animals in the tropical forests, such as ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, methane, and swamp gases. Others say it is caused by mosquito bites, as mosquitoes can spread diseases like dengue fever and malaria. Regardless of the cause, Su Hua took preventive measures for the team. For example, she had Xin Jiao Jiao and others make sachets with mugwort to repel mosquitoes and also prepared koix seeds to ward off the miasma. At night, they used mosquito-repelling fire torches. "Everyone, take a mugwort sachet." Before entering the mountains, Su Hua asked Xin Jiao Jiao and Su Sijin to distribute the mugwort sachets she made to everyone. All 200 people trusted Su Hua's medical skills and accepted the sachets. They carefully hung them on their belts, worried about losing them and getting affected by the miasma. Su Sijin handed some to Qilin, who glanced at them briefly. He doubted whether the sachets made by Su Hua could really prevent the miasma, but he dared not refuse, unless he liked to be proven wrong. After Qin Su and the others finished distributing the sachets, he gave the order, "Let's go into the mountains." This time, Qin Su led the team at the front, with Qilin and over 20,000 people following behind. Qin Su personally led the way into the primeval forests of Qitian Mountain. As soon as the 200 people stepped into the woods, it was as if they suddenly entered a dark area, and their vision immediately darkened. Then everyone smelled the strong, rotten leaf odor in the air. As the light gradually adjusted, they looked up and saw towering ancient trees, each at least 100 years old, some even several hundred years old. Looking ahead, there are vines, weeds, and thorns everywhere. Looking down, the ground is covered with decayed leaves, thick pine needles, broken branches, and green moss. In the dense, dimly lit, and eerie forest, various insect sounds can be heard from time to time. Although Qin Su has not entered the primitive forest before, he knows that hearing insect sounds means the path ahead is safe. If a place suddenly becomes silent and no insects can be heard, it is a warning. There may be dangerous insects or wild animals. Qin Su leads the way with a big sword. The 200 people behind him move carefully, trying not to touch dangerous plants. Because Su Hua told everyone that some plants are very toxic, like castor beans, whose poison can be deadly. There are also plants called arrow poison trees, which can cause death if they bleed, and mandrakes, and others. Moreover, not only plants can be deadly, some may hide poisonous snakes or spiders. In short, climbing in the primitive forest is risky and dangerous at all times. Yes, it's a jungle adventure, and danger is everywhere. A team of over 200,000 people follows Qin Su's lead. They have traveled less than 10 miles into the forest and are about to enter the mountain area when suddenly, they notice that no insect sounds can be heard inside the woods. The forest is silent and strange, as if all insects and birds have disappeared. Brother Qin, something's wrong. Su Hua, who has sharper hearing than anyone, detects the anomaly early and warns Qin Su. Qin Su also notices it. Since entering the forest, he has been paying close attention to the environment and sounds. Stop and set up camp for the night. Qin Su immediately orders the team to halt. Continuing forward won't fix the danger. Also, it gets dark inside the forest much earlier than outside. Outside, it's not yet dusk, but inside, it's as dark as night. Jie Hua, what's going on? Shun Jiao and others near Su Hua suddenly hear her say something is wrong, and they all jump in surprise. Every time Su Hua says something is wrong, something bad tends to happen. The 200 people also tense up, feeling nervous. But no one dares to ask questions. They quickly follow Qin Su's orders and set up camp, putting down their burdens and supplies. Qilin, standing behind, was confused. When he saw the team stop, he also ordered the guards, including Lin Xiao, to halt and set up camp for over 20,000 people. Then he walked over and asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" Qin Su didn't answer but turned to Su Hua and asked, "Little Hua, what kind of fierce animal do you think it is?" Su Hua didn't answer immediately. She first looked around the environment. She noticed that in the woods, there were no animal footprints, not even a bird in the trees or bird droppings. After thinking for a moment, she analyzed, this kind of fierce animal can scare not only animals on the ground, but also those in the trees. Right now, the weather is very hot, so snakes usually come out. But we've been walking for so long and haven't seen a single snake. I guess it's a giant python. We might have entered the territory of a giant python. Hopefully, it's not a snake's den. Su Hua guessed about the giant python because, besides her reasoning, if it were just tigers in the mountains, there would be bird sounds. Also, giant pythons can eat their own kind. Oh heavens! When Su Hua mentioned the giant python, everyone in the 200 people gasped in shock, feeling chills down their spines. Especially the snake's den. This meant there were not just one or two snakes, but many. Ailin, you stay and watch the team with Xiao Hua. I'll go find the snake's den. Qin Su also suspected it might be a python, but he had never seen a giant python that could eat people, so he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Now that Su Hua mentioned the giant python, confirming his suspicion, he knew he couldn't let the python live and continue eating people. He decided to deal with the danger first and act quickly. Qilin, hearing Qin Su tell him to stay, immediately refused. No, I'll go. I can set a fire and burn the snake's den directly for a faster solution. He believed that as a fire-type ability user, snakes fear fire. Burning the pythons to ashes would be the best choice. Most importantly, he was alone and free of worries. If he stayed to watch the team, and Qin Su went to find the snake's den, the pythons might come to attack the team and harm Rong's people.
How could he explain that?
Qilin confidently said, "You stay and watch Aunt Rong and the team. I'm the most suitable to go." After saying that, he grabbed his big sword and was about to leave. Su Hua hurriedly called out, "Do you know how to find the snake's den? Take my brother with you too. Let him experience some courage." Su Sifin awakened her earth element abilities, which was a perfect opportunity for training and gaining new insights. Before Su Hua could react, she immediately said, "Brother, you go with us." look near the water source, or in the trees and caves. The python was good at climbing and could live in water for a long time. It liked warmth and feared cold. Originally, her hearing had suddenly improved, making her good at sensing things. Also, she was a lightning element user. If the python was in the water, she could use her electric power to take out the entire snake family. Actually, she was the most suitable person in the team to find the python's nest. But since she was a girl, not only would Xin Jiao Jiao not allow her to go, but others might also doubt her. When Qilin heard Su Huai ask Su Sifin to go, he wanted to refuse immediately. But then he remembered that Su Sifin also had earth element abilities. Reluctantly, he agreed. If you're going, do it quickly. Su Sifin was almost scared to death when he heard Su Huai say she wanted him to find the python's nest. But he thought about his earth powers and that Su Huai was stronger than him. He immediately became excited and hurried to follow.
Wait.
Hold on a moment. After Qilin and Su Sifin left, Su Huai didn't stay idle. No one knew where the python might be at this moment. What if the python thought there were too many people here and came to the main group to swallow a big meal? To be safe, she had to prepare defenses. The giant python, as the top predator in the food chain, had almost no natural enemies. Few things could threaten its life. But even a terrifying, powerful creature like the giant python had things it was afraid of. Despite its size, the giant python was afraid of plants with special smells, like kudzu and bitter grass. As soon as it smelled kudzu or bitter grass, the python would avoid them. Where could she find kudzu? Coincidentally, the entire Qitian mountain range was full of it. Su Huai cut a large bunch of kudzu and brought it back, placing it in front of Qin Su. She reminded him, "Brother Qin, tell the guards to go cut kudzu before it gets dark. Everyone should tie kudzu to themselves. This can prevent the giant python." The places they passed earlier were full of wild kudzu, which grew in large patches. It was perfect for preventing the python from coming out at night and swallowing people. "Okay, little Huai." Qin Su looked at the kudzu Su Huai had dropped on the ground. It was the same plant he had cut during their earlier path, and he found it incredible. But he did not doubt anything Su Hua said. He picked up a bunch of kudzu and went to tell the guard Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao still didn't know Qin Su's true identity. At first, he thought Qin Su was Qilin's frontrunner. But as he got to know him better, he realized Qin Su seemed to be an ally of Qilin. After all, the young master Qilin dared to go look for a snake's nest, which was very strange. It was Qin Su who stayed behind. There were two flags, one embroidered with Qin, the other with Qi. Before entering the mountain, when counting the people, he heard Qin Su call out a Lin. This relationship was unusual. It was clear they were of equal status. Although Lin Xiao wasn't sure who Qin Su really was, he saw that kudzu could prevent giant snakes. He was wise and didn't underestimate him. He immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, young Master Qin.
I will give the orders now."
Qin Su saw that Lin Xiao still didn't know his identity. He didn't explain and simply handed the kudzu to Lin Xiao before returning to his team. His team also needed kudzu for prevention. "Xiao Hua, please watch over the team. I will go cut kudzu," Qin Su told Su Hua before taking a big knife and gathering a dozen men to go cut kudzu. "All right, be careful, everyone." Su Hua nodded to Qin Su, then went to different parts of the camp to light mosquito-repellent torches. Mrs. Rong sat with her son on a broken log, watching Su Hua and Qin Su work together, but she kept silent with a smile. Until Su Hua lit a mosquito-repellent torch and placed it beside her. She said, "Xiao Hua, you must have read many medical books, right? It seems there's nothing you don't know." Su Hua's expression tightened at her words. She forced a smile and said, "Not many. Just a few. One is a medical book my master gave me, and the other is a travel journal." She often climbs mountains and collects herbs, recording her experiences and turning them into travel stories, Su Hua explained. Her words were mostly true. Her master did love traveling, mountain climbing, and exploring primitive forests and jungles. He encountered many dangers, poisonous insects, snakes, and bees, and wrote notes on first aid and prevention. The kudzu to prevent snakes was also based on a method her master heard from elders in the south. Mrs. Rong asked, "Where is your master now? Does he know about the coming apocalypse? Has he come to Chi Tian Peak?" Su Hua's face darkened, and she shook her head. "He died years ago. He was killed by a disgusting traitor who betrayed his master and family." Rong's smiling face suddenly froze, and he quickly said with guilt, "Sorry, I brought up something that makes you sad." Su Hua, however, recovered in an instant and waved her hand carelessly. "It's fine. Life has birth and death, and fate is full of ups and downs. I believe that living well is what my teacher would want to see most." After saying this, Su Hua ended the topic, lit another mosquito-repelling rope, and placed it elsewhere. Once she had lit a circle of them around the campsite, she planned to help Su Sijin set up the tent. At that moment, Su Sijin was placing the tent under a large cedar tree so wide that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. Su Yu was beside her, helping to find stones to weigh it down. But before Su Hua could reach her siblings, her sharp ears caught a strange buzzing sound from above. Realizing something, she quickly looked up. The next second, her heart skipped a beat in shock. A massive, hungry python was coiled tightly around the cedar tree, its tongue flicking in and out. Its body was covered in black scales, thicker than her thigh, and it had wrapped itself around the tree at least 6 or 7 times. If stretched out, it would be no less than 7 or 8 meters long, perhaps even 10. When the python opened its huge mouth, a foul stench spread through the air. The pressure from its presence alone made Su Hua feel short of breath. She gasped sharply, then rushed forward to pull Su Sijin and Su Yu away from under the tree, the meal the python had its eyes on. "Fifth sister, what's wrong?" The two, suddenly dragged away, looked confused. But when they followed Su Hua's gaze upward, they froze in terror at the sight of the enormous creature. Their hair stood on end, and their bodies trembled. By now, not only the 3 siblings had noticed the python. Nearby, Shen Jiaojiao, Rong, Qin Xian, Li Waner, and the others also saw it. Time seemed to stop. Everyone forgot how to breathe. No one dared to move. The children wanted to scream, but their parents quickly covered their mouths. The young women trembled in fear, pressing their hands tightly over their lips to stop themselves from crying out. Before Su Hua could give any instructions, the python flicked its terrifying tongue and suddenly dropped from the tree with a thunderous crash. A huge body, coiled in circles, suddenly rose up to 3 meters tall, looking down at Su Hua, who had just taken its meal. Yes, Su Hua had stolen its dinner and ruined its plans. She was a small human who caused trouble. At this moment, the giant snake's yellow eyes fixed on Su Hua, narrowing into a slit as if to say, "You are just a tiny ant." If she hadn't awakened her lightning-based supernatural power before, Su Hua might not dare to provoke this giant snake. But now, with her advanced lightning ability, being afraid of a snake seemed foolish. However, there were many people around, and she couldn't openly use her powers in front of everyone. Qin Xian also realized this and suddenly called out, "Sister, she has a mental-type power that can attack secretly, so no one would know it was her." Miss Su. Qin Su's 4 uncles also rushed over, thinking, "They're men, just a big snake. What's there to fear? Everyone stay back first." Seeing the 4 uncles rushing with big knives, Su Hua quickly shouted to stop everyone. Qin Xian's mental power could indeed kill the snake silently. But with such a huge creature in front of everyone, how could she explain the sudden, mysterious death? As for the 4 uncles, although skilled in martial arts, facing a giant snake was not just about fighting hard and having courage. The snake wouldn't be so foolish as to wait for them to attack. Also, it didn't rely on venom or biting to hunt. Its deadly move was to coil and squeeze its prey, breaking bones, crushing internal organs, and choking the neck. It would twist the prey into a knot until it suffocated before swallowing it whole. No matter how strong their martial arts were, if they were caught off guard and wrapped by the snake, chopping off its head or tail with a sword or stabbing it repeatedly would be useless. Even if the snake's head was cut off, its body could still constrict and kill the prey for a short time. It's a reflex like that. Su Hua stared at the giant snake. Within seconds, her mind raced through several plans. First, the snake had been seen by everyone, so it couldn't be simply thrown into her space. Second, if Qin Xian attacked with her powers, it would be hard to explain and could reveal her abilities. Third, how could she use her lightning power to kill the snake in front of everyone without raising suspicion? Everyone, step back. As Su Hua thought of a plan, she pushed away Su Sijin and Yu from behind her and ordered everyone to step back. Then she tiptoed and grabbed the large knife by the firewood. After holding the knife, she stepped forward to challenge the giant snake, shouting, "Hey,
Beast.
look over here." This scene looked very funny, but it was Su Hua's first move to deal with the giant snake. Everyone there stared with wide eyes, forgetting to breathe. Especially Shen Jiao, who almost fainted. But at this moment, she dared not faint or shout for Su Hua because she knew Su Hua would be safe. As long as the women kept quiet and didn't move, they wouldn't be attacked by the snake, and they wouldn't hold Su Hua back. Mrs. Rong and Qin Xian both knew Su Hua had lightning powers. They knew she wouldn't get hurt, but watching her provoke the snake made their eyelids jump in fear. The mother and daughter didn't understand what Su Hua was trying to do. But soon, Su Hua explained the answer to everyone. If she didn't see herself as prey, how could she trick the giant snake? Although the snake had poor eyesight, it recognized the small human who stole its big meal and was even holding a sharp tool to threaten it. The giant snake got angry immediately. Its thick tail slapped down with a loud bang, aiming to crush Su Hua into a pancake. Where the tail hit, dust, leaves, and pine needles flew up. Su Hua couldn't be hit. She dodged by leaping aside. But the snake wasn't a vegetarian. It was fast, and just as Su Hua dodged, its thick tail swept toward her again. At the same time, its blood-red, saliva-dripping mouth lunged at the nearest Qin's second uncle to bite him. Qin's second uncle was so scared, he jumped back. Instinctively, he swung his big knife to cut at the snake. Seeing this, Su Hua's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to shout for him not to cut his head off, because snakes are usually attacked at their 7 inches or 3 inches. But there was no time. She had to seize the moment to change her plan. When the snake's tail swung toward her, she dropped her knife and quickly grabbed the tail, releasing her lightning power at the same time. The giant snake didn't realize that Su Hua was actually a clever person. To it, she was just a tiny human as small as an ant, but she was a power user with lightning. The snake was instantly paralyzed by the electric shock, its heart stopped beating, and it lost all awareness and ability to move. At the very moment it stiffened and died, Uncle Qin raised his big sword and struck it down, delivering the final. The giant snake, twice as thick as an adult's thigh, was cut into 2 parts, and blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing all over Uncle Qin. Its terrifying head also flew to the side, rolling on the ground, still unaware of how it died. Although the snake's head was cut off and separated from its body, the force and inertia caused by the snake's previous struggle made Su Hua and the torso fly out together. Fortunately, Su Hua was as agile as a monkey. She used a somersault to land safely and unharmed. In the next second, with 2 loud thuds, the snake's head and its large body fell to the ground one after the other. No one knew how much time had passed. When everything finally settled into silence, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. They all stared in shock at the massive, 10-meter-long snake in front of them, gasping in surprise. Big Sister Hua, Shen Jiao quickly rushed over to Su Hua after reacting. After confirming that Su Hua was safe and unharmed, she cried with relief and scolded, "Big Sister Hua, you really scared Mom to death. I thought you were almost swallowed." Su Hua had already been frightened enough when she was struck by lightning before. If it happened again, she almost had a heart attack from fear. She made sure her special ability hadn't been exposed and comforted. "Mom, I'm fine. Don't you know that already?" After saying that, Su Hua didn't talk much with Shen Jiao because she needed to confirm that the giant snake was completely dead. If it wasn't fully dead, The snake's reflexes might still be active, and if its body still moved, it could still strangle or bite people. She picked up her big sword again and stabbed it directly into the snake's body. Of course, she didn't forget to secretly release lightning again to destroy the snake's nervous system. Once she confirmed the body was completely dead, she moved to the snake's head about 2 meters away from Uncle Chin. She performed the same action, ensuring the snake was dead beyond doubt. When Suhua finished dealing with the snake, everyone finally came back to their senses. Uncle Chin couldn't believe he had killed the snake with just one strike and said with lingering fear, It almost bit me just now. Uncle Chin was surprised and asked, "Second brother, you killed it with one strike? Your martial skills have improved." Uncle Chin's third brother also shivered and joked, "Maybe it's not that second brother's skills improved, but that this creature was too weak." Uncle Chin also laughed loudly. "This beast wants to eat a big meal. I didn't expect us to get a feast next." Just one phrase about a feast instantly eased everyone's tense mood. Everyone thought, right? Tonight's dinner is settled, and we can save some food. While everyone was chatting excitedly about tonight's meal, Chin Su and a dozen men returned from cutting vines. Chin Su saw the huge creature lying on the ground. After hearing about Su Hua and Uncle Chin killing the giant snake, he understood everything immediately. He dropped the vines on his back and quickly walked over to Su Hua. He carefully looked her over from head to toe and asked nervously, "Little Hua, are you okay?" Although he knew Su Hua's lightning and healing powers made her unlikely to be hurt, Chin Su didn't know how he felt. When he heard Su Hua challenge the giant snake and even get thrown off by it, he remembered that dangerous scene and his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Su Hua saw Chin Su's worried expression, even more nervous than Xin Jiao Jiao before, and paused for a moment. But she didn't misunderstand. After a moment, she smiled and said, "How could I be hurt?" After a brief pause, she remembered something and added, "But your question made me realize that my brother and the others might be in some trouble." She overlooked one thing. Qi Lin and Su Si Fan went to find the snake's den, and they faced more than just a giant snake. Su Si Fan followed closely behind Qi Lin, searching near water sources, trees, and caves for the snake. As it got darker, Qi Lin picked up 2 dry branches and used his fire ability to light them. He lit 2 torches from the dry branches, and one was handed to Su Si Fan. Catch! Qi Lin, used to acting alone, was annoyed to be assigned a rookie partner. But in this dark, primitive forest, wandering alone was lonely and easy to overthink. Having Su Si Fan with him distracted him from thinking about his deceased parents. "How can you breathe fire?" Su Si Fan was startled to see Qi Lin's palms spewing flames. "Don't you know I have fire powers?" Qi Lin saw Su Si Fan's surprised look, which didn't seem fake, and asked cautiously, "Didn't your sister tell you?" Su Hua only told him that her ability to awaken was given by the red-clad sister's special crystal. She didn't tell him that Qi Lin also had an ability. When Qi Lin heard that Su Hua hadn't revealed his secret about having an ability, he suddenly felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had previously blamed Chin Su for secretly telling Su Hua about their abilities and for speaking badly of him behind his back. He never expected that Su Hua could keep her own family secrets. "Now that you know, you must keep quiet. Otherwise, if someone finds out your secret in the future, they might hurt you and take your crystal," Qi Lin said coldly, warning Su Sifan. Su Sifan was used to Qi Lin's sarcastic attitude. She waved her hand and said, "I know. My sister has told me at least 10 times." After finishing the conversation, the two moved forward in the dense, misty forest filled with vines, where it was hard to walk. Soon, they heard the sound of flowing water. Qi Lin remembered Su Hua's description of the snake's habits. He pointed to the left and said, "Let's go over there and look." Su Sifan became very nervous but remembered what Su Hua said. "In these mountains, there is a lot of earth element energy." This gave her more courage. They followed the sound of water for a while and finally saw a small deep pond ahead. Above the pond was a cliff about 3 zhang high, with water flowing down from the top. The constant flow of water had caused green moss to grow on the rocky cliff. The clear stream of water flowed through the green moss into the dark pond, creating a scene like a fairy tale waterfall cave. It was truly beautiful. But when Qilin and Su Sifin raised their torches to shine on the cliff, they both jumped in fright. This was because, due to their natural genes, humans are usually afraid of snakes, especially large, threatening pythons that can swallow a person. And now, they saw two huge pythons tangled together on the rock face. Don't misunderstand, they weren't attracted to each other or mating. Instead, they were trying to swallow each other. It was mid-September, the time when pythons prepare for winter by hunting for food. To survive, pythons will even kill their own kind. It can be said that the large group of 5 million refugees, as Yun Xiao said, was like a feast for the pythons in the Qitian mountain range, invading their territory. No one knows exactly how many pythons live in the entire Qitian mountain range. In short, a female python lays dozens of eggs each year, while a python only needs 30 or 40 years to grow into a 10-meter-long giant that can swallow a person. The Qitian mountain range has existed for thousands of years. Who can count how many giant pythons live in this forest? Qilin saw two giant pythons tangled on the rock wall and immediately used his fire ability. With a loud bang, the two intertwined pythons were instantly set on fire. The two pythons were stunned and didn't understand why they were on fire. They hissed and tried to separate, but they were tangled too tightly and even tied in knots, so they couldn't break free at once. However, it wasn't so easy for Qilin to burn them to death with just fire. The giant pythons wouldn't just wait to be burned. Moreover, fire abilities have their weaknesses. The python struggled and hissed for a while before falling from the rock wall into the deep pond with a loud crash. The flames on the pythons' bodies were instantly extinguished by the water. Seeing that his fire ability hadn't burned the pythons to death, Qilin and Su Sifin were splashed with water and got angry. He cursed loudly and threw the torch to Su Sifin.
Take it.
He planned to use his ability to boil the water and cook the two pythons. Seeing this, Su Sifin weakly asked, "Maybe I should try?" He thought about using his ability to smash down the 10-meter-high cliff, filling the entire pond and burying the pythons. When Qilin heard Su Sifin's question, he paused his action of releasing his ability and snatched the torch from Su Sifin's hand. "You do it quickly." He also wanted to see how powerful Su Huan was. Could he teach Su Sifin to master earth abilities in less than half a month? But the truth was, he was really proven wrong. Su Sifin, though a bookworm, was not stupid. He directly released his ability, and the ground around their feet began to shake, as if a giant dragon was turning over. Then, appeared across the cliff, horizontally. In the next second, the 10-meter-high cliff collapsed like a mountain falling, with dirt and large stones crashing into the deep pond. Soon, the entire pond was filled with dirt and even turned into a hill. The two pythons hadn't yet shown their faces from the water, but were buried alive. Whether they were dead or alive was unknown, but it wouldn't be easy for them to come out again. Qilin was surprised to see that Su Sifin had really learned earthquake skills and stared at him in shock. "How long has your sister been teaching you?" Su Sifin put away his special ability and honestly replied, 2 hours. Qilin's eyes suddenly twitched. In other words, after Su Huai handed over the special crystal, even if Su Sifin was very talented, it only took less than 2 hours for him to learn the Earth-type ability. What kind of genius is that? So smart. "Let's go." Head back, his face turned hot again. He threw one of the torches back to Su Sifin and led the way back to the camp. But the two of them were careless. The Qitian Mountains are not just home to the two giant snakes they saw. Less than 20 meters away, on a sorrow tree, there was a much larger female giant snake, over 10 meters long and as thick as a barrel. This female snake had just hatched her babies and was hungry, needing to hunt. Originally, those two male snakes were her big meal. She was waiting for them to fight each other so she could benefit. But unexpectedly, Qilin and Su Sifin were so lucky that they ruined her feast. At this moment, it was completely dark. Not only did the temperature drop sharply, but the mountain fog also thickened. After walking for a while, Qilin and Su Sifin realized something was wrong. They seemed to be lost. Yes, Qilin had been marking trees along the way, but now they couldn't find the marks when they tried to go back. Qilin and Su Sifin walked about 5 miles through the jungle. They still couldn't find the marked trees, as if they were heading deeper into the forest. The more they walked, the more nervous they became. Qilin grew more and more anxious, because this confirmed they were really lost. Getting lost in a jungle of 600,000 square kilometers and trying to find their team again was very difficult. Why are all the marks gone? Are we cursed or blind? Qilin had been planning to split from Qin Su to seek revenge alone, but at this moment, he realized that in the face of nature's power, any revenge seemed insignificant. Especially now, with thick fog in the forest and the temperature dropping. It was hot in the daytime, like summer, but at night, it felt like winter. Su Sifin was also trembling from the cold, but he wasn't as anxious as Qilin. He grabbed Qilin and said, "Let's not go yet. Didn't my sister teach us a way to avoid getting lost in the jungle?" Hearing this, Qilin shivered all over. He couldn't dare to say it. Did Su Huai write a mountain climbing guide and a gear list? Had he read any of it? Su Sifin didn't care whether Qilin had seen it or not. He took out a sewing kit from his clothes and then pulled out a needle. "What are you doing?" Qilin looked at Su Sifin with confusion as he took out the sewing kit. Could a single needle really point the way? Actually, the second needle really could point the direction, which surprised him again. Su Sifin handed a torch to Qilin, then picked a leaf about the same size as the needle. Like floating lanterns, he placed the leaf in a low spot with water, on a small puddle about the size of a footprint. After finishing the step, he saw Su Sifin rolling the needle back and forth in his hair. After about 50 times of rubbing, he carefully placed the needle on the leaf. Qilin couldn't understand what Su Sifin was doing. He only saw Su Sifin quietly waiting. Soon, the leaf on the water's surface, which had been still, suddenly turned in a certain direction, as if pulled by some force. Then, Su Sifin raised his hand and pointed to the right. "We should go this way." "Why?" Qilin didn't want to ask, but he couldn't help himself. Su Sifin put away the needle and explained, "My sister taught me this method. The one I just made is a simple compass. The needle just pointed us north and south." Qilin understood. But he was still a bit confused. "Why do you rub the needle in your hair?" Su Sifin couldn't help but smile proudly. "That's the key part. The most important step is rubbing the needle in my hair," my sister said. "If there's no magnet, rubbing the needle in your hair can magnetize it, and then it will point north and south for us." Qilin was stunned and couldn't say anything for a moment. He secretly thought, what kind of strange books does Su Sifin usually read? He knew rubbing hair could magnetize a needle? "Now that we have the direction, let's go quickly." Qilin really didn't want to admit that Su Sifin was clever, because the more he admitted it, the more foolish he seemed before. The two of them hurried on, one after the other. Surprisingly, this time they didn't get lost in the jungle. They headed straight toward the camp area. However, after walking about 2 miles, the female python that had been following them all the way finally couldn't hold back. Qilin and Su Sifin had just crossed a small creek when the female giant python suddenly sped up to catch up with them. Just as Qilin heard a sound behind him and turned around quickly, the python's tail swept toward them. This happened so fast that Su Sifin didn't even notice. He is just a scholar and doesn't know martial arts or have sharp hearing. Qilin was also startled, but he was once a brave young warrior. When he saw the python's tail sweeping toward him, he quickly jumped away with light steps. However, Su Sifin was unlucky. The female python's body wrapped around him like a twisted rope, not only from his feet to his neck, but also lifting him into the air. The python was ready to squeeze and kill him at any moment. Qilin saw Su Sifin completely wrapped up like a twisted knot. He shouted in fear, "Use your powers to protect yourself." Before he finished speaking, he released his fire ability and set the python on fire. But he was wrong. Even if the python's skin and flesh were burned, it wouldn't die quickly. As long as its nervous system wasn't damaged, it could still strangle someone. Moreover, Su Sifin, caught in the coils, would also catch fire. Su Huai had brought Su Sifin along to learn real combat experience. At this moment, Su Sifin's mind went blank, and a loud ringing filled his ears. He completely forgot how to think. He couldn't even activate his powers, let alone understand what was happening. It wasn't that he was slow, it was just that it took only 2 seconds for the python to coil him into a twisted shape. It would take real combat experience for him to react in time. Just as the female python suddenly exerted its strength, with over 1,000 Jin of force to squeeze him, Su Sifin was about to die when a black lightning blade flew past. Immediately after, the python's head was cut off from its body. A bolt of electricity surged into the python's body. The python's body instantly became numb and stiff. Before Qilin could see clearly, a rope appeared and wrapped around the python's body as if it had eyes. In the next second, the python's body was dragged and wrapped in the rope, straightening out from its twisted shape. As the python's body was pulled and stretched, Su Sifin inside was spun around 7 or 8 times before finally breaking free and falling to the ground. At the same time, 2 voices sounded simultaneously. Qilin was shocked and turned his head, only then realizing that Qin Su and Su Huai had appeared simultaneously through teleportation. A young boy and a little girl worked together perfectly. Su Huai used her thunderblade to summon lightning. Qin Su, who was very strong, used a rope to tie up the giant snake, blocking the lightning and pulling the snake's body straight to rescue Su Sifin. "Brother, are you feeling okay?" When Su Sifin fell to the ground, Su Huai teleported nearby and immediately grabbed Su Sifin's arm, using her healing ability. "Ailin, are you alright?" Qin Su, who was dragging the snake's body away, turned to ask Qilin with concern. Su Sifin and Qilin were both stunned. After a long moment, they both snapped out of it and awkwardly shook their heads. Did brother get scared? Su Huai used her ability and knew that Su Sifin was safe. But thinking about the danger just now, she quickly apologized. "Sorry, brother. Next time we go on a training trip, I'll find a safer place." Seeing that Qilin was fine, Qin Su looked at the dead giant snake on the ground and asked, "Ailin, how many giant snakes have you encountered?" Qilin didn't understand why Qin Su asked and honestly replied, 3, 2 are buried." Qin Su frowned and sighed. This is bad. He noticed that the snake's body wrapped in the rope in his hand was even bigger than the one they killed at the camp. It seemed that Su Huai's guess was correct. The entire Qitian mountain range was full of snakes. In fact, the whole mountain range was a snake's den. 5 million refugees fleeing from disaster entered the snake territory. Who knows how many of them would become snake food? Half an hour later, Qilin, Su Sifin, Qin Su, and Su Huai returned to the camp. At this point, Qilin and Su Sifin saw that everyone in the camp, whether on their hats or around the camp, was covered in vines. Including the 20,000 soldiers and their families under Qilin's command, all followed Qin Su's instructions. Of course, when they returned, they also saw 2 large pots boiling soybean and snake soup. However, Su Sifin remembered how she almost became snake food earlier and immediately vomited when she saw the snake soup. Qilin's face also looked grim. He sat by the campfire, drinking hot water quickly. He felt like he had been struck again, similar to the previous encounter with the water-drinking dragon. He, who was skilled in martial arts and had fire and invisibility abilities, couldn't even find his way out of the jungle, let alone kill the snakes. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Qin Su saw Qilin staring into space and patted his shoulder. He said, "Come over and discuss the next mountain climb with Xiao Hua." Qilin stiffly looked up, his face very unhappy, but he still got up and followed. Soon, the 3 sat around a campfire, a little way from the camp. Qin Su didn't ask about Qilin getting lost. Instead, he said to Su Hua, "Xiao Hua, I plan to use teleportation tonight and tomorrow to clear out the mountain and kill the snakes to protect the people."
Su Hua understood Qin Su's meaning immediately.
She threw the stick she was playing with into the fire and sighed. "Okay, I have no problem. I can lead the team forward tomorrow." In fact, Qin Su's efforts might be useless. People would still die, and the snakes were just one of many dangers in the forest. There were many threats Qin Su couldn't fix. In 14 days, When the apocalypse comes, not only will the saved people die, but Qin Su's team might not all survive either. Even if everyone survives, after the tsunami, the people trapped on the island for 3 months would still starve. By then, the people might lose their humanity and kill each other for food. But knowing the ending would be the same, Su Hua didn't stop Qin Su. First, clearing the snakes would make Qin Su's team safer. Second, the snakes could be a source of food after the disaster. Qin Su then turned to Qilin and asked, "Lin, what about you? Can you lead the team with Xiao Hua tomorrow?" Qilin looked at Su Hua, thinking of how he got lost before and how Su Hua made a simple compass. He hesitated for a long time and quietly said, "Okay." Qin Su patted Qilin's shoulder again, but didn't say anything. His silent gesture was clear enough. Qilin understood what the pat meant. It was just to make him cooperate with Su Hua and follow her instructions. "Brother Qin, I bought these firecrackers. Keep them with you. The red ones mean danger, and the green ones mean safe." Su Hua went to her tent, made a small wooden box, and brought it back to give to Qin Su. "Be very careful. There are not only giant snakes in the forest, but also tiny, deadly spiders. If you encounter danger, teleport back to me immediately, okay, Xiao Hua? I'll be careful. I'll fire a firecracker every 2 hours." Qin Su took the box, surprised. He didn't expect Su Hua, who was fleeing, to have such things. However, he never asked about Su Hua's supplies or secrets. He took the wooden box, turned around, and talked with Mr. Rong for a while. He told his mother where he was going, ate 2 bowls of snake soup, and exchanged a cautious word with Su Hua. Then he left without looking back, disappearing into the forest. Qilin watched Qin Su's figure vanish, then looked at Su Hua, who was arranging people to guard the night. His mind was full of thoughts. Su Hua saw Qilin looking absent-minded, but pretended not to notice. After eating the snake soup, she went into her tent to rest, making the most of her limited time. Since Qin Su was not there, she needed to stay awake to keep everyone safe. That night, Qilin noticed that Su Hua was very responsible, staying alert all night. Qin Su would teleport back every 2 hours to a visible spot and send a green signal arrow. Later, Su Hua would send a green arrow in reply, keeping contact with Qin Su. The night passed quickly. On September 16th, sunlight filtered through the thick leaves, shining on every corner of the jungle. Su Hua and Qilin led the team to continue climbing the mountain. Because Qin Su was absent, Uncle Qin and second Uncle Qin led the way at the front. Su Hua followed behind, responsible for warning about dangerous plants and alerting the team in time. The rest of the team stayed the same, with Qilin at the back, about 200 soldiers and their families in front. Although the main group had already traveled 10 miles into the forest, they were still at the foot of the primitive forest around the 7 mountain ranges. They were very far from Qitian Peak, and climbing Qitian Peak required first crossing the surrounding low mountains. It took the main group 3 hours to travel about 10 miles through the jungle, moving very slowly. At noon, a wide valley 50 meters across and over 100 meters deep stretched out before them. The Qitian mountain range has high peaks and deep valleys, with 6 major rivers and 7 mountain ranges. The valley in front of them was just a branch of one of the 6 major rivers. "Oh my, Hua Jie, do we have to cross this valley to the other side?" Shun Jiao Jiao looked down at the roaring, ferocious river below, wide-eyed in shock. Other women, girls, and children saw this and started trembling, hesitant to retreat. It was so terrifying that everyone felt afraid just thinking about crossing the river with a rope, especially the elderly and old people. "We must cross the river, because no matter which way we go, this valley will be there," Su Hua explained to everyone. The strange terrain of the Qitian Mountains is caused by folded mountains formed from plate collisions and compression. Among the 7 mountain ranges, a large river runs through the middle, with many valleys. The team in front of us is only crossing the first valley. All right. Sister Hua, whatever you say, I'll do it." Shun Jiao Jiao listened to Su Hua's words and didn't dare to argue. Since her daughter is leading the team, she can't back down. She must set a good example. "Bring the ropes forward." Su Hua ordered the men to take out the climbing ropes. When Uncle Qin prepared to throw the ropes across with a grappling hook, Qi Lin, who had been silent behind the 200 people, stepped forward. He took the climbing rope and, after swinging it a few times, the rope seemed to have a mind of its own, accurately wrapping around a cedar tree on the opposite side of the valley. Before everyone could react, he pushed off with his toes, using light skills to leap across the valley, landing on the other side with a few quick water-like jumps along the rope.
Wow.
Young Master Qi is so skilled. Guard Captain Lin Xiao was amazed to see Qi Lin perform his light skills and cheered loudly. But this cheer didn't sound good to Qi Lin. It felt very harsh to his ears. Seeing Qi Lin cross to the other side, Su Hua immediately ordered Uncle Qin and Guard Captain Lin Xiao to throw over hundreds of ropes, helping Qi Lin secure the ropes tightly. After all, Lin Xiao had over 20,000 people. If they wanted everyone to cross, they needed enough ropes, which would take a lot of time. Although Qi Lin caught the rope on the other side of the valley, it didn't mean the 20,000 people on this side could cross immediately. Su Hua wouldn't let women, girls, and children be scared to death just because of their fear of heights. There was no need for women, girls, and children to climb the ropes and risk dangerous adventures. After Qi Lin finished handling the ropes, she ordered, "Bring the wooden boxes and sliding poles forward." The men's loads included not only baskets but also wooden boxes. Among the 20,000 people's supplies, there were many wooden boxes, enough to make hundreds. Now was the perfect time to use the wooden boxes. The boxes were large enough to hold an adult and a child. They were sturdy and sealed with wooden planks around the edges. People inside would not see the deep valley or the roaring, rushing river, giving them a sense of safety and preventing fear. The sliding poles were made recently by the men in the team during the night. They quickly crafted sturdy, curved wooden poles with grooves at both ends for tying ropes to lift wooden boxes. Yes, Su Hua then decided to create an ancient manual aerial cable car. To prevent the boxes from tilting or falling when pulled unevenly across the river, she drilled holes in the middle of each side of the boxes to thread ropes through. These ropes on both sides are very important. If people on either side of the valley see a box tilting, someone can tighten the ropes to keep it balanced. When one side pulls and the other releases, it helps keep the box from tipping over. Soon, Su Hua finished the first cable car and hung it on the rope above the river. But this step wasn't complete yet. She still needed to pass the ropes through the other side to Qi Lin. So, the first box was not used to carry people. Instead, it was tied securely empty to the rope, and Qi Lin on the other side pulled it across. When Qi Lin received the box and the two balancing ropes, he pulled it back to Su Hua. Once the hanging ropes were tight and fixed securely on the trees on both sides, the box was safely suspended in the air. Su Hua turned and directly ordered, "Uncle Qin's second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle, you four go first. When you reach the other side, help receive the people. After your first group crosses, then 100 more men can follow." She asked the 4 martial arts skilled uncles to go first, thinking that once someone crosses safely, it would ease everyone's doubts and fears. "Okay, I'll go first." Uncle Qin heard his name called and stepped forward to get into the box. He had been eager to experience the exciting ride on Su Hua's invention, the amazing aerial cable car. Uncle Qin quickly sat in the box, fastening the 2 spare safety ropes inside to keep his balance. Yes, the box also had very thoughtful safety ropes. Even if the box tilted or tipped over, the ropes would keep him safe. Su Hua pulled the 2 balancing ropes tight on her side and waved a flag to Qi Lin on the other side, signaling that they could start pulling people across. Soon, everyone gathered near the river valley watched as a suspended box was pulled steadily by Qi Lin from the other side, slowly moving closer to their side. While Su Hua was carefully keeping the balance rope steady, whenever Qi Lin pulled too hard and the box tilted toward her side, she would immediately tighten the rope to keep the box balanced. An hour passed and Uncle Qin still hadn't experienced the fun, but he was safely delivered to the other side. The women and girls on Su Hua's side were so happy, they cheered loudly. The older woman sighed with relief and said, "Great. Now I won't be afraid of the river valley. I can bring my children with me." The girl was eager and said, I think it's not so scary anymore. It feels exciting and a little tense, a mischievous child said. Mom, I want to go alone later. Of course, some elderly men and women still trembled and looked very pale. But their children comforted them, saying, Dad, Mom, don't be afraid. Look, as long as you stay inside the box for a while, close your eyes and think of nothing, the time for tea will be over. Hearing this, the elderly still felt scared inside. But compared to the coming disaster, these small fears and difficulties seemed very minor. Later, whether they were afraid or not, everyone took turns crossing to the other side. After the 4 uncles of Qin's family crossed, Su Hua ordered her team of 100 men to go first, using all the ropes they had, more than 100 in total, to set up an ancient-style aerial cable car for transporting people and supplies. Transporting over 20,000 people and supplies was a huge task. In 10 minutes, more than 100 people had crossed. In an hour, only 6,000. It would take 2 days to get everyone across. Su Hua calculated the time and thought it was too slow. She ordered the guards to tie another 200 ropes and quickly make 200 more aerial cable cars. This shortened the crossing time from 2 days to just 7 hours. Knowing that the entire Qitian mountain range had 6 big rivers and many valleys, they couldn't afford to waste time. When it was finally the women and girls' turn to cross, Shun Jiao wanted to support her daughter and said bravely, Sister Hua, Yu and I will go first. Okay, Su Hua nodded, reassuring her. Mom, don't be afraid. Where the safety rope, it will be very safe. I'll watch from here. After that, she turned to Rongshi and said, Madam, you and Qin Yu follow behind my mother and them. Qin Xian will stay with me to wait until all the supplies are moved, and after Qin Shao returns, he will cross too. The last person from their team to cross must be trustworthy, and Qin Xian is the best choice. Rongshi smiled and nodded. All right, Sister Xian, I trust you and Sister Xian very much. It's true, Su Hua can lead the team, and even if her son isn't with her, she still manages very well. She safely guided over 20,000 people across the river, one by one, and handed Qin Xian over to Su Hua, feeling very relieved. Why, we're going ahead first. We'll wait for you on the other side. Shun Jiao and Su sat inside a box, each with a safety rope. After saying a word to Su Hua, they started waiting to be transported across. To reassure her mother and son, Su Hua personally controlled the safety rope. Shun Jiao, sitting inside the box, thought about the deep river valley beneath her and couldn't help trembling. Mom, why are you shaking? With Sister Wu and Sister Hongyi here, nothing will happen to us. Just lie down and relax. Su, squeezed in with Shun Jiao, was not afraid at all. Instead, she mockingly teased her mother for being timid. Hearing this, Shun Jiao loosened her grip on the box's edge, blinked, and suddenly realized, oh right, why should I be afraid? Even if we fall into the river, Sister Hongyi will save us. Thinking this way, Shun Jiao felt much braver, especially since this was safer than facing wolves or water dragons back then. Her courage grew. Then she and Su Yu comfortably nestled in the wooden box, enjoying the thrill of moving through the air. Little sister, I'm going now. After sending Shun Jiao and Su Yu across the river, Li Wana was about to go into the box herself, and she also said a word to Su Hua. All right, hold on to Minggur tightly. Although Su Hua wasn't very close to Li Wana, who wasn't her sister-in-law, she didn't treat her coldly either. She regarded Li Wana as part of her family. After saying this, Su Hua sent Li Wana and her son across the river. Next were Su Sijin, Xia Zhu, Rongshi, Qin Yu, the maid Xiaolan, and Chuning. Finally, it was Su Sifan. Before entering the box, Su Sifan suddenly whispered to Su Hua, Fifth sister, next time we cross the river, maybe I should first fix the river? He could avoid suspicion by not changing the stone bridge, but he could improve the river valleys and add some large rocks in the water. Then, the villagers could cut down trees and build bridges over the rocks. This way, they could do it secretly and quietly. Su Hua smiled and said, Yes, don't worry. From now on, brother, you'll have a chance to show his skills in mountain climbing. Real combat is too dangerous, but doing tasks like building bridges and roads suits Su Sifin very well. That's settled then. Su Sifin's eyes lit up, excited beyond words. For Su Sifin, who has earth element abilities, fighting and killing are not suitable. He prefers to do meaningful work that benefits others and himself. When Su Sifin moved to the opposite side, Su Hua also started moving her supplies into boxes, carrying them back and forth across the river. Commander Lin Xiao, along with other guards and family members, followed Lin Xiao's orders and crossed the river in an organized way. Time quietly passed. Before they knew it, it was the afternoon. Suddenly, a green signal arrow exploded in the sky. It was a signal from Qin Su, who was moving the entire Qitian mountain range to hunt down giant snakes. Big sister, my brother, Qin Xian, still near the river valley, saw the arrow in the sky and cheered happily. I saw it, Su Hua said with a smile. To reassure Qin Su, she quickly responded with a green signal arrow.
Bang!
Another bright green fireworks burst in the sky. Having not slept for nearly a night and day, and exhausted from using her abilities, Qin Su sat tiredly at a high point 2,000 meters above the mountain. When he saw the green fireworks light up the sky, he smiled. Then his figure vanished again, heading north to continue hunting snakes. Qin Su couldn't remember exactly how many snakes he had killed. So many, in fact, that he even killed a giant python. Most of the dead giant pythons were swollen in their stomachs. When he cut open their bellies, he found they had swallowed fleeing villagers. None of the villagers inside the snakes survived. These villagers, men, women, old and young, were all strangled first by the giant pythons and then eaten. Every time Qin Su saw the bodies covered in snake stomach fluid, he felt sick. He didn't take any of the human-eaten snakes, only the half-eaten snake corpses that hadn't been fully consumed, which he stored in his space. Now, he still needed to deal with the remaining giant python in the north. For the safety of the villagers, Qin Su instantly teleported to the bottom of the northern mountain range, into the primitive forest. Coincidentally, fooled by Yun Xiao into coming to the city, the starving people heading along the route to Qitian mountain range and Buzhou had all just arrived at the northern mountain pass. When the starving people reached Qitian mountain range, they realized they had been deceived. It was almost evening. Not only did they have no weapons for self-defense, but they also had no warm clothes or food. A man looked at the endless mountain range and cursed. Heaven! That corrupt official tricked us into coming here. Are the supposed food supplies just wild animals in these mountains? Maybe we haven't even eaten a wild animal yet, and we'll be eaten by the beasts inside first. An old man replied, though the official deceived us, at least we found a way to survive. It's better than before, when we couldn't enter the city and had nothing to eat but wild leaves and plants. A woman agreed. We've finally reached the end. Whether the world is ending or there will be chaos, these mountains are a safe place. We can't blame the official. At least he gave us a bowl of porridge. Someone worriedly shook their head. I'm afraid going in is a dead end. These forests are too dangerous. Look at the mountain fog. Could it be poisonous? Would breathing it kill us? Someone asked, what should we do? Should we go into the mountains or not? That corrupt official said there are 5 million refugees heading to Qitian mountain range along another route. The footprints we saw earlier seem real. A bandit sneered, what are you afraid of? Just some wild animals. Over 1 million people are not afraid of a bunch of beasts. We've gone months without meat. You cowards don't dare go in, but I will be the first. After speaking, the bandit led over 100 of his men into the primitive forest. Some braver villagers followed one after another later on. But only a small group of 1,000 or 2,000 people dared to go. The rest stayed at the mountain pass, too scared to move. Everyone was smart. Although there were wild animals and meat in the mountains, they knew it was too risky to go in at night. If wolves, tigers, bears, or wild boars appeared, they would become the beast's dinner. Moreover, the villagers hadn't reached a desperate point yet. At least they could dig up wild vegetables to eat. Without warm clothes, they found many wild reeds at the mountain pass. Now, the reeds were fully mature, each one looking like a sausage. Reeds are almost entirely useful. The fluffy fibers on the stalks are like cotton and can be used to fill cold quilts or make warm clothes. Additionally, the reeds can be burned to repel mosquitoes. Reed leaves can be used to weave straw sandals, mats, or make windbreak curtains. Additionally, the roots and tender leaves of reed plants are edible. Chin-su suddenly teleported to the mountain entrance and saw many starving people who hadn't entered the mountain. Many were picking reed plants. The fluffy parts were used for filling and keeping warm, the leaves for making straw sandals and mats. The roots and tender leaves were gathered as food and boiled to eat. Chin-su saw that even with over 90,000 starving people, no one was foolish enough to enter the mountain blindly and feel safe. He immediately teleported away to kill the pythons. On the northern side, Chin-su and the fleeing villagers hadn't entered from this direction, so the pythons hadn't yet attacked people. Therefore, Chin-su didn't dare delay for a moment. He kept teleporting and searching for pythons. The mountain range was very large and pythons were not easy to find. But after killing many, Chin-su gradually learned some of their habits. First, where there are giant pythons, there are no insects making noise. This is the best way to locate them. Second, places with water sources and caves often have giant pythons. Third, now the giant pythons are preparing food for winter, so they usually come out to hunt. Soon, Chin-su found more than 10 giant pythons within 2 miles of the mountain entrance. He never wasted time. Whenever he saw a python, he would cut it into 7 or 8 pieces with his space blade. He made sure the pythons couldn't even kill with their coils, and he also cut their heads into several pieces, throwing them away so they couldn't harm the villagers again. Chin-su kept teleporting through the forest. Every place he visited, he would tie a cloth to a tree to mark that he had been there. Of course, no villagers saw him. But as long as they saw the discarded python heads and the cloth strips tied to trees, they knew someone had been clearing the way and killing pythons. Night fell, and the fog grew thicker. The air became colder and wetter. The entire Chi-Tian mountain range seemed covered in frost. Chin-su felt his supernatural powers nearly exhausted. When his vision started to blur, he gave up searching for pythons. He had checked all the places in Chi-Tian mountain range where pythons often appeared. The remaining ones, even if they still swallowed some people, he no longer had the strength to kill. He knew that once his powers were completely drained, it would take a month to recover. Now that the world was ending, as the leader of a team of 200, he couldn't let his powers run out completely. He is usually very thoughtful and always wants to do his best. There was no unmarked area, so he drew a symbol of a skull and a snake on a big tree to warn others that the area ahead was dangerous and to keep people away. After finishing this, he teleported back to the mountaintop where he usually contacts Su Hua, 2,000 meters away, and signals with a flare. Once on the mountain, he first took out a cloak from his space to keep warm, then sat down to rest. When he felt a bit less tired, he used a green flare to contact Su Hua. 2 fireworks burst in the sky, one after the other, showing their locations to each other. Chin-su found it strange that Su Hua's flare area hadn't moved at all. But he didn't delay. He remembered the direction, estimated the distance, and teleported back again. At this moment, Su Hua and Chin-sian were still waiting for Chin-su at the same spot. The 2 young girls sat around a campfire, eating cakes, drinking jasmine tea made from spiritual spring water, and reading books to pass the time. They looked very comfortable. Most of the 200,000 people had crossed to the other side of the river. Only 2,000 or 3,000 remained because it was dark and they couldn't see well. They planned to cross in the morning. For now, these few thousand were also sitting by the river, keeping warm by the fire. Big sister? Do you think my brother should be back by now? Chin-sian looked at the fading fireworks in the sky and missed her brother. Su Hua shook her head. I don't know, but he should be back soon. Although Su Hua and Chin-su had only been together for a little over 2 months, she was starting to understand him. He was a punctual, trustworthy, very careful, noble-hearted, filial, responsible, and perfection-seeking young boy. In her old world, he would be considered a very good child. She guessed that Chin-su would only return when his energy was almost gone, since killing one more giant snake could save lives. He wouldn't come back unless it was absolutely necessary. And she was right, just as Chin-Su knew her well and understood her firm personality. As soon as she finished speaking, Chin-Su suddenly appeared from the forest. Among thousands of people, he somehow immediately found Su Hua and Qin Xian at the edge of the river valley. "Little Hua, little sister," he called out first, dragging his tired body closer to them. "Qin, little brother?" Su Hua and Qin Xian both looked surprised, thinking they had heard wrong, and they both stood up and turned around. When the two found Chin-Su, he had already walked up to them. At this moment, Chin-Su looked very pale and unwell, as if he might faint at any moment. "Brother Qin, don't move. Let me check you," Su Hua said quickly. She immediately noticed something was wrong with Chin-Su. She thought he might have been bitten by a poisonous spider. She grabbed his large hand with her left hand and checked his pulse with her right fingers. Chin-Su didn't expect Su Hua to suddenly hold his hand. Feeling the softness of her touch around his wrist, his heart skipped a beat. His whole body stiffened, and he hurriedly explained, "I'm not poisoned. I just used up my special power too quickly." "I didn't." Before he could finish, everything went black in front of his eyes, and he suddenly collapsed forward toward Su Hua. "Brother Qin," Su Hua was caught off guard by Chin-Su fainting. Seeing the sudden darkness, she quickly caught him and supported his body. But Chin-Su was a tall young man, over 6 feet, weighing more than 100 jin. Su Hua was overwhelmed and fell under his weight. "Big sister?" Qin Xian had never seen her brother faint before. She was so scared she started crying in an instant and rushed over. But she was only 5 years old. How could she help? In the end, Su Hua let Chin-Su fall onto her, then gently turned him over onto his back and got up herself. "Your brother is fine. He just hasn't slept for a day and a night, and his special power is drained. That's why he fainted. Just let him sleep for a night," Su Hua said after checking Chin-Su. She then held Chin-Su's hands again and used her healing power to help him recover. After removing his fatigue, she brought some jasmine tea brewed with spiritual spring water. She supported his head with her wrist and fed him the tea. Soon, Chin-Su's pale face gradually regained some color. However, this young man was very exhausted and sleepy. He had been fleeing from hardship, often going a whole day and night without sleep. Even when he did sleep, he didn't dare sleep too long. He never told anyone when he was tired, and when he fainted, he just fell into a deep sleep. To make him more comfortable, Su Hua fetched a mat and placed it on the ground. She moved Chin-Su onto the grass mat and covered him with a blanket. "Thank you, sister," Qin Xian said, tears welling up in her big eyes. She saw that she couldn't help much, and that Su Hua was taking care of her brother the whole time. Su Hua comforted her, "Don't worry. Your brother is really fine. Just let him sleep." Qin Xian shook his head. "Sister, you don't understand. This is the first time I saw my brother fall. When my father died, my brother didn't fall. I'm so scared of losing my brother. What will happen to my mother and younger brother then?" Su Hua hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "I told your brother that as long as we protect your Qin family, we will keep our promise and won't let you die. Also, as long as we all stay united, even if the world ends, everyone will survive. Trust me." Su Hua understood well. In her previous world, her parents divorced and didn't want her. They treated her like a ball, tossing her around. When she was even younger than Qin Xian, she was very scared, worried about what would happen to her without parents. But she didn't talk about negative things with Qin Xian. After comforting him, she let Qin Xian stay beside Chin-Su. As night deepened, the 2,000 or 3,000 people near the valley gradually fell asleep. Qin Xian was so tired he couldn't hold on anymore. She laid out a mat nearby and helped Qin Xian sleep beside Chin-Su. She sat by the campfire to keep watch. When the mosquito-repelling fire was burned out, she immediately lit another one. To help Chin-Su recover faster and not affect their journey, she occasionally fed Chin-Su some spiritual spring water during the night. Until dawn, Chin-Su's face no longer looked pale and had regained a healthy color. She finally relaxed and leaned against a wooden box to rest her eyes. When Chin-Su woke up at dawn, she opened her eyes and saw Su-hwa sleeping beside the wooden box. Looking at Su-hwa's delicate and perfect side profile, even though she hadn't fully grown up, Chin-Su couldn't help but think of last night when Su-hwa held his hand, and then he fainted. He remembered that when he fainted, he had fallen on top of a young girl, and she had stayed with him all night. His ears turned red. Staring blankly at Su-hwa's sleeping face, Chin-Su thought that Su-hwa was only 12 years old. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su-hwa was still so young and didn't understand much. The incident of falling on him shouldn't be misunderstood. He believed she would understand that it was unintentional. In the future, their relationship wouldn't be awkward. Thinking of this, Chin-Su pulled back the blanket and prepared to get up. After her hearing suddenly improved, Su-hwa could hear sounds from 2 miles away, not just nearby. Hearing a noise beside her, she suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing Chin-Su wake up, she smiled and said, "Chin, little brother, you're awake." Chin-Su looked at Su-hwa with a gentle smile and bright eyes, clearly understanding that this young girl didn't know much. He was stunned for a moment and said with an apologetic tone, "Thank you for your hard work leading the team yesterday." It was agreed that he would protect Su-hwa and her mother, but he kept bothering Su-hwa every time. Seeing Chin-Su's politeness, Su-hwa waved her hand casually and said, "It's no trouble at all. There are 4 uncles leading the way, and I was also giving commands from this side when crossing to the other bank. Besides, even if only my mother and I go mountain climbing, we still have to do these things." She paused and then asked, "By the way, Brother Chin, did you kill all the snakes?" Chin-Su shook his head regretfully. "There are still some left, but I marked the forbidden areas and warned the villagers." "Exactly as I thought," Su-hwa nodded. She knew this young man was very careful to do things perfectly. Even if he couldn't do everything himself, he would try his best to find a way. They talked for a while about how many snakes they had caught. Meanwhile, the general, Lin Xiao, knocked on a bronze bell, signaling the remaining 20,000 people to cross to the other side. Later, Chin-Su and Su-hwa waited for a full hour before all 20,000 people had safely crossed. "Little Hwai, I've decided to leave 10 wooden boxes unbroken for the people behind us. What do you think?" Chin-Su asked before untying the ropes. "That's fine." Su-hwa agreed, without hesitation. First, the wooden boxes and ropes were supplies for their team, not hers. Second, crossing the river without stopping was important. After they reached an agreement, they worked together to cut the ropes, leaving 10 hanging ropes and 10 wooden boxes. "Little Hwai, little sister, I will send you and Chin-Sian across first," Chin-Su said once everything was ready. He planned to use his light skills to fly over to the other side afterward. Su-hwa and Chin-Sian had been waiting for this. The 2 young girls didn't hesitate and immediately sat inside the wooden boxes, securing themselves with safety ropes. Chin-Sian, only 5 years old and a girl, was brave because of her mental powers. She had fought wolves before and was very courageous. She and Su-hwa squeezed into one box and moved over the deep, 100-meter-high river valley, even giggling. "Do you like excitement?" Su-hwa asked, surprised that Chin-Sian wasn't nervous and was treating the ancient-style cable car as a game. Chin-Sian shyly replied, "My parents are afraid I might get hurt, so they don't let me play many things. The most I do is go to the training ground with my brother to pick flowers." Children like Chin-Sian, at that age, were usually VIP guests at children's playgrounds in the old world. "Once we settle down in the future, I will build a playground for you little ones to play in. It will be really exciting," Su-hwa joked. Chin-Sian's eyes lit up, and she excitedly asked, "Really, sister?" Su-hwa nodded. "Yes, but you will have to pay for it." Su-hwa said this intentionally. In 13 days, the apocalypse would arrive, and everyone would feel fear and despair. She was just giving Chin-Sian a hopeful and happy dream. Isn't hope what keeps people alive? Chin-Sian didn't realize Su-hwa was making big promises. She happily said, "My brother has a lot of money. When the house was taken over, he took most of the supplies from the warehouse. I can pay." Su-hwa was stunned that she had tricked a child with just a few words. She stared in surprise. Is it really okay to tell your brother all that? Qin Xian's eyes shone brightly. My mother said that sister is not a stranger, so she's not afraid of you knowing our secrets. Su Hua's mouth twitched. Sure enough, children's secrets are never really secrets. She wondered if Su had also revealed her secrets. The tea time quickly passed. Su Hua and Qin Xian finally crossed to the other side. Qin Su followed behind, using light skills to fly over. Young Master Qin's light skills are so good, the guard Lin Xiao said, surprised to see Qin Su's skills comparable to Qi Lin. Later, he thought about being with the right people and felt secretly happy. He thought, if Qi Lin becomes emperor in the future, he would be a founding hero. That would be wonderful. Qin Lin, Rongshi, and the others, along with their uncles, saw Su Hua and Qin Su return to the team. Naturally, they first offered their greetings. Half an hour later, under Qin Su's command, the team began counting people, organizing supplies, and continuing their climb up the mountain. Let's go, Qin Su said, and the team moved again. He led the way, opening the path. This time, Su Hua, Su Sifan, and he were all together. Because Su Hua wanted Su Sifan to truly prove himself, now was the perfect time for training. Her earth element abilities would be useful for building infrastructure in the future, and she felt it was incredibly exciting. Building walls, stone houses, bridges, and roads, what a powerful cheat-like skill. Brother Qin, please give my brother more chances to practice, Su Hua quietly reminded Qin Su. Qin Su turned to look at Su Sifan and immediately understood. He nodded and agreed, saying, Okay, after climbing for about an hour, everyone can rest for a cup of tea. Then I will take Sifan ahead to scout the way. As long as there are rivers and large streams ahead, Su Sifan can help clear the path, which will save a lot of time climbing. After discussing the plan, the three of them led the team forward. They traveled about 5 miles through the dense forest, and suddenly the view opened up. In front of them was a wide area, nearly 10 miles across, filled with marshy wetlands that stretched to the left and right as far as they could see. Yes, wetlands. This area used to be a river in the past, but over time, due to the movement of the Earth's crust, it gradually turned into a large marsh. Looking up, the wetlands were covered with dried vines, leaves, and broken branches. There were also many low bushes, thick reeds, and water plants. Because a giant python once lived here, even though there were reeds and water plants, no waterfowl could be seen. Apart from the reeds and water plants, no birds or flying animals were visible. The scene looked very desolate. The wetlands also emitted a foul smell, which came from underground and made people feel sick when they smelled it. However, there were other animals in the wetlands. Yes, Su Hua saw many claw marks in the soil, some with 5 claws and some with 4. Brother Qin, you killed the giant python, but this marshy area has predators that are just as strong as the python. There might be quite a few, Su Hua warned Qin Su after observing the claw marks on the bank. More? Su Sifan was startled and asked confusedly, what kind of animals can fight evenly with a giant python? Su Hua uttered 2 frightening words, giant crocodile. Crocodiles are at the top of the food chain. They are ancient, powerful, and well-known cold-blooded reptiles. They make many creatures fear them, and humans are also somewhat afraid of them. Crocodiles are fierce and cruel, much more savage than other animals, with incredible strength and intelligence. For many years, crocodiles have been considered one of the strongest species in nature. They have huge mouths, sharp teeth, and claws capable of tearing apart anything. Could the giant crocodile that Xiao Jiao mentioned actually be a giant salamander? Qin Su's mind was very quick. Although he had never heard of the name, giant crocodile, he quickly thought of the salamander that looks similar to a crocodile. No, Su Hua smiled and explained. They are not the same species. The giant crocodile I mentioned can eat snakes and people. It might be an ancient species. The salamander, also called the Yangtze alligator, belongs to the salamander family. Although it is called a crocodile, it is gentle and harmless to humans and animals. It is considered weak among crocodilians. The giant crocodile Su Hua referred to is the marsh crocodile. As for why she guessed this, there are a few reasons. First, the The book she is reading mentions the classic of mountains and seas, which talks about ancient giant crocodiles. Second, the ancient writer Han Yu's eulogy for the crocodile describes the features of crocodiles. Third, she analyzed the size of claw marks in the soil. Fourth, the wetlands in this area used to be rivers flowing into the sea, and marsh crocodiles like living in wetlands and river estuaries. Su Hua didn't need to see the crocodiles herself to be sure they were marsh crocodiles. Thinking about the giant crocodiles that eat people lurking in the swamp, she frowned and sighed. Such a large wetland, there should be quite a few giant crocodiles. Dealing with them will be a bit troublesome. The marsh crocodile is the largest type of crocodile, reaching several meters in length. It is very fierce, with an incredible bite force. Moreover, marsh crocodiles can surf across the sea, are good at diving, and can stay submerged for over 5 hours. Su Hua looked up and saw that the swamp was empty of giant crocodiles. She guessed they might be hiding underwater at this moment. Then let's stop moving for now. When night falls, I will use giant snake meat as bait to lure and eliminate them. Qin Su is not surprised by the giant crocodiles. The Qitian mountain range is a wild, uninhabited place. Even if some people had seen giant crocodiles and snakes before, they probably never made it out of the Qitian mountains alive. Hearing Su Hua say that the fight between the giant crocodiles and snakes was evenly matched, Qin Su had no doubt that the crocodiles posed a threat to the team. He serious said, "We must kill them all first. Otherwise, it will be dangerous for the team to pass through, and the people behind might also be at risk." Su Hua thought for a moment and shook her head at Qin Su. "Brother Qin, you rest this time. Just tell everyone to cut trees and lay the road. I'll handle the giant crocodiles. Let's try to continue moving this afternoon." Su Sifin could secretly move swamp mud to repair the road, and she could summon lightning to kill crocodiles. Water conducts electricity, so she could do these things without anyone noticing. However, to avoid suspicion, she needed to make some other preparations. "All right, thank you, Xiao Hua and Sifin." Qin Su quickly guessed what Su Hua wanted to do and agreed immediately. Then he ordered the team to stop moving. The women, girls, and children rested in place for an hour, while the men cut down trees. The 20,000 people didn't know what was happening ahead, or why the group had stopped. Qin Su didn't hide anything and told his 200 soldiers that there was a man-eating monster in the swamp ahead, and no one was allowed to go near. He also told everyone that Su Hua would poison and kill the monster. Qin's second uncle asked himself, "What kind of monster?" "A water ghost that pulls people into the water." "Yes." Qin Su, to keep up the lie, said seriously, "A monster as terrifying as the giant python you killed." Then he turned to Qilin and said, "Alin, tell the rear guard to strictly forbid everyone from running around or going to watch. The monster can come ashore, and if anyone runs out and gets into trouble, they are on their own." Okay, Qilin didn't know what Qin Su and Su Hua were planning, but guessed they might use special powers. He nodded and went to give the orders. Since the 20,000 people were mostly soldiers and their families, with guards present, no one dared disobey. All 20,000 rested in place. 1,000 soldiers helped cut trees, and others who needed to use the bathroom in the woods didn't dare to come forward to watch or ask questions. Except for Shun Jiao Jiao and a few women, girls, and children who didn't know what Su Hua and Sifin were doing, everyone else stayed put. Once it was confirmed no one was spying, Su Hua, Sifin, and Qin Su returned to the swamp wetlands. Su Hua opened a bundle, revealing boxes of dye powder inside. "Brother Qin, help me sprinkle all the dye powder into the water." The dye powder was just part of her plan to kill the crocodile and keep it a secret. Because she said she would poison the monster, she needed to make it look like she had. Qin Su took the dye powder from Su Hua, looking puzzled. He noticed that Su Hua's supplies were always strange but useful. For example, when the first swarm of killer bees passed through, she used a bamboo slip to scrape the bee stingers. Who would carry bamboo slips and books while fleeing? Next came the fireworks with loud bangs. Honestly, he didn't expect to stockpile these things. Now, they were using dye for making clothes, and he couldn't understand why Su Hua was bringing these items. But he didn't ask questions about Su Hua's supplies. Whatever Su Hua asked him to do, he did. He took the dye and sprinkled a box along the riverbank at intervals. Su Sifin listened to Su Hua's instructions and used his special ability to move the ground in the swampy wetland, trying to form a snake-shaped path. Of course, even if he created a path, it wouldn't be enough. The swamp would still swallow people, which is why Su Hua asked him to cut down trees and lay them on the ground. By covering the swamp with all the trees, the area would be more stable, and people walking over it wouldn't sink into the mud. When Qin Su poured all the dye into the swamp, after a while, the water near the shore, stretching for 2 miles, turned bright red like blood. Brother Qin, throw some snake meat at intervals as bait. After completing the first step to hide their true intentions, Su Hua moved on to the second step, killing the crocodiles. Okay, little Hua. Qin Su didn't hide the fact that he had a space of his own from Su Sifin. Right in front of Su Sifin, he took out 20 pieces of giant snake meat from his space and threw one piece into the swamp every 50 meters. Su Hua used a waiting strategy, using the snake meat to attract the crocodiles. The crocodiles, smelling the blood, would swim over on their own. Then she would use her electric powers to strike, taking out a group at once. Su Hua even considered whether to keep the crocodiles in her space, but she was afraid of causing extinction. She didn't dare to keep such dangerous creatures, because once inside, they might eat her other livestock and horses. The blood on the giant snake meat emitted a strong, bloody smell, which was very attractive to the crocodiles. When the crocodiles hiding in the swamp smelled the blood, they went crazy. Countless crocodiles, up to hundreds, surfaced within a 2-mile radius. They all swam towards Su Hua and the others, following the blood scent like cats chasing fish. The fastest crocodiles nearby made Su Hua see what they looked like. Their huge bodies, just by sight, made her scalp tingle. Each crocodile was over 5 meters long and weighed hundreds of jin. If it bites a living person casually, they will definitely die. Mother, are these the man-eating giant crocodiles you mentioned? Fifth sister, Su Sifin saw the countless, terrifying giant crocodiles rushing toward her and quickly stepped back in fear. The appearance of the giant crocodiles looked extremely ugly to Su Sifin, even more disgusting than giant pythons. They didn't have the fierce look of pythons, but they still made people feel afraid. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she were surrounded by so many giant crocodiles. So many. Qin Su looked serious as well. There are hundreds just within 2 miles. How many are there in the entire swamp? This was his first time seeing such man-eating animals like giant crocodiles. Before, he had killed several pythons nearby and wondered why the pythons weren't in the swamp but on the trees along the shore. It turns out that the top predators in the food chain are both trying to hunt each other and are wary of each other. So, the giant crocodiles hide in the water and the giant pythons stay high up. Su Hua watched the giant crocodiles rushing toward the shore and left a sentence for Qin Su and Su Sifin, then teleported to the shore while summoning lightning to strike into the water. The giant crocodiles never expected that they had been tricked by a harmless-looking human, Old Six. This human not only used giant python meat to lure them, but also used thousands of volts of lightning to wipe them out. Yes, wipe them out completely. Su Hua's palms shimmered with visible purple arcs of electricity, striking the water like thick spider silk. Any creature in the water, whether giant crocodiles or tadpoles and insects, was not spared within 100 meters. They were all wiped out. With just one move, more than 20 giant crocodiles were struck by the current, instantly paralyzed, stiffened, and died, with their bellies facing up. Of course, some aggressive crocodiles that liked to hunt didn't care for python meat and instead focused on the 2 living humans on the shore, Qin Su and Su Sifin. While Su Hua had just wiped out a group of crocodiles, another group opened their huge mouths and swam madly toward the 2 people 100 meters away. Looking for death, Qin Su saw how savage and bloodthirsty the crocodiles were and didn't hesitate to use a space attack. More than a dozen crocodiles instantly turned into hundreds of pieces and fell into the swamp. Ugh. Su Sifin saw that Qin Su could not only create things, but was also a supernatural ability user. With a wave of his hand, he instantly wiped out more than a dozen crocodiles, leaving everything silent as chickens. He thought the young man's actions just now were really impressive. No, his fifth sister is just as capable. Su Hua saw Qin Su wave his hand and kill more than 10 giant crocodiles. She didn't bother to stop him. After all, the dead crocodiles became food for the others that surrounded them. Yes, giant crocodiles also eat their own kind. Although they are social animals, if a companion dies, they will not hesitate to eat it. Su Hua kept shocking the crocodile group with her electric attacks. Qin Su only stepped in when he saw a threat to himself, Su, or Funan. After about half an hour, a large number of crocodile carcasses floated on the riverbank. Su Hua roughly estimated there were over 300. Brother Qin, you should put these crocodile bodies into your space. Keep a few as a show. Leaving the carcasses here just causes bad smell. It's better to store them. Even if she doesn't eat them, having space to keep things is always good. Okay. Qin Su thought about the starving common people and had no objections. He directly stored the bodies in his space, leaving only 10 behind. Even just 10 crocodile carcasses are enough to scare more than 20,000 people. Just thinking about how a giant python can make people tremble with fear, now 10 huge creatures weighing hundreds of pounds each. Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? However, as the situation developed, Su Hua didn't stop her efforts to lure and kill other crocodiles in different areas. If she were merciful and didn't want to kill these fierce animals, the humans living in this swampy area would be in danger of being eaten. Later, the three of them moved to a new location and continued using the same method to lure the crocodiles. This time, Su Hua didn't use dye, but instead, Qin Su threw crocodile carcass pieces into the swamp. After an hour, Su Hua teleported and cleared out all the crocodiles in the swamp within a 20-mile radius. As for those beyond 20 miles, because they were too far away, she didn't bother to eliminate them. The crocodiles have a strong territorial instinct, so the area within 20 miles where Su Hua and the others are heading is now mostly safe. All right, brother, you're in charge of the road-building task behind us. After dealing with the crocodiles, Su Hua asked Su Sifin to continue building the road. Seeing that all the crocodiles within 20 miles of the swamp were killed, Su Sifin had no more worries. He carefully began completing the tasks Su Hua assigned to him. For areas too far away or beyond his control, Qin Su used his light skills to carry him into the swamp to continue. Qin Su's light skills are very useful. When his foot steps on swampy ground and he feels it can't support his weight, he immediately moves with Su Sifin to another spot to stand. Additionally, whenever Su Sifin has crossed a certain area, Qin Su tests it himself. If he finds it passable, he will insert a branch into the ground and tie a cloth to mark the spot. This way, they can follow the marked path through the trees later. Time quietly passes, and before they know it, it's noon. Su Sifin finally creates a clear path. Qin Su also uses branches and cloth strips to mark a winding route. When the three of them return to the camp, everyone hears that Su Hua poisoned and killed over 10 giant man-eating monsters weighing hundreds of jin. Qin Su and Su Sifin also found a safe way through the swamp. Everyone cheers happily. Especially the four clan uncles show clear admiration for Su Hua. They all think it was very wise of Qin Su to invite Su Hua into the team. This young girl is not only a little healer, but also very skilled with poisons. They haven't even seen what the man-eating monsters look like, but this girl knows their weaknesses. When she acts, she either succeeds or fails immediately. With Su Hua in the team, everyone feels very safe. After some praise, Qin Su orders everyone to carry out the cut trees and follow the route he pointed out to build the path. In the afternoon, the large group delays for 2 hours but finally moves forward again. Everyone passing by the 10 giant crocodile corpses is quite frightened. Good heavens, does this man-eating water ghost really look like this? Qin's second uncle is shocked to see the crocodiles covered in scales, with thick skin like armor. He pokes the corpse with his big sword. He finds that the crocodile's skin is tough and thick, and he is stunned. This thick skin, even with a big sword, might not be enough to kill it. Hearing the words, man-eating water ghost, Su Hua immediately guesses that Qin Su is lying. She secretly laughs to herself. Qilin glances at Su Hua, who is smiling happily beside Qin Su, then looks at the 10 crocodiles flipping their white bellies on the shore. He quickly guesses that Su Hua used her lightning powers. He previously thought Su Hua and her group were a burden to the team, but now he's been proven wrong. The salt transport team originally had 70,000 people, but after the swarm of killer bees passed through, only about 30,000 remained to reach the southern border. A natural disaster took half of the population. It was extremely brutal. It was even more terrifying than war. The refugees from Mianzhou, led by Qin Su's group, initially survived with over 90,000 people. But after splitting from Qin Su's group, they had no leader and no food. The scattered people fought among themselves. Killing and looting never stopped, and many people died along the way. Because Mianzhou's people had been fleeing the longest and faced the earliest disasters, they were already short of food and water. Wherever they went, it was like a swarm of locusts passing through, stripping everything clean, even the leaves and roots of trees. When the fleeing group passed through Qinzhou, which was turned into ruins by a landslide, over 400,000 people searched the corpses and underground supplies out of hunger. They drank water from Qinzhou's wells and rivers and ate food and supplies dug out from the ruins. The most terrifying part was that some even ate wild dogs that had gnawed on corpses and birds falling from the sky. In the end, all 40,000 people were infected with the plague. During the escape, with no medicine, no government, and no saviors, those infected could only wait for death. The plague's scythe easily claimed over 40,000 lives. Only the 2 village chiefs leading the front line, along with about 500 villagers and some cautious people who didn't stay in Qinzhou or act out of greed, survived. Later, the 30,000 survivors caught up with the salt transport team. The 2 groups merged and headed south together. In total, 1,600,000 people started the journey, but only about 600,000 made it to the southern border alive. Seeing the broken city walls and open gates, the village chiefs, both brave and timid, couldn't hold back their tears. One said through tears, "God, we finally made it to the southern border. That's right. We've been fleeing for nearly 3 months. If we hadn't, more people would have died. Their food supplies had just run out, but luckily, after the long escape, the 50 villagers worked together and managed to find wild vegetables to eat." Although the team lost 7 or 8 elderly people who couldn't handle the bumps, it was still the smallest among the 500 people, and their supplies lasted until the end. The salt transport officer sat inside the carriage, pushed aside the curtain, and looked at the city gate ahead. He looked tired and weak, saying, "Finally, we've arrived. If we don't get there soon, I won't be able to hold on." At first, he was full of hope, thinking about overthrowing the corrupt emperor and becoming the new ruler himself. But overnight, not only did 10,000 weapons disappear, but the salt pond was also emptied. Later, with over 300,000 salt soldiers and their families, they traveled along the way, nearly eating up all the stored food in the salt pond. At this point, he no longer dared to dream of becoming emperor. His official title as salt transport officer still held, and the 300,000 people in the salt pond already showed him respect. The other 3 assistants also woke up to reality. Now, they just hoped that Emperor Jiazhen wouldn't punish them in the future. They also hoped not to encounter other forces. Otherwise, if other groups found them, they might steal them or even take control. But right now, the luck of the 600,000 plus people was really good. Not only was there Qin Su's team leading the way, but when they reached the southern border, they didn't encounter other forces. Emperor Jiazhen's tens of thousands of soldiers hadn't arrived yet. Yun Shao, to avoid Emperor Jiazhen, took his daughter and 100,000 border troops to climb Mount Qitian. At this moment, the city gates were wide open, and inside was empty. As for the civilians and other forces on the other route, they were still more than 100 miles away from the southern border. "Village chief, look. There are words on the city wall." One of the strong villagers from the front of the team was the first to notice the writing on the wall and shouted loudly. Both village chiefs could read. As the team got closer, the words became larger and clearer. One village chief asked, "What does it say?" "Climbing essentials?" Climbing guide. The more timid village chief looked at the first climbing guide and exclaimed, "Wow! This is teaching us how to climb Mount Chitian. It clearly explains what wild fruits and mushrooms are safe to eat, how to prevent miasma, and how to avoid getting lost." The two village chiefs became more surprised as they read. Finally, they nodded in agreement and said, "Quick, have someone copy this down. It could save us." As the elders had someone copy the words, they wondered who was doing good deeds and hiding their talents. After thinking for a while, they both thought of Su Hua. The timid village chief guessed, "Quick, copy these notes. Once we're done, we'll go climb Mount Chitian. The young girl kept telling us not to stay here. As soon as we arrive, we should head straight to the highest mountain. These are probably written by the young girl for us to see." The brave village chief nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Hurry up and copy. We'll look for the missing items inside the city later and prepare everything in advance. They didn't have things like mosquito-repellent pouches, fire-starting cords, or snowshoes, but the city was full of wild mugwort and other substitutes they could make temporarily. Following behind the salt transport soldiers of the two villages, the villagers saw the village chiefs instructing others to copy the notes and reported this to the salt transport officer. The officer, curious, got off his carriage and looked up at the writing on the city wall. When he saw it was a guide for mountain climbing, he was quite confused. At this moment, he had no intention of climbing Mount Chitian. He just wanted to enter the city, see what was inside, and understand why it was empty. He then asked the two village chiefs curiously, "Are you planning to climb the mountain?" Having traveled together for over a month, the two village elders knew the salt officer well. Seeing that he was not acting superior, the brave village chief replied, "Yes. We came here mainly to find a safe place to hide from the chaos, but this isn't our final destination. We want to climb Mount Chitian." The timid village chief suggested, "Sir, your people should also go to climb Mount Chitian. It would be good to copy these notes quickly and prepare everything before the climb." The officer didn't answer immediately. He was actually waiting to see if the chaos would come, which was why he hadn't declared his intentions openly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to become emperor in the first place. But the two village elders didn't care whether he believed them or not. They instructed their people to copy the essentials and the guide, then immediately led 500 villagers into the city. After that, the team headed toward Mount Chitian, collecting useful supplies along the way and picking mugwort as they went. Neither village chief knew exactly where Mount Chitian was, but everyone in the Great Qian knew it was the highest peak. From a distance, the tallest mountain was obvious. Just head toward the nearest foothill and go inside. The two villages were very lucky. They happened to take the same path that Su Huai and others had recently traveled. The salt transport officer watched as the two village chiefs led 500 villagers and headed straight for the Chitian mountain range, without looking back. He pinched his brow, looking troubled. Behind him stood 3 aides, waiting for his decision. Seeing that the salt transport officer remained silent for a long time, standing there indecisively, they grew anxious. One aide urged, "Sir, should we follow those 2 villages or stay here?" "I just sent someone into the city to investigate," the officer replied. "The city is empty. King Chu's 10,000 border soldiers and the outlaws are all gone. Also, could the instructions on climbing the mountain and the guidebook be from King Chu? Did he really take people up the mountain?" Another aide agreed, "Sir, we have no weapons now. Half of our 10,000 salt soldiers are lost. Most importantly, we have no more supplies. With various forces arriving, staying here is too dangerous. We might face a disaster. Maybe we should also go up the mountain and hide for a while." The third aide opened his mouth to speak but held back, as the others had already spoken. "Let me think first," the officer said. He really wanted to say that everyone should move to the southern region, but when he looked at the fleeing army, which looked like a long dragon, and his 50,000 salt soldiers, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Among the fleeing crowd were his own family and relatives. Staying in the south was too risky. It was also unwise, even foolish. The southern region was only about 200 miles from the Chitian mountain range. Whether the apocalypse was coming or not, climbing the mountains clearly had more benefits than risks. Why not go up and avoid all danger? What if staying here led other forces to seize his 50,000 salt soldiers? To kill and steal supplies? The officer thought for a long time and finally clenched his teeth. Let's go. Head to the Chitian mountain range and hide for now. The three aides heaved a sigh of relief and said in unison, "Your wisdom is admirable. Was it really wise?"
No.
They simply didn't want to risk their lives and their families because of the officer's mistake. As the officer was about to get into the carriage, he suddenly remembered something and ordered, "Have the words on the wall erased and prepare everything needed from above." The salt transport officer did not specify going to the Chitian Peak, and he thought it was unnecessary. Chitian Peak is the highest mountain in Dakian. Could any of the refugees or their families in the escape team climb such a tall mountain? Over 600,000 soldiers and civilians, because of one decision by the salt transport officer, finally entered the city after half an hour and headed toward the Chitian mountain range. The salt transport officer did not know that just 30 miles ahead, Emperor Jiazhen had already arrived.
Yes.
This ruthless and cruel emperor, at dusk, finally reached the southern city gates. He brought not only 300,000 imperial guards and their families, but also all his concubines, princes, princesses, palace maids, eunuchs, officials, and their families. The huge army totaled over 800,000 people, moving grandly. Behind his dragon carriage were the concubines, princes, princesses, palace maids, and eunuchs. Then came the officials and their families, followed by well-armed troops in formation. This was the elite Imperial Guard of Dakian. The Dakian Imperial Guard numbered about 300,000, including many skilled fighters. And at the very end of the line were people that Su Wanyuang and others could never have imagined: Emperor Jiazhen's 100 shadow guards and the 5 members of the Su family. Yes, the 5 members of the Su family: Su Yansan, Su Laotai, Su Yan, Su An, and Feng Rusuan. Not only were they alive, but they had also been captured by Emperor Jiazhen's twin shadow guards and eventually boarded the emperor's official ship. Although they were prisoners, they had food and drink, and their journey south was even more comfortable than Su Wanyuang and all the fleeing refugees. Report. The southern city gates are wide open, and the city is empty. Report. King Chu, the 10,000 border troops, and the 3,000 criminals have all disappeared. Report. The granaries and weapons have been emptied. King Chu's residence has been burned, and the border soldiers' houses inside the city have all been demolished. Report. There are no signs of fighting or bloodstains inside the city. One message after another reached Emperor Jiazhen's ears. Sitting high on his dragon carriage, Emperor Jiazhen, dressed in white, closed his sharp eagle eyes and clasped 2 jade beads in his hands. After hearing the reports from the Imperial Guard commander several times, he slowly opened his eyes, looked at the characters on the city wall, and sneered. It seems Yun Shao is planning to rebel? When he landed on the coast, he had already sent urgent messages to Yun Shao, both to test Yun Zhao's loyalty and to find out whether Qin Su and Qilin had arrived in the south. The entire southern region has been emptied and burned, which shows that the 3 people have already formed an alliance or even hidden in the Chitian Mountains. Thinking about their alliance, Emperor Jiazhen's face darkened. He closed his eyes and said through clenched teeth, "Build the palace just outside the city." A royal decree was issued. A force of 800,000 people did not enter the city. Moreover, within an hour, tents like mushrooms appeared on the plain outside the city. In the middle, surrounded like a barrel, the largest black yurt became the Emperor Jiazhen's upcoming palace. As night fell, guards patrolled every 3 steps, every 5 steps. Even Emperor Jiazhen's 100 shadow guards protected the palace area.
Su Yansan.
The emperor wants to see you. The twin shadow guards suddenly opened one of the prison carts and dragged the sleepy Su Yanshan out. Hearing this, Su Yanshan woke up in shock. When he heard the emperor wanted to see him, he almost peed himself. Since the Su family of 5 was expelled from Qin Su's group, Su Yanshan had taken Grandma Su, Su Yan, Su Han, and Feng Rushuang to hide in village houses among the common people. And their family was very lucky. When they searched through a deserted village in the northwest, They finally found some sweet potatoes and supplies to catch up with the fleeing group. But then they discovered a large in the ground blocking their way. Yes, because they were expelled from the group and delayed in the village for a day. They not only avoided poisonous insects and snakes, but also encountered the large in the earth. Later, they met the twin shadow guards coming from behind. This family of 5 was then led by the twin shadow guards to take a different route. After walking a short distance, they switched to a water route. Because of this, they avoided the dangers faced by Su Huai and others on that route. They also did not encounter locusts, crows passing through, flash floods, or mudslides on the other route. Although they faced a flood while crossing a river on the water route and almost capsized, the Emperor's shadow guards were no amateurs. When water routes were blocked, they took land routes instead. The family of 5 switched between water and land routes, wandering for over a month. Finally, the twin shadow guards contacted Emperor Jiajin, who was traveling south along the water route. And so, the family of 5, by a twist of fate, unknowingly boarded Emperor Jiajin's official ship. Then, confused, they arrived at the southern border. It was only now that the scene of Su Yenshan being summoned by Emperor Jiajin was revealed. However, after a month on the official ship, this was the first time a family of 5 was called to meet. At Emperor Jiajin's palace, a black and gold Mongolian tent stood tall on the plain, like a large fortress. Inside, there were golden carpets, golden curtains, and a noble, solemn atmosphere, showing the power of kingship. Su Yenshan was thrown into the tent by the shadow guard, and he immediately saw Emperor Jiajin sitting cross-legged on a golden carpet. At this moment, Emperor Jiajin still wore a white robe, with sharp eagle eyes closed, and his hands holding 2 jade beads. "Your Majesty." Su Yenshan trembled and knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. He didn't even have the courage to look at Emperor Jiajin. His back, face, and palms were sweating cold. He was so scared that his whole family might be skinned. Before Emperor Jiajin asked, he quickly started blaming others. Criminals should be punished. I shouldn't have dealings with the Qin and Qi families. But escaping wasn't really my intention. It was the young Lord Qin and Lord Qi who led the rebellion. My family was forced to flee after being poisoned and threatened. Is that so? Emperor Jiajin opened his eyes slowly, staring at Su Yenshan with sharp, cold light in his eyes. Su Yenshan, a useless official who only occupies his position, was appointed by himself as Minister of War. Because there were too many clever people in the court, he needed a few foolish and fearful officials without alliances so he could keep control. Emperor Jiajin's voice was calm, showing no anger or joy. "But I heard that your concubine and illegitimate children are with Qin Qi and the others?" Su Yenshan was startled, almost stopping his heart. He almost pressed himself to the ground and quickly kowtowed, begging, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. On the day after exile, my concubine and illegitimate children forced me to write a letter of abandonment.
I have already cut ties with them.
We are no longer connected. That wicked woman did everything afterward, but it has nothing to do with me. Please, Your Majesty, see clearly. I am truly innocent. I have never had any thoughts of rebellion. My loyalty to Your Majesty is as clear as the sun and moon." Emperor Jiajin looked at Su Yenshan as if he were looking at a disgusting bug, feeling sick. He sneered, "Rebels never admit their dirty thoughts. However, you claim to be loyal to me as bright as the sun and moon. I will give you a chance to prove your innocence." He paused, then his voice suddenly turned cold. "Do you know where Qin Qi and the other are hiding in the Qitian Mountains?" The guilty servant knows. Su Yenshan was thrilled when Emperor Jiajin was willing to give him a chance to clear his name. Like clutching a lifeline, he hurriedly replied, "The two plan to climb the highest peak, Qitian Peak." Back in the basin, Qin Su and Qi Lin killed the patrol officer and planned to dismiss 200 soldiers. But the 200 soldiers refused to leave, so Qin Su had to tell them he was heading south to Qitian Peak. That's why Su Yenshan kept the words, Qitian Peak, in mind. Qitian Peak. Emperor Jiajin smirked. After getting the answer, he signaled the shadow guard with a simple gesture. The guards immediately understood his plan. They grabbed Su Yenshan by the back of his collar and dragged him out. "Your Majesty? Please spare me. I am innocent." Su Yenshan thought Emperor Jiazhen was going to have him skinned and screamed loudly, like a pig being slaughtered. But the emperor wouldn't kill him, because he still had use for him. What use? To threaten Xin Jiao, and then threaten Qin Su and Qi Lin. The emperor believed that as long as Su Yenshan's concubines, children, and the children of Qin Su and Qi Lin were together, Su Yenshan would be a hindrance to them. He also saw value in him. When Su Yenshan was once again put into a prison cart, he couldn't believe he had survived. Remember, this emperor is cruel and ruthless. A single wrong word could lead to his skin being flayed. God in heaven, after the shadow guard left, Su Yenshan, looking as if he had escaped death, shivered and muttered, "That was so scary," for other prison carts stood side by side, holding Su Laotai, Feng Rushuang, Su Yan, and Su Han. Feng Rushuang saw Su Yenshan return and hurriedly asked, "Sir, what did the emperor want? Is he going to release us? Will he restore your official position?" Su Laotai also asked excitedly, "Yenshan, can we move back into the big house now?" Su Yan and Su Han spoke in unison. "Father, when will the emperor release us?" Su Yenshan, hearing this, turned blankly to look at them, then cursed after a long pause. "Restore our positions? Move back into the big house? Release us. I haven't been skinned yet, so you should thank your ancestors. Are these your family members? Isn't there anyone who cares if I get skinned or scared to death?"
What?
"No big house? You're not letting us stay?" Old Lady Su heard that not only would there be no big house for us, but we would also be kept like animals in a prison cart forever. She immediately cursed loudly. Such evil. What kind of life is this? To end up in a prison cart at my age. Feng Ruoshang also complained, asking, "What exactly did you tell the emperor?" "Our family didn't rebel. We were forced into this." Su Yan and Su Han sank down, looking as if they had lost everything. No matter how loudly Old Lady Su shouted or how Feng Ruoshang complained, it couldn't change the fate of the 5 family members being kept in the prison cart like animals. Emperor Jiazhen saw Su Yenshan and then summoned the 3 dukes, the current Grand Minister of War, the Chancellor, and the Censor-in-Chief. When the 3 officials heard that Emperor Jiazhen summoned them, they came out of their tents and exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. Even though Emperor Jiazhen didn't say why he called them, they all guessed that the upcoming discussion was probably about climbing the mountain. Emperor Jiazhen was afraid of destruction and death, but climbing the mountain always needed a reason. The best reason, for example, to eliminate rebels. These rebels are Yun Shao, Qin Su, and Qi Lin. As soon as the 3 entered Emperor Jiazhen's palace and bowed, the emperor asked directly, "The 3 have formed a faction. What are your thoughts?" The 3 officials looked at each other again. Then, the current Grand Minister of War replied with a respectful bow, "I suggest climbing the mountain to eliminate the rebels. The emperor should lead the troops personally." The Chancellor and the Censor-in-Chief, both clever men, immediately agreed. "I also support this." Since the Duke of Zhenguo was skinned and humiliated, the 3 officials already knew that this brutal and unkind emperor wanted to hide from destruction and was trying to find reasons for himself. Since reasons are needed, they would give him one. Their answer pleased Emperor Jiazhen. He nodded and said, "But the 3 of you have already occupied the highest peak, Qitian Peak. You can attack or defend as needed, but the enemy's troops, weapons, and supplies are abundant." The Grand Minister of War added, "Then your Majesty should also occupy the 2nd highest peak, Longyin Mountain in the north." He didn't say why they should occupy Longyin Mountain in the north, because Emperor Jiazhen didn't need to know. The emperor only wanted to climb the mountain, and the words, Longyin, symbolized the emperor. Sure enough, after hearing this, Emperor Jiazhen nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, send the order." The next day, dismantle the camp and climb Longyin Mountain. The 3 officials exchanged a knowing look, understood each other, and responded with a respectful bow. "Yes, we will follow the order." Su Hua had no idea that the 5 members of the Su family, like unstoppable little bugs, were not only alive but had even reached the southern region. Qin Su and Qi Lin did not know that their father's murderer was currently just 200 miles away. The three of them led over 20,000 people through marshy wetlands. Although Su Hua had dealt with a giant crocodile in the swamp still posed a danger of swallowing people. Even with a clear path laid out, the trees underfoot seemed to float on the water as they moved. For safety, everyone could only move one person at a time. They had to be very careful and slow down. Because of this, crossing the swamp with over 20,000 people took quite a bit of time. Fortunately, no one fell into the swamp, and everyone crossed safely without any loss. After leaving the swamp, the flat forested land in front of the group was replaced by a cone-shaped volcano cluster. Each volcano, standing 500 to over 700 meters tall, looked like a giant iron pot placed on the mountain, arranged evenly. From afar, the mountains were covered with ancient trees, and lakes shimmered at the foot of the mountains. The team then entered real mountain climbing terrain. As the large group reached the first volcano and climbed halfway up, they kept slipping underfoot. Qin Su immediately ordered, "Everyone change into mountain climbing shoes." The shoes could prevent slipping, making climbing safer. Everyone listened to the order without hesitation and quickly changed their sandals hanging around their waists. Su Hua and the others also changed shoes, but they climbed without hesitation, staying close behind Qin Su and the Rong family. They not only kept up with the team, but showed no signs of fatigue. How could the mothers be tired? They all carried spiritual springs on their waists, which Su Hua had prepared. Drinking the spring could instantly relieve fatigue. They had been drinking the spring since fleeing, and their physical condition kept improving. Even delicate Shen Jiao Jiao looked strong now, no longer fragile. That night, after the main force crossed mountains and valleys and everyone was exhausted and lying down, Su Hua and the mothers still moved as if they had endless strength, making Qi Lin, who was 20 people behind, wince again. He didn't want to pay attention to Su Hua and the others, but recently, he had been proven wrong too many times, making it hard not to notice. Su Huanyang and the others really didn't hold back the team. Being included was a benefit for everyone. When the main group camped overnight in the flat forested area, after everyone finished their rice porridge, Su Hua approached Qin Su and Qi Lin, who were talking. In a quiet voice only they could hear, she said, "I found sulfur mines at the 5th volcano we passed earlier. Can you go collect it? Sulfur is an essential ingredient for making gunpowder." Since the team rarely encounters sulfur mines, missing this chance would mean missing out forever. Since Su Hua discovered it, she naturally wouldn't let it go. Qin Su and Qi Lin were stunned when they heard about the sulfur mine. The sulfur they knew was only used for fireworks. "Why do you want to collect it?" Qi Lin didn't dare ask Su Hua directly if she planned to make fireworks. He was afraid of asking the wrong question, just like before when he got lost in the forest and didn't understand how to make a compass, making him seem very foolish. Qin Su also didn't understand, but he didn't speak. Instead, he waited quietly for Su Hua to explain. It's not fair to blame them for not knowing. Did Qian still hasn't developed gunpowder? Seeing their confused expressions, Su Hua said something shocking. Sulfur can be used to make weapons more powerful than firecrackers. Collecting it is definitely the right choice. As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. He doubted he heard her right. "What did you say?" Su Hua didn't want to tell them about making gunpowder yet. She asked back, "Brother Qin, can you still collect it?" Although she didn't wait for Qin Su's answer, he nodded and said, "Yes, I can. I'll take Sifan now. You and Lin watch the team." Qi Lin's fire element ability wouldn't be useful for collecting sulfur, but Su Sifan's earth element ability could dig it up. Qin Su left immediately to call Su Sifan. Then, the two of them set out overnight toward the 5th volcano Su Hua mentioned. After the two left, Su Hua didn't bother with Qi Lin anymore and turned back to her tent. As for why Su Hua didn't tell Qi Lin about the sulfur, it's because the materials they collected were shared among the three of them. It was better to be open about it, avoiding Qi Lin talking behind her back. But it was easier when she didn't reveal everything openly. If she did, Qi Lin would feel embarrassed again. Moreover, He hadn't forgotten that Su Huai said sulfur could be used to make weapons more powerful than firecrackers. For him, eager to avenge the Emperor Dog, powerful weapons were extremely important. Clearly, Su Hua knew the formula for the weapon but did not want to share it now. Qin Su carried Su Sifin and used light skills to move quickly. After half an hour, they returned to the fifth volcano that Su Hua had mentioned. Standing on the mountain top, there were no trees, only a sparse patch of grass around the volcano vent. Qin Su took out an iron shovel from his space. He dug into the first layer of soil, and, to his surprise, he found bright yellow sulfur beneath it. "There's really sulfur," Qin Su couldn't help but say. The team had passed through the volcanic area without stopping, crossing over 20,000 people directly. Who would have thought that beneath these grasses, there was sulfur? Only Su Hua could notice things that others couldn't see from time to time. "Young Lord Qin, is this what you're collecting?" Su Sifin saw the sulfur Qin Su was digging out and said, "Then you step back, I'll do the digging." Digging soil and finding earth-type abilities was perfect for this task. After Qin Su stepped back, Su Sifin began to release her ability. She saw the first layer of soil at the volcano vent being lifted by her power, floating up. Then all the debris was transported away as if on a conveyor belt, discarded to the side. In just a few moments, the volcano vent looked like an orange peel to reveal bright yellow sulfur ore inside. Next, Su Sifin started to extract the sulfur ore. This, digging, was naturally controlled by her ability, causing the sulfur to automatically pile up into small mountains, making it easier for Qin Su to collect. The two of them worked effortlessly, one digging, the other collecting everything into her space. In less than half an hour, Qin Su had collected over 10 sulfur mountains. However, his space was finally full, with no room left to store more. Of course, the sulfur in the volcano vent was also running low. "That's enough, Sifin. Cover the soil back up," Qin Su said, unable to store more and instructing Su Sifin to replace the soil. The sulfur's bright color was too obvious, and since sulfur is toxic, regardless of whether people might pass by later, covering the soil back up was the safest way to hide the remaining sulfur that hadn't been dug out. He always made sure to avoid any hidden dangers. After Su Sifin finished everything, the two returned along the same path to their camp. When Su Hua heard that Qin Su had collected over 10 sulfur mountains, estimating about 200 tons, she nodded with great satisfaction. She has a reason for collecting sulfur. After the apocalypse, plants and animals mutated, and there were many wars and disasters. Gunpowder became very important. It is the 12th day of the countdown. A large army of over 20,000 people is crossing a volcanic area, moving about 3 miles forward. Ahead of everyone is a low, dry shrubbery area with deep gullies, a canyon made of yellow mud and rocks that looks a bit bald. The team also saw the distant Chitian Peak, finally catching a glimpse of its full shape. Although the mountain looks close, the team is actually still far from Chitian Peak. They need to cross the continuous canyon in front of them to reach the foot of the mountain range, which is about 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. "Let's go." Cross the canyon on the other side, Qin Su gave the order, and the team started descending into the gully and climbing up the opposite side. The first 200 people reached the top of the canyon first. But just as they arrived at the summit and hadn't gone far, everyone suddenly heard Su Hua shout, "Brother Qin, stop." Qin Su immediately stopped and turned around, confused. Everyone else was also startled and quickly stopped in their tracks. The 200 people felt a bit scared because Su Hua spoke while they were moving. Because whenever Su Hua spoke, danger was usually nearby. Yes, the 200 people guessed right. There was danger, and Su Hua was stopping everyone to prevent them from moving forward. Uncle Qin looked worried and asked, "What's wrong? Is there some trouble ahead?" Su Hua didn't answer, but walked quickly to Qin Su's side. She broke a branch from a shrub and first told Rong's family and Qin Xian to step back. Then she used the branch to hit Qin Su. While hitting him, she explained, "There are killer ant nests all over ahead. We can't go forward anymore. We must retreat back into the valley." Since Su Hua's eyesight suddenly improved after being struck by lightning, her vision became incredibly sharp. When she was climbing the canyon earlier, she saw a group of red ants on the ground, eating a dead mountain mouse. When she reached the top of the mountain and looked around again, she saw that the canyon ahead was full of dense red ant nests, like small graves. She also saw many animal bones in the canyon area. At this moment, Chin-su also had many red ants crawling on him, but he didn't notice. Seeing 2 red ants on Chin-su's collar, Su-hwa quickly brushed them off. She then told everyone, "Check yourselves for killer ants so you don't get bitten." Su-hwa calls them killer ants because she suspects the dead animal bones they found might have been caused by these ants. These red ants are very poisonous, like killer bees. They sting with their tail pincers, and their venom can even be deadly.
What?
Killer ants. When the 200 people heard the name, they all gasped in fear. They remembered the killer bees, poisonous insects, and snakes they had seen before. Seeing the dense ant scene made everyone feel nervous and scared, even causing some to feel uncomfortable. Uncle Chin cursed, "Why do these disgusting things never end?" An old woman also complained, "Why is the sky so cruel? Even ants can be deadly now. Why is heaven so harsh, not letting people live?" Although everyone was complaining, no one dared to ignore the danger. They helped each other check for ants. They not only brushed the ants off their bodies, but also quickly left the canyon, moving back to the flat ground across the valley. The 20,000 people behind them stopped to rest. In the end, only Chin-su, Su-hwa, Su-sifin, and curious Chi-lin stayed behind. Chi-lin saw the team stop and even start to retreat. When he heard about killer ants, he couldn't help but ask, "What are killer ants?" The 3 didn't answer. Chin-su simply pointed ahead. Chi-lin looked where Chin-su was pointing. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Ahead in the canyon, he saw endless rows of small dirt mounds, like mass graves. Right in front of them, just a few meters away, a piece of python meat was covered with red ants. Su-hwa had Chin-su throw the python meat there to see if the ants were carnivorous. It turned out they were. The animal bones in the canyon were definitely made by these red ants. Chi-lin watched as more and more red ants crawled out of the mounds and moved in a neat, organized way toward the python meat, like an army. His scalp tingled, and he got goosebumps. I want to burn them all. Chi-lin thought that now his fire element ability would definitely come in handy. Earlier, he couldn't even kill a snake, which made him doubt himself. Now he didn't believe that these tiny insects could not be burned to death. Su-hwa and Chin-sua both turned to look at him when they heard this. Before Chin-sua could speak, Su-hwa said coolly, "You can try, but they might not be afraid of you, and you might not be able to burn them all." "What? I can't burn a bunch of tiny insects to death." Chi-lin felt that Su-hwa's words were very hurtful and insulting to him. He didn't believe in giving up. He raised his hand and activated his ability, instantly igniting all the red ants on the snake and on the ground. But he soon realized that although he burned the visible ants, the ants inside the nest kept crawling out again and again. "I told you, you can't burn them all," Su-hwa said firmly, giving him a sharp reminder. Finally, she pointed to the forest area and asked, "There are millions of people in the mountains and forests. Are you sure you want to set large fires? Red ants have nests. The ants on the surface can be burned, but the ones inside the nests cannot." Moreover, as Su-hwa said, setting fires in the primitive forest is like killing fleeing villagers. Previously, the large groups set up campfires, but they always extinguished them with water before leaving, not daring to leave any sparks. Now it's different. Once Chi-lin releases his fire ability, it could ignite the entire canyon area. In the primitive forest, a small spark can cause a big fire. Hearing Su-hwa mention the millions of people, Chi-lin suddenly realized he had been impulsive and careless, and his face turned hot with embarrassment. He turned to look at Su-sifin and said, "Su-sifin can use his ability to clear the ant nests first. Then I can set a fire. If I accidentally burn other places, Su-sifin can cover the fire with soil and put it out. That way, we can prevent the fire, right?" Su-hwa blinked and nodded. "Yes, that works. Thank you for your effort." This was her plan. Letting Chi-lin set fires alone was definitely not a good idea. Not only would he fail to burn all the ants, but he might also ignite the forest, which could burn down the entire Chitian mountain range. But combining fire abilities with earth abilities to work together was a different story. Su Hua grinned mischievously and waved at Qin Sua. "Brother Qin, this time we can rest while they do the work." Earlier, Qin Sua had spent a day killing a giant snake, and she had also killed a giant crocodile. Both of them had done quite a lot. Now it was fair for Qilin to do some work. When Qilin was working with Su Sifan, Su Hua sat on a large rock with Qin Su watching. Although they left the work to Qilin and Su Sifan, neither dared to leave, mainly worried about them being bitten by ants, so they stayed to keep safe. The big rock was small, less than 2 square meters of clean space. Qin Su sat very stiffly next to Su Hua, feeling awkward. He looked down at Su Hua, who was happily nibbling on the cake he gave her, unaware of the social boundaries between men and women.
Insu said quietly.
"This girl really thinks she's a boy." "Brother Qin, why aren't you eating?" Su Hua asked, noticing Qin Su's gaze. She turned around in surprise. Caught in the act, Qin Su's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly shook his head. "You eat it." Su Hua choked for a moment, then thought for a while. She took the water pouch from her waist and handed it to Qin Su. "You treat me to cake, and I'll treat you to some good tea. I brewed a special tea, very different. It was Longjing tea brewed with spiritual spring water. Ordinary people couldn't drink it." Seeing Qin Su didn't take it, Su Huan corked the water pouch and pressed it to Qin Su's lips. "Drink it. I swear it's delicious, and once you try it, you'll get hooked." Qin Su was surprised to see Su Hua so enthusiastic. He was a bit scared. He wanted to refuse, but worried Su Hua might misunderstand him as being picky. But he took it anyway. It was Su Hua's water pouch, after all. He didn't dare to drink. "Let's drink together." Qin Su took the water pouch and took out 2 small, green jade cups from his space. He handed one jade cup to Su Hua. Su Hua looked down at the jade cup Qin Su conjured out of nowhere and was stunned. But she didn't think too much. She assumed that this young man liked to use fine tea sets for tea, making it a special ceremony. Watching Qin Su carefully pour tea, with a serious expression, she chuckled. "Brother Qin, you've collected quite a few nice things. Drinking tea is quite fancy." Qin Su, busy pouring tea to hide his embarrassment, heard Su Hua's teasing words and almost dropped the water pouch. He opened his mouth to explain that he wasn't particular, he just. But when he looked up and saw Su Hua's mischievous smile, he thought it might be better if she thought he was particular about his tea set. Seeing Qin Su hesitate to speak, Su Hua grinned and asked, "Brother Qin, do you have many tea sets? Do you have extra? I will exchange it for good tea." Su Hua bought all the fine tea from a tea shop, but she didn't have good tea sets. She thought that good tea should be paired with pure spring water, a set of fine teaware, and a good book. Then even the end of the world would seem better. Just happened to have 2 sets. "I'll give you this one." Qin Su saw that Su Hua wanted a tea set, and without hesitation, he took out a complete set of jade teaware. He even brought out the wooden box that held the tea set. He actually had 2 sets of teaware. This one was a treasure, kept in his room, and was his favorite. The other set was used by his father in the main hall of the house to entertain guests. Seeing that the young man was truly generous and willing to give her a whole set of teaware, Su Hua quickly waved her hand and said, "You can keep the tea set, but you must leave it for me. When we are settled, you can give it to me." Qin Su nodded and promised, "Okay, Xiao Hua, I will keep it for you." After Qin Su stored the tea set in his space, Su Hua handed him the filled teacup and smiled. "Brother Qin, let's enjoy the tea slowly. My brothers won't be back so soon." "All right." Qin Su didn't hesitate this time. He took the teacup, tilted his head, and took a sip. Then he realized that the tea brewed by Su Hua was truly special. Before the cup touched his lips, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nose, lingering after he drank, leaving a sweet scent in his mouth and teeth. Most importantly, the tea Su Hua prepared was packed into a water pouch before their journey, so the flavor was perfectly preserved. After drinking, a sweet taste spread through his throat. The first sip brought surprise, the second brought delight, and the third made him marvel. Good tea, Xiaohua. Your tea skills are excellent. Qin Su praised generously after finishing the cup. Su Hua felt secretly amused, but didn't mention the spring water's role. She poured him another cup and said, I wasn't wrong, was I? This tea is really different. Once you try it, you'll be hooked. Su Sifan used his earth element ability to flatten an ant nest, while Qilin used his fire ability to burn the ants. The two worked together, but didn't do large-scale operations. Each time, Su Sifan only flattened 10 ant nests. When he saw Qilin accidentally ignite other bushes with his fire, Su Sifan used earth to bury and extinguish the fire. Every time they exposed millions or even tens of millions of red ants inside the nests, both of them felt as if ants were crawling all over their bodies. I felt a wave of nausea, and the goosebumps on my body didn't go away. We burned for about an hour, but we had only covered less than a fifth of the area. I was starting to lose patience. Why are there so many of these things? Qilin was getting angry. The entire canyon area stretched for dozens of miles. We were moving slowly, and by nightfall, we weren't sure if we could finish burning everything. Drink some water to cool down. Su Sifan saw Qilin getting impatient and, noticing he hadn't brought water, took her water pouch from her waist and handed it to him. Qilin caught the pouch, but since he remembered Su Sifan had already drunk from it, he felt a shiver and almost threw it back. Su Sifan immediately saw the disgust in Qilin's eyes, rolled her eyes, and said, This is a new water pouch. I haven't drunk from it yet. It's definitely clean and free of disease. No wonder his fifth sister didn't like Qilin. This young master was really hard to please. While fleeing and living in hardship, he still cared about such details. When Qilin heard the water pouch was new, he quickly grabbed it again, cursing a little about ants, then opened the cap and drank several sips of spiritual spring water. After calming his temper, he resumed burning the ants patiently. However, just when Qilin, Su Sifan, Su Hua, and Qin Su were all convinced that nothing unexpected would happen, Qilin was still bitten by 5 or 6 red ants crawling into his clothes. At first, he only felt it on his back like being pricked by a needle, a little sore. He scratched it absent-mindedly and didn't think much of it. He thought he was just imagining the ants because he had seen too many, which made him nervous, and that's why he felt ants crawling on him. But when he found bites on his waist, elbows, and other parts of his body, he realized something was wrong. He reached inside his collar and pulled out a red ant, his face suddenly turning pale. He asked with a pale face, Su Sifan, Did your sister say what happens if someone gets bitten by these ants? Su Sifan was stunned and shook her head. No, she didn't say. She only said these are killer ants and everyone should be careful not to get bitten. Qilin's eyes widened. Don't tell me these ants can really kill a person? Su Sifan thought of something and asked in disbelief, Are you bitten? Is that why you're asking? Qilin really didn't want to admit it, but he had been bitten. Could he deny it? Unlike other ants that eat plants, this species is a typical carnivore. If hundreds of millions or billions of these ants swarm together, they can really swallow a large animal or even attack humans. Within a few hours, they can gnaw a big animal down to just bones. A single ant nest can contain a huge number of ants, up to hundreds of thousands or even a million. But compared to their numbers, their tail pincers are even more frightening. Their venom is just as strong as that of killer bees. When a person is stung by a red ant, the sting causes a strong burning sensation, followed by a small white blister. If the blister is popped, it can lead to bacterial infection. If multiple parts of the body are stung, it can cause poisoning throughout the body, leading to convulsions and kidney failure. In severe cases, it can cause allergic shock or even death. Although Qilin was only bitten by 5 red ants, each ant's sting can inject venom multiple times, releasing poison from their sacs each time. Even with few ants, Qilin was stung more than 20 times in a short period. These tiny ants, Qilin cursed angrily, scratching at the bites. The more he scratched, the more intense the pain became. Soon, the areas around the bites developed water blisters. Seeing the yellow blisters on his skin, Qilin thought he might die from poisoning, and he also remembered his unfinished revenge, cursing loudly.
It.
He had led troops into battle at age 12 and was called a young war god at 15. Enemies trembled at his name, especially because he had special abilities. But now he was about to be killed by just a few tiny ants. Tiny ants, the size of a finger, easily crushed by a single finger. It was a huge shame, a ridiculous joke. Stop scratching. Su Sifin saw Qilin scratching himself nonstop. Soon, his hands and neck were covered with blisters, confirming that Qilin had been bitten by ants. He quickly tried to stop him, then took out a survival whistle from his clothes and blew it to call for help from Su Hua. Each person in their team had been given a bamboo whistle as part of their climbing gear, meant for emergency rescue. In fact, this small, seemingly insignificant item can really save lives in critical moments. When Su Sifin blew the whistle repeatedly, both Su Huai, who had suddenly lost his hearing, and Qin Su, who was skilled in martial arts, heard the distress signal. Almost as soon as the sound reached their ears, the two of them instantly teleported away from their tea. The difference was that Qin Su's figure disappeared suddenly and reappeared just as quickly. Su Huai's figure, on the other hand, looked like a purple lightning bolt leaving a residual shadow. In just 2 breaths, Qin Su and Su Huai appeared beside Qilin and Su Sifin almost at the same time. What's wrong? Who got bitten? They spoke in unison, but before they could get an answer, they saw Qilin scratching himself frantically. At that moment, every place Qilin had scratched, his neck, the back of his hands, was covered in blisters. Seeing this, both of them understood immediately.
Su.
Am I going to die? Qilin suddenly grabbed Qin Su's arm, his face twisted with fear. I haven't avenged my father yet. After saying that, he let go, his face pale with shock, taking a few steps back, muttering, I haven't killed the Emperor of Dogs yet. How can I die? If I die, how can I face my parents? Qin Su looked at Su Huai with questioning eyes. Su Huai furrowed his brows and explained, as long as you don't have trouble breathing, feel nauseous, have chest tightness, blurred vision, paralysis, or lose consciousness, signs of an allergic reaction, you won't die. She then took the water pouch from Su Sifin's hand, threw it to Qin Su, and said, First, get rid of the killer ants, then use this water to wash the bites. Hearing Su Huai's words, Qilin realized he wasn't experiencing those terrifying symptoms and guessed he might not die. He froze in place. But Su Huai ignored his shock, turned around, and moved a little farther away. First, Qilin needed to avoid removing his clothes, and second, she had to find a way to kill the ants. Originally, she planned to use Qilin's fire ability to burn the ants, quick and easy. But when Qilin was bitten, she didn't want to wait. She decided to handle it herself. Red ants are not afraid of fire or water. They hide from fire and swim together when flooded. The safest method was poison bait. However, poison bait takes at least 2 days to ensure all the ants are killed. With only 12 days left before the end of the world, Su Huai didn't have time to wait for slow poisoning. Her only option was to burn them. This time, the fire was different. She decided to first create a fire break to block the entire canyon area from other forest fires, to prevent the fire from spreading. After that, she would set the fire to burn the canyon, eliminating the red ants completely. Once she had a plan, she waited until Qilin finished cleaning his wounds, killed the red ants on him, and put his clothes back on. Then she returned to the original spot and shared her idea. Brother Qin, I plan to switch to manual ignition. Have all the guards and men in the team cut down all the trees around the canyon, removing all flammable materials. Build a fire break 15 zhong wide to block the fire source in the canyon. Originally, Su Sifin's special ability was the fastest way to build a fire break, but Su Hua still needed to dig up ant nests, which would take a lot of energy in such a large canyon. Since Su Sifin's ability had only recently awakened, it wouldn't take much energy. There are over 200,000 people in the army, with more than 100,000 men. If all the men go, they can surround the canyon. If each man clears a 50-meter wide area of trees, the work can be done before dark. This way, they can save a day. Qin listened to Su Hua's plan and immediately smiled. Little Hua, your idea is good. I also think so. While bandaging Qi Linqing's back wound, he had been thinking of a plan. He didn't expect to think the same as Su Hua. He looked up at the sky and said, I'll give the order now to build the fire break. Then he turned to comfort Qi Linqing. Ailin, you've been bitten. Find a clean place to rest first. Leave the rest of the work to us. Qi Linqing, who was bitten and scared himself, looked pale. Hearing Qin tell him to rest, he felt even more embarrassed. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. He believed his fire ability was powerful, and a single hand could crush a tiny ant. But he didn't realize that these ants he looked down on had slapped him hard in the face. In the end, they even had to rely on Su Hua's idea to switch to manual ignition. His fire ability was utterly useless. And the scene where he was so scared he thought he would die, unable to take revenge, was also seen by Su Hua. He had truly lost all face. Seeing Qi Linqing sitting there dejected and silent, Qin knew this brother had been hit hard again. He patted Qi Linqing's shoulder but said nothing, then turned around to give the orders. A large army of over 200,000 men, aged between 15 and 50, all dressed very carefully. They wore clothes that covered their arms, collars, pants, and shoes tightly to prevent ant bites. Everyone carried ropes or tools and carefully crossed the edge of the canyon to build a fire break. As Su Huai predicted, the 100,000 men armed with axes, sickles, swords, shovels, and hoes formed a line around the canyon. Then all the men started working. Some chopped down trees, others cleared grass with hoes, removing flammable materials. The scene of so many people working together was very impressive, and their combined strength was terrifying. They saw a circle at the edge of the canyon. Whether it was on the cliffs or steep walls, trees kept falling quickly, revealing a fire break. By sunset, the entire fire break, about 15 meters wide, was clear and visible. Su Shifan looked at the fire break and said in amazement, Fifth sister, your method is much faster than before. Before, he and Qilin only dared to burn small areas of ants because they were afraid of igniting the whole mountain range. But now, with the fire break built, they didn't have to worry anymore and could act more boldly. Once the fire break was complete, the men retreated to the flat ground across the ravine to rest. Su Huai then said to Qin, Brother Qin, take my brother and use your light skills to explore the ant nests. I'll handle the fire. Su Huai planned to have Su Shifan split into sections to explore the ant nests while she set the fire from behind. To speed up exploring the ant nests, they could only rely on Qin light skills to help. Okay, little Huai, be careful yourself, Qin readily agreed, doing whatever Su Huai asked. Before leaving, both he and Su Shifan wore protective gear to prevent ant bites again. After confirming only their faces were exposed, Qin used his light skills to fly into the canyon with Su Shifan. Each time he landed, Su Shifan used his special power to turn over all the ant nests within a 2-mile radius. Soon, Su Huai and Qilin, who was sitting quietly nearby, saw a very spectacular scene. Qin and Su Shifan seemed to peel back a layer of paper from the ground, revealing a red cloth underneath. But this red cloth wasn't really cloth, it was a dense mass of red ants. Countless red ants formed an enormous, red cloth that kept spreading and growing. Within a mile, it quickly expanded to 5 miles, 10 miles, and more. Su Hua saw that the area of the ant nest had almost been flattened, so she poured pine oil left by Qin onto the bushes and grass. Then she took out a fire starter and lit the bushes.
Boom! A loud sound.
The bushes soaked in pine oil instantly caught fire, and in the next second, the flames grew stronger and stronger. In just a few moments, the huge fire began to swallow the expanding red cloth. The fire and the red cloth seemed like playful friends, chasing each other without giving in. Su Hua watched the flames quickly consume the red ants and smiled happily. She thought that after burning the red ants, it would get dark outside, and tomorrow they could finally reach the foot of the mountain range. Lin looked at the blazing fire in front of him, but his mind was like a bottle of mixed flavors. Seeing Su Hua's face lit by the firelight, he couldn't help but think deeply. He used to look down on the mischievous girl, but as his good brother Su said, she should never be underestimated. Now, he saw something in Su Hua that he didn't have himself. Su Hua always seemed to look forward, while he kept looking back. Even now, even with the raging fire ahead, the scenes they saw in their eyes were definitely different. He saw gray. She saw colors. The fire started from the east side of the canyon area, then gradually spread to the south, and finally completely engulfed the entire canyon. The fire burned for several hours until it slowly died out at night. In the end, not only did it burn all the red ants in the canyon, but it also destroyed everything. When everything was quiet again, Su Sifin looked at the smoky canyon and suddenly sighed. "Fifth sister, we've finally killed all the killer ants." Su Hua also happily agreed. "Yes. Tomorrow, we can reach the mountain range. In a few days, we'll be able to climb Chi Tian Peak." Thinking of something, she turned and asked, "Brother Qin, after you finished digging the ant nest, did you explore the mountain range?" Qin Su nodded. "Yes, after crossing the big river. You might really like that place." "Huh?"
Su Hua blinked in confusion.
The primitive forest was full of poisonous insects and fierce beasts, dangerous everywhere.
What could she possibly like?
Qin Suo looked at Su Hua with curious eyes and almost couldn't hold back a smile. But for some reason, he suddenly wanted to surprise Su Hua and decided not to tell her. He said, "You'll find out when we arrive tomorrow." The peak cluster area was peaceful, full of various animals like birds, beasts, and even pandas. There were many strange flowers and plants, and the waterfalls were beautiful. There were no dangerous snakes or giant crocodiles here. Compared to the hellish canyon area they passed through, the peak cluster area was like a fairyland on Earth. "Do you like it? Could it be some kind of treasure?" Seeing Qin Suo act mysteriously and with bright eyes, Su Hua thought to herself. But since Qin Suo didn't say anything, she didn't ask. She just wondered if there really was a treasure, how should she collect it? There were 11 days left. In the afternoon, the main group finally crossed the canyon area. They reached Liao River, one of the 6 great rivers of the Qitian mountain range. This river was about 80 meters wide, with fast currents, high rapids, and many waterfalls and dangerous shallows. The water upstream mainly came from melting snow on Qitian Peak across the river, supplemented by summer rains, so the water was abundant. Because the river water flowed down from Qitian Peak, it was always cold. When 200 people looked across the river, they all gasped.
"Wow.
The waterfall is so beautiful. The mountain on the other side looks like a fairyland. Look over there. There are spotted deer. I see a spotted deer." Indeed, everyone saw that along the cliff on the opposite side of the river, water poured down from a high cliff, forming a curtain waterfall that flowed into the river. Moreover, on the mountain beyond the cliff, clouds and mist surrounded the peaks, exotic flowers and plants grew everywhere, and butterflies fluttered. There were many birds flying in the air, including some rare, colorful feathered birds that no one could name. There were also various animals like deer, wild cattle, wild elephants, pandas, and golden monkeys. "Is this the surprise you mentioned?" Su Hua stared at the animals and birds on the other side, finally understanding why Qin Suo said she would like it. Qin Suo must have thought that since she was so friendly to horses, she would definitely like animals.
All right."
She didn't dare say she liked treasure more. And she wouldn't refuse to take these animals, especially since she had previously planned to put wild animals into her space when passing through Lichuan. Now, she could finally get her wish. On the other side, there were all kinds of friendly and adorable wild animals. Su Sifin and Qin Su had previously explored an ant nest and then visited the banks of the Liao River. To help the main group cross the river smoothly, Su Sifin brought large stones from nearby and threw them into the rushing river, creating about 10 makeshift paths. To avoid revealing that these paths were man-made, they were winding and sometimes flooded, requiring people to wade through water. There was also a need to climb down the canyon and scale the opposite cliff, which required climbing ladders. "Bring all the climbing ladders and ropes," Chin-su ordered. He had already found a good spot to land downstream. Once the team's climbing ladders were brought over and securely tied, the main group could climb down the river. However, the cliffs on both sides were over 100 meters deep, making climbing difficult and dangerous, especially for women, children, and those afraid of heights. Besides Su Huai's makeshift aerial cable car, this was the simplest way to cross the river. Soon, Qi Lin and Chin-su used light skills to descend the river, climb rocks, and fly to the other side. Then they worked together to tie 30 climbing ladders to the rocks on both sides. 15 ladders on each side formed 15 teams, allowing 15 people to use ladders at once. Each ladder could support 8 people descending at the same time, meaning a full round could carry 120 people. To ensure everyone's safety and avoid accidents, each ladder was equipped with a safety rope for cliff descent, taught by Su Huai. Everyone descending the cliff first wore the safety rope, then used the ladder as a step, working perfectly together. About half an hour later, all the ladders and safety ropes were securely tied. To boost everyone's confidence, Su Huai and her team went first.
Mom.
I'll go down first, then you all follow. Don't be afraid, just step carefully on the ladder when descending. Su Huai secured the safety rope on herself and her mother, then led the way down the ladder. Shan Jiao, Su Sijin, and Xiazhu looked at the over 100-meter high cliff, and it was hard not to tremble. But thinking about the safety ropes and seeing Su Huai descend so easily, they all widened their eyes. Shan Jiao exclaimed, "It doesn't look scary at all. It's actually pretty easy." Because the cliff descent used a single rope to share part of Su Hua's weight, along with a foot-held climbing ladder for support, Su Hua quickly descended 30 meters like a nimble gecko climbing a wall. In the eyes of her mother and others, it looked incredibly easy. No, wait. It should be said that Su Hua's movements at this moment were truly impressive. I'll go first. Brother Yu, follow me from behind. Perhaps because she had recently experienced many life and death adventures with Su Hua, Shin Jiao's legs trembled for a moment, but she gathered her courage and was the second to follow.
Got it, Mom.
I'm not afraid, so you didn't find it scary. Instead, he thought cliff descent was exciting. Behind them, Shen Jiao carefully descended, but she was annoyed that her mother was too slow. Meanwhile, Chin-su was also organizing Rong's cliff descent. His plan was to use light skills to carry his mother across the river. But Rong refused, saying, "So you dared to go down alone at 8 years old. Does that mean I, your mother, am not as brave as a child? If I rely on you at the foot of the mountain, how will we climb the Chi Tian peak afterward?" Chin-su was momentarily speechless, then said after a pause, "Be careful, sister. I will take you and our younger sibling across soon." Rong handed Chin-yu to Chin-su, waved her hand, and let her maidservants Xiaolon and Chunning to descend the cliff. The two maids were actually quite scared, but since their lady and 8-year-old Suyu were fearless, they had to hold back their fear. Because Su Hua's mother and others, along with Rong's group, led the way down the cliff. All other women, girls, and children over 8 years old, no matter how scared they were, trembled but still followed. Children under 8 were carried by their fathers, tied with cloth ropes, and descended together. Elderly men and women, around 60 years old, were also protected by their sons during the descent. No one was allowed to fall behind, no matter how difficult or frightening. Everyone had to face it themselves. As Rong said, most of the group was now at the foot of the mountain range, with even higher peaks over 4,000 meters above sea level waiting to be climbed. If they couldn't climb, they would be eliminated by the world. Soon, a scene appeared by the riverbank. From a divine perspective, it looked like over 20,000 people, like dense ants, lined up in a queue, each descending the canyon one after another. Then they crossed the river, climbed over 100 meters up the cliff on the opposite side, creating a truly spectacular sight. This scene continued until the sunset. Of course, some women, children, the elderly, and the weak slipped or were frightened, getting minor scratches along the way, but luckily there were no serious injuries. By dusk, over 20,000 people finally crossed to the other side of the mountain range. The main group stepped through the flowing water and passed through a pine forest, suddenly opening up in front of them. They saw a wide grassland, filled not only with strange flowers and plants, but also with wild elephants, spotted deer, antelopes, wild oxen, musk deer, and gazelles. On both sides of the grassland, in the bamboo and pine forests, there were pandas, golden monkeys, gibbons, snow chickens, green-tailed pheasants, blood pheasants, wild boars, and rabbits. No one had ever seen so many animals and birds all at once. This time, they almost recognized every species. However, for these 20,000 people, these animals were intruders in their land. When the animals realized humans had entered their home, they were frightened and ran away, making loud noises. In a flash, all the animals disappeared, showing everyone what it meant to scatter in all directions. Uncle Chin saw the animals vanish instantly and laughed happily, saying, "Haha, they run pretty fast, but no matter how fast they go, tonight we will still have them for dinner." Suhua couldn't help but twitch her lips and said to everyone, "Those animals might have invisible bugs inside them. If we eat, better choose wild chickens, wild pigs, or rabbits. Try to avoid eating other animals." Hearing about bugs inside the animals, Uncle Chin was startled and asked, "What? Bugs inside animals? What happens if we eat them?" Suhua looked serious and replied, "If we eat them, people might get sick with the plague. It could spread quickly. One person gets sick, then 10, then 100. If we don't know what kind of disease it is and don't have medicine, one piece of contaminated meat could wipe out all of us." Although she planned to collect animals into her space, she wasn't trying to scare everyone unnecessarily. The others gasped when they heard Suhua's warning. Uncle Chin trusted Suhua the most and immediately said, "This forest has all kinds of strange things. Miss Su is right. Better not eat anything we're not sure about. Now that we've come this far, don't risk your life for a bite. We don't want to lose our lives over food." Chin Su didn't doubt Suhua's words and ordered everyone, set up camp on the grassland for the night. Except for wild chickens, wild pigs, and rabbits, no hunting of other animals is allowed. Afterward, he turned to give instructions to Qi Lin, telling him to also strictly prohibit the 20,000 people from hunting any animals. While the main group was setting up camp, the men went hunting wild boars. Suhua also took the opportunity to sneak into the forest to catch wild animals. She used teleportation to find the animals that had just scattered. When she sent out her thoughts, all the animals within a mile, whether flying in the trees or walking on the ground, were pulled into her space. Then, the space inside her bag almost went crazy. Suhua kept collecting animals, tossing in a bunch of freeloaders. Every time she added wild animals, her space became chaotic. Birds and beasts fluttered and ran around, and even the three wolves, Lightning, Chase Wind, and Thunder, were scared and howling loudly. Luckily, Suhua threw the animals into the large mountain area behind the waterfall. She couldn't understand why Suhua kept collecting these freeloaders. There were all kinds of animals, including big and small pandas. Seeing the pandas, which looked a bit cute and silly, she didn't throw them into the mountain area but instead put them on the grassland with the cattle and horses. After estimating, she thought Suhua had collected at least a few thousand animals, including many birds, probably nearly 10,000 in total. Thinking about the poisonous watermelons and the 1,000-year orchids in the mountain area, she felt frustrated. She was worried the wild animals might get poisoned, so she moved the toxins to another place, into the mist zone, where she used to live. That place, where she used to stay, had her and all the lower animals that smelled it would become scared and dare not approach. It was perfect for hiding the toxins. After Suhua finished collecting animals, she didn't go into her space right away. Instead, she returned to the camp, had dinner with wild boar meat, and then used an excuse to take Su Si Fan away. Chin Su and Qi Lin saw the brother and sister leave and thought Su was going to guide Su Si Fan in practicing her supernatural powers. But they didn't know that Suhua was actually going to collect limestone. Yes, she was excited to find a limestone mine. What's the use of limestone? It's very useful for her. In the future, it could be used to build stables, cow pens, pigsties, and fences, and it has many other important uses. Brother, try moving a mountain. Move this mountain to the open space on the right, so I can see how skilled your supernatural ability is. Su Shifan looked up at the small hill about 15 zhong high in front of him. He didn't doubt Su Hua's true intention and immediately released his special power. Soon, the entire hill started to shake. Like a giant tree being pulled out from its roots, the whole mountain lifted and moved to the empty space nearby. Su Hua was very happy to see this. She pointed at another hill of similar height and said, "Collapse that mountain too and break the rocks." Having quicklime was not enough. She also needed to gather some rocks. The hill next to the quicklime mine was just a rocky mountain. "Okay, fifth sister," Su Shifan replied, and did as told. Soon the second hill also collapsed. It looked like a landslide, exposing the rocks inside. Many large rocks were broken into smaller pieces about 30 square feet each. Su Hua was very pleased with the rocks. She smiled so happily her eyes almost closed. She patted Su Shifan's shoulder and said, "Brother, you're really good at Earth-type powers.
Perfect for this."
Well done. Really, fifth sister. Su Shifan was so happy to hear Su Hua praise him. He didn't like fighting or killing. He was just worried about wasting his powers. Su Hua encouraged him generously. "Yes. Believe in yourself. If you practice well, you could move mountains and fill seas in the future." In Su Hua's eyes, there was no such thing as useless powers. Having powers didn't mean you had to fight or kill. She gave him a few more tips on how to train, then tricked Su Shifan into returning to their camp. Unaware, just half a mile after they turned away, Su Hua moved the quicklime mine and the rocky mountain into her space. Only 2 flat empty areas remained where they had been. Inside her space, the little spirit, Pai Pai, soon saw Su Hua throw in 2 large mountains. Yes, large mountains. It almost buried her and the livestock alive. If it hadn't been quick and smart, throwing the mountains into the mist zone, the whole space would have been ruined by this little owner's careless tossing and collecting.
It was terrifying.
When Pai Pai went to check the 2 mountains, it saw that they were just ordinary mountains. It thought to itself that it must have a serious talk with the little owner when she entered the space again. A beautiful fairyland space shouldn't be used for random tossing and collecting. But Su Hua didn't let it happen, nor did she have time to enter her space. Because there are only 10 days left until the end of the world. These 10 days are very urgent for her. After gathering the supplies she needed and returning to the camp with Su Sifan, Su Hua found Qin Su. She asked Qin Su to gather 200 people and Qi Lin to hold a meeting. This meeting was about climbing Chi Tian Peak. The 200 people, who had been fleeing for nearly 3 months, were gathering around 2 bonfires for the first time to discuss. Everyone didn't understand what Su Hua wanted to say. Even Qin Su and Qi Lin thought she was just talking about necessary climbing supplies. But Su Hua's real message was different. She looked around at the confused crowd and said surprisingly, "Next, we will climb Chi Tian Peak, but not everyone can go up. Because at a height of 1,000 zhong, some of us, including my mother and others, might not be able to breathe. So, some of us might only manage to reach the top of the mountain range, but going beyond 1,500 zhong might be impossible." When Su Hua finished speaking, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what she meant by not being able to breathe. None of them had ever climbed high peaks before, so they didn't know about oxygen deficiency or high-altitude sickness. Su Hua explained, "Everyone knows that we can breathe now because there is air around us. But above 1,000 zhong, the air becomes thin and not enough for normal breathing. If some of us can't tolerate the thin air, our hearts will race, we might feel sick and in serious cases, it could be life-threatening." Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. But soon, they understood what Su Hua was trying to say. She was telling everyone that if someone can't breathe and can't go higher, the team might have to split up. Qin Su also understood Su Hua's point. His face turned serious instantly. "Xiao Hua, there's no way to solve this problem of not being able to breathe, right?"
Su Hua nodded.
"Yes, there's no way. I can only try to help temporarily, but to keep climbing Chi Tian Peak and stay at high altitudes for a long time, each person must adapt to the environment. In her old world, Many extreme athletes had climbed peaks without oxygen. Some could do it without oxygen, but others had to stop halfway and give up. So, she had to make sure everyone knew about this and be honest from the start. 200 people learned that if they couldn't join the Cheetian Peak team, they might be disbanded. One day, they could be left to survive alone. Everyone fell silent. They had been fleeing for nearly 3 months and had grown used to traveling together. Suddenly, they heard that some might fall behind during the climb, and everyone was frightened. Especially thinking about the coming apocalypse, the possibility of facing death alone made them feel scared. God of Plagues, you really don't want us to live. The elderly woman from the Gu family was the oldest in the group. She sensed she wouldn't make it onto Cheetian Peak and felt hopeless. She thought about how she had survived many disasters since her family was taken over. She had struggled on, barely holding on. Now, she feared she might not survive at all. How could she accept that? What should we do? After all the hardships of escaping, are we still going to die? A woman was also affected by the elderly woman's words. She thought about her child, who might not make it onto the mountain, and she started to cry softly. Even Rongshi looked worried because Xiao Qinyu was less than 3 months old, and Qin Xian was naturally weak since childhood. Qilin looked even more like he had received terrible news. He led over 20,000 people, all with families, wives, children, and the elderly. These families were mostly women, children, and the weak. If they couldn't reach the peak, the soldiers wouldn't abandon their families and survive alone. Then, what was the point of the soldiers' journey? Su Hua saw everyone feeling down but said nothing, nor did she try to comfort them. Because they all knew that sooner or later, they would face this reality at the top of the mountain. It was better to prepare them mentally in advance. No one knew what feelings each person was hiding as they dispersed. In the end, only Rongshi, Qinyu, Qin Xian, Qilin, and Qin Su remained around the campfire. Rongshi and Qin Su looked at Qilin, who seemed lost in thought, and didn't know what to say. Earlier, Yun Xiao had asked if Qilin was willing to stay and form an alliance. After much hesitation, he decided to join the team for the climb. But tonight, Su Hua told everyone that reaching Cheetian Peak might be impossible. That news was a heavy for Qilin. Asking Qilin to give up over 20,000 soldiers and their families was like stabbing him in the heart. Rongshi pondered for a long time and sighed. If we can get the people to the top of the mountain, that's good. If not, we may have to give up and leave it to fate. Turning around, he spoke to Qin Su. You give the account to Qilin. That part belongs to him. Once you reach the top of the peak of all peaks, how he decides is up to him. After saying this, he hugged Qinyu and, with Qin Xian, turned to rest. After his mother left, Qin Su took out a ledger from his clothing and handed it to Qilin. Alin, here is the account. The ledger recorded all the supplies received on the escape journey, with detailed lists including weapons and tools. Seeing Qilin look lost and not reach out to take it, Qin Su stood up and placed it on Qilin's lap. Alin, my mother and I, no matter how difficult the road ahead, will climb the peak of heaven. He didn't miss the part where Su Hua mentioned adapting to high altitudes. Although they couldn't solve the problem of breathing difficulties, as long as they gradually adapted, they might challenge human limits. He and his mother would try to push these limits. When Qin Su finished speaking and turned around, Qilin suddenly called out, stopping him. If halfway up, your mother and they can't breathe, what will you do? Hearing this, Qin Su stiffened. Then, after a moment, he turned back and said, I will stop first, let them adapt, then continue climbing together, one foot after another. If we can't reach the top in one day, we'll try again the next day. If not, then the day after that. In short, we will keep climbing, keep fighting to survive. Only by staying alive can we save our lives to fight the Dog Emperor in the future. Qin Su's goal was very simple, to climb with Su Hua and challenge his own limits. He wasn't necessarily aiming to reach the summit, but to do his best to take his family to higher ground to escape the apocalyptic disaster. 10th day before the deadline. A team of over 200,000 people, the atmosphere heavy, officially began climbing the peaks, aiming for the peak of all peaks. These peaks, although part of a branch mountain range, reach heights of 4,000 meters. Climbing had no shortcuts, only effort and perseverance. They climbed down lower peaks and then moved on to higher ones, gradually approaching the peak of all peaks. When encountering steep cliffs, Su Sifin would secretly carve out winding paths. Sometimes they used climbing ladders, and each time they did, Chin Su would leave a ladder behind. They also tied cloth strips along the way to guide their team forward. Every day, they started climbing at dawn and rested at sunset. Time slipped by quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day before the deadline, noon. A large group of over 200,000 people finally reached the top of the mountain at 4,000 meters above sea level. This was right at the foot of Chitian Peak. As expected, most of the people here were having trouble breathing. Some even felt nauseous and vomited, with severe headaches. Others were completely weak, bleeding from the nose, and unable to continue walking. Men, women, and children were all affected, and the scene was very tragic. Chin Su's team, which included martial artists, people with special abilities, and a few others like Su Huai's mother, did not suffer from high-altitude sickness. The rest all found it hard to breathe. However, because they had been fleeing for nearly 3 months and had traveled through wild mountains and water, their bodies were stronger than the 20,000 people who had just escaped from famine in Zhangzhou for half a month. Additionally, Su Huai had been adding spiritual spring water to the tea she gave everyone in recent days, which helped prevent serious high-altitude sickness. Especially Qin Yu, who was unaware of this, as Su Huai had been filling her water pouch with spiritual spring water every day. "Madam, I just added some medicine to this tea. You can feed it to Qin Yu," said Su Huai. Seeing that Qin Yu was not in good spirits and no longer curious or looking around like before, Su Huai realized that the high-altitude sickness was affecting her. Since they crossed over 3,000 meters, Qin Yu had been sleeping constantly. It was clear that the little boy who couldn't speak and was delivered by Su Huai was suffering from the high-altitude sickness. "Okay, thank you, Xiao Huai," said Rongshi. Rongshi was also having trouble breathing, her lips dry and cracked. She took the spiritual spring water from Su Huai and tried to feed it to Qin Yu. After giving it to him, she also drank some herself to rehydrate. Shun Jiao Jiao and the others, apart from feeling the thin air and discomfort, did not suffer from high-altitude sickness. Even Minggur was in good condition, thanks to the nearly 3 months of spiritual spring water Su Huai had given them, which had changed their physiques. Qin Su looked around, then walked to the edge of the cliff and stood beside Qi Lin, who was alone. He asked, "Lin, have you decided in these days, are you going to continue climbing with us or stay here?" Qi Lin's eyes suddenly turned red. He stared blankly at the 20,000 people sitting exhausted at the top of the mountain, unable to speak for a long time. The situation of the 20,000 people was obvious to everyone. The answer was clear. It was not suitable to go further up. The bright truth told him that they should stop here. At this moment, he faced 2 choices. One was to continue climbing with Qin Su, leaving the 20,000 people behind. Another path is to stay behind with over 20,000 people and face destruction together in the lowlands. Qin Su did not urge Qi Lin, but quietly waited nearby. Qi Lin looked down the mountain, gazing at the endless mountain range, and muttered, "Will the tsunami really reach 1,000 zhang high?" Qin Su wanted to say that even if it didn't happen, they should prepare just in case. But he remembered Su Hua's description of the apocalyptic scene. He nodded and said, "Yes. Xiao Hua told me that the whole world might be flooded, first with fire from the sky, then earthquakes, tsunamis, followed by ice storms, eternal night, and mutations in plants and animals." Hearing this, Qi Lin fell silent again. This time, he didn't doubt like before, foolishly thinking Su Hua was just talking nonsense to scare people. What he couldn't accept now was the fact that they might have to give up over 20,000 people. After a while, he clenched his fists tightly and struggled to say through clenched teeth, "Leave all my grain for the 20,000 people." Qin Su's space contained a total of 400,000 dan of grain. 3 people shared it, about 130,000 dan each. The guards had about 20,000 people, and each person wouldn't get even 1 dan, so it wouldn't last long. All right, I will find Sifin to dig a mountain cave and store your grain, snake meat, and wild animal meat there. Hearing that Qilin didn't plan to leave any supplies behind, Qin Su finally relaxed. Before leaving, he added, "Tell the guards to cut down trees and build grass shelters, and to stock up on water and wood. When the ice storms come, without fire, people will die." Now, over 20,000 people were at an altitude of 4,000 meters below the snowy mountain at the foot of Chitian Peak. Everyone felt like they were in the middle of winter. But this wasn't the coldest time. Su Hua said the coldest would be during the Ice Age after the apocalypse. Qin Su couldn't imagine what it would be like if the whole world was frozen. How cold could it possibly get? He thought that scene might freeze people into ice sculptures. After reminding Qilin, Qin Su went to find Sifin to dig the storage cave. Qilin watched Qin Su's figure for a long time before turning to find the guards. He told them about the 20,000 people who couldn't climb the mountain and would stay behind to cut trees and build shelters. Lin Zhao was already mentally prepared. When he heard that Qilin planned to climb Chitian Peak and leave the grain behind, he looked at the 20,000 people and his own family members sitting on the ground. He clasped his fists and said, "Young lord, you can rest assured. All of you must stay alert. Once everyone has rested enough, we will build grass shelters to collect water and gather wood." He originally wanted to follow Qilin to climb higher, but his family situation prevented him. Even with over 20,000 people, it was not allowed. The soldiers could climb up, but the families could not. "I hope you all stay alive," Qilin said with difficulty. He couldn't face the over 20,000 people, stiffened his body, and turned to leave. Su Hua had always known what Qin Su and Qilin were doing. She understood everything they said. Thinking about the over 20,000 people and whether they could survive the coming disaster. After Qilin left, she found the commander. She warned him, everyone, regardless of age or gender, should try to climb Mount Chitian every day and challenge their limits. Try to climb 100 or 200 meters higher if possible. Build grass shelters like terraces that go upward. Store water, wood, and food supplies higher and higher. Keep moving upward little by little. Don't stay foolishly in the same place. Leave yourself a way out. If a tsunami happens to flood the mountain peaks, not only could the over 20,000 people lose their lives, but even if some managed to escape, all their supplies would be gone, and it would be a dead end. Lin Xiao was surprised and widened his eyes. After a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your reminder, young lady." Su Hua waved her hand. "No need to thank me. I just hope everyone can survive." For over 20,000 people, all she could do was give a few warnings. At noon, the 200 people finally parted ways with the over 20,000. When they separated, whether it was the 200 or the soldiers with the others, everyone's eyes were red and sore. The over 20,000 people were all worried about whether they could survive the disaster. The 200 people thought about the others still on the ground. They knew it was very dangerous if a tsunami came and they might die. They felt uneasy too. But no one could climb the mountain to help. Moreover, the 200 people were already having trouble breathing and didn't know how high they could climb. Qin Su and Su Sifan dug a big cave at the foot of Mount Chitian, placed food inside, tied cloth strips as markers, and then told the soldiers how to find the cave. Then he gave the order to the 200 people. "Let's go. Climb the peak." When Qin Su's voice fell, over 20,000 people heard someone sobbing and crying. However, this day was bound to come. The separation was inevitable. Originally, a fleeing army of 5 million people had been reduced to just over 20,000 at the foot of the mountains, and finally, only 200 members of Qin Su's team remained to reach the summit. Chitian Peak, the highest point in the Chitian mountain range. The tallest mountain in Dakian. The mountain area is full of high peaks, with glaciers visible all over. Looking up, you can clearly see the white snow embedded between the valleys, blending with the sky, giving a feeling of reaching the heavens, stunning and beautiful. But beneath this beautiful scene, the snow is thick and icy, with many dangers and traps everywhere. Though only 200 people are left and Chitian Peak is close, it still takes about an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. At the mountain's base, everyone stepped out of the forest line. At this moment, they felt the cold wind biting their faces, and the temperature was much lower than at the mountaintop. Uncle Chin suddenly shivered and said, "Oh my, why did it suddenly get so cold?" Although everyone had worn cotton clothes before, now it felt as if they weren't wearing anything. While everyone stared blankly at Chitian Peak, Su Hua was the first to step into the snow. Sure enough, with one step, the snow reached her ankles. A few steps forward, the snow covered her knees. Further ahead, within 10 steps, the thick snow reached her thighs, making progress difficult. After testing the snow depth, Su Hua turned back and said to Qin Su, "Brother Qin, let's not climb today. We'll set up camp at the foot of the mountain. We need to make something first, so we can walk better in the snow tomorrow, without sinking like I did just now." Although everyone had snowshoes to prevent cold and slipping, they still lacked snowboards to avoid sinking into the snow. Making these snowboards wasn't difficult. They could gather materials nearby on the other side of the forest line. Qin Su looked up at the sky. It was almost the Shin hour. Thinking that the snow was too thick to climb much higher, he nodded and ordered, "Everyone, set up camp here. Build a simple shelter to keep warm." Hearing the order, the 200 people immediately put down their burdens and backpacks. After catching their breath and adjusting to the high altitude, the men began setting up camp, while the women and girls started preparing food. Qin Su followed Su Hua to the forest line to gather flexible, softwood branches to make snowboards. 200 people, each with a pair of snowshoes, needed over 400 small, flexible, and tough shrubs. Qin Suwa and Su Hua gathered enough materials, tied them into 2 bundles, and Su Hua carried them back to the camp. Qin Suwa dragged a wild mountain goat, which was a goat that had fallen off a cliff in Lichuan and was stored in his space. When they returned to the camp, they saw the woman cooking, gathered together, looking worried. Shun Jiao Jiao saw Su Hua return and immediately brightened her eyes, bouncing over happily. "Huajia, the rice porridge isn't cooked." "What's wrong?" Su Hua smiled and explained to everyone, "This has to do with the air we breathe. At high altitudes, the air is thin, so the boiling point of water is lower. Water can't boil properly, so the rice doesn't cook." She paused and added, "But it's okay. Brother Qin caught a sheep. We'll roast the meat directly, over the fire. As for the uncooked rice porridge, just drink the rice water." The 200 people present had never been to high altitudes, so they didn't understand much about atmospheric pressure and boiling points. However, everyone understood the message. They wouldn't be able to cook water-based food anymore. Jilin, sitting by the fire lost in thought, listened to the explanation and drifted into another daze.
Qin Suwa was right.
Teaming up with Su Hua was constantly broadening his horizons. The vast wilderness, the clear night sky. Stars filled the sky, nebulae clustered, mysterious and breathtaking. The world seemed peaceful and calm. But in fact, apocalyptic destruction was quietly brewing. Just as the book said, it would arrive as scheduled, never missing its turn. After everyone finished eating roasted sheep and drinking hot rice water, they sat around the fire learning to weave snowshoes, chatting happily. Suddenly, Jilin's expression changed sharply. He looked at the night sky, his phoenix eyes widening to the limit. His voice trembled slightly. "Asu, look. Are those gods and Buddhas in the sky?" Hearing this, the 200 people weaving snowshoes turned their heads and looked up along Jilin's gaze. But in the next second, except for Su Hua and Qin Suwa, everyone else seemed to be struck by a spell, their mouths agape. They saw the distant snow-capped peaks blending into the night sky, as if a gateway to the heavens had opened. A dazzling, golden light poured down like rain from the sky. Later, everyone seemed to see inside the heavenly gate countless faint images of gods, Buddhas, and immortals. Thousands of heavenly horses galloped, and even divine dragons and phoenixes soared. Have you ever seen such a breathtaking divine scene? The oldest woman in the Gu family was the first to tremble and kneel, exclaiming, "Heavenly Lord! That is a divine being. It must be a divine being." She turned to the others and said, "The divine being has shown itself. Everyone, quickly kneel. Pray for the divine to protect us. All the women and girls, including Rong's family, looked up at the divine sight in the sky. When they heard the old woman's voice, they suddenly reacted, kneeling together and beginning to worship. The women around Su Huai, including Rong's family, all knelt down. Jiao Jiao, who was with Su Huai, showed her respect for the divine without hiding it. She reached out to pull Su Huai to kneel. "Huai, sister, it's really a divine being. Hurry and kneel." But she couldn't pull her down. Su Huai looked at the vast galaxy in the sky, but did not kneel. Because in her eyes, there was no divine being, only the Milky Way. Yes, in the Qi-Tian Mountains somehow, she could miraculously see the galaxy. Now, she understood why there was a catastrophe. If she guessed correctly, countless falling stones were approaching, burning as they passed through the atmosphere. What everyone saw was not gold light, not gods or Buddhas, not divine dragons or phoenixes. It was the glow of burning falling stones. At the second highest peak in the north, Longyin Mountain, Jia Jingdi and his 800,000 soldiers also saw this divine scene. All 800,000 soldiers knelt down. The treacherous official Jianjun loudly congratulated, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Happy birthday, Your Majesty. The heavens are showing gods. Divine beasts are appearing. A sign of great luck. A sign of great fortune." Jia Jingdi was excited when he heard this. He looked at the heavenly gods and Buddhas in the night sky and asked excitedly, "Your Majesty, is that the sky gate? Did the divine beings open the sky gate for me?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Jianzheng nodded eagerly, saying whatever he thought the emperor wanted to hear, even without regard for cost. "That is the sky gate. It must be the divine beings acknowledging Your Majesty's sincere cultivation, opening the sky gate to welcome you." Jia Jingdi burst into laughter. "Good. Tomorrow I will climb the mountain. I want to become an immortal and a Buddha." At that moment, the Grand Commander, the Prime Minister, and the Grand Censor knelt on the ground, their eyes fixed straight ahead, not looking away from the ground. When they heard the conversation between the dog supervisor and Emperor Jiazhen, they all simultaneously rolled their eyes. They didn't see any divine beings or portals to heaven. All they saw was the starry sky and golden light. But as long as Emperor Jiazhen was willing to climb the mountain, they had nothing to say. They didn't care about apocalyptic events or becoming immortals or Buddhas. As long as they and their families were alive, that was enough. Yun Xiao and his two daughters, Yun Lu and Yun Zhen, were currently camped in the Red Ant Gorge area with their 100,000 border troops, their families, and 20,000 criminals. Nearby, 2 village chiefs led 500 villagers to set up camp as well. Yes, Yun Xiao was not foolish. He had long known that the Qitian mountain range was home to giant pythons, but he wouldn't foolishly walk a path no one else had taken, risking his life for a snake. After much thought, the father and daughters decided to take the Qinsu team through a dangerous route, directly entering the mountains from the south. In fact, they had indeed gained an advantage. Along the way, they saw many corpses of giant pythons and crocodiles. But they didn't encounter any danger themselves. They even used an ancient-style aerial cable car to cross swamps and a ready-made route to cross the river. Now, as they looked at the night sky, they believed they had witnessed a divine miracle. Yun Xiao, equally excited, asked, "Luer, Zhener, did we see a divine sign? Is it a good omen? Does it mean something?" Yun Lu and Yun Zhen had gained their powers after finding strange crystals. They didn't believe in the end of the world, but they believed in gods. They even thought they were favored by heaven. The sisters spoke in unison. "Yes, Father. It must be a good omen, indicating that you will become emperor someday." Meanwhile, the 500 villagers camping in the canyon also looked up at the divine sight in the sky and all knelt in worship. However, the 2 village chiefs had simpler, more sincere thoughts. The timid village chief clasped his hands together and prayed to the heavens, "Please, gods and Buddhas, protect us and give these 500 villagers a chance to survive." The brave village chief also said, "Pray to the gods and Buddhas. Protect our villagers. After we get through this disaster, I will have statues of the gods made for worship. First, when climbing snowy slopes, walking diagonally, there is a risk of stepping on and collapsing the snow layer, which can trigger an avalanche. The power of an avalanche can destroy everything in its path. Encountering one can be deadly, no matter how many lives are involved. Therefore, when climbing a snowy mountain, the leader should first check the snow's thickness. The team should move quietly and speak as little as possible. Second, when crossing the ice field, there are many cracks under the snow. If not careful, someone might slip and fall into a. Third, snow blindness can occur after looking at the mountain for a long time, which can hurt the eyes. In ancient times, there were no sunglasses. Su Hua thought of a simple solution. Everyone should smear charcoal ash around their eye sockets to reduce glare. Fourth, frostbite can happen when fingers and toes freeze, causing tissue death. If gangrene develops, it can threaten life. The simple solution is to wear gloves. Fifth, low body temperature and dehydration are also dangers. It is the 7th day before the end of the world. At dawn, Chinsu agreed to Su Hua's request and had all 200 people smear charcoal ash around their eye sockets. Then, with the 200 people, they hurriedly set out to climb the mountain. Su Hua was scared. She worried that the end of the world might not follow the rules and could cause a sudden attack. Just like when they raided the house before, no one expected the dog emperor to act a night early. To be safe, she thought it was best to start climbing above 6,000 meters as soon as possible, avoiding the mistakes made during the previous raid. She didn't bother explaining to the others that the miracle they saw was fake. Ancient people were superstitious. Instead of wasting words, it was better to quickly get people climbing. Su Hua had everyone put on new snowshoes, which looked like badminton rackets. Once on, people could walk easily on the thick snow without sinking. Each person was also given 2 bamboo sticks to use as trekking poles. Their belts were tied together with a long rope. This rope was a safety measure to prevent falls into cracks or slips. The 200 people formed a long line, led by Qin Su. Following her was Su Hua, then Su Sifan, the Rong family, Qin Xian with 2 maids, and Shen Jiao Jiao. Behind Su Sijin was Qi Lin, and then other people led by 4 uncles of the family. Qi Lin was at the back of Shen Jiao Jiao's group because climbing a snowy mountain is different from climbing a mountain peak. The leader at the front faces the greatest danger, while those behind are relatively safer. Qin Su was at the very front, with Qi Lin, who is skilled in lightness skills, positioned in the middle front to protect Shen Jiao Jiao and the others. In the past, if Qi Lin had been assigned to protect Shen Jiao Jiao and her group, he would definitely have been unhappy and might have thought that Su Hua and the others joining the team was a burden. But since he was bitten by the red ant, he no longer dares to underestimate Su Hua. If it weren't for Su Hua's presence in the team, the 200 people might have died many times over. Protecting Su Hua's family seemed like the right thing to do, right? Qin Su and everyone else kept themselves well covered, carrying their reorganized backpacks and supplies. He gave a command. Then the long line of 200 people started moving. All 200 people had panda-like dark circles under their eyes, wearing hats, with their hands and feet wrapped in cloth to stay warm. From a divine perspective, you could see that on the snowy at 30 degrees, one team after another was starting from the foot of the mountain and moving upward. But every time they climbed 200 meters higher, they found the temperature was even colder than before. Breathing became more difficult too. Considering everyone's discomfort, Su Hua would call a stop every 200 meters of elevation, allowing everyone to rest and replenish their spiritual springs. Although the team moved slowly, everyone could endure it and did not stop advancing. Even the oldest, Grandma Gu, could still hold on. The youngest, Qin Yu, was sleeping but could be awakened, so everything was still normal. Unknowingly, the team had climbed to an altitude of 4,500 meters. At this point, what lay ahead of the 200 people was no longer a 30-degree snowy, but a 60-degree steep incline, even a sharp ridge of ice and an icy plain. And here, beneath the thick snow, countless intersecting ice cracks were hidden. Brother Qin, be careful, Su Hua, who was behind Qin Su, observed the snow. She knew Qin Su's lightness skills and teleportation wouldn't cause trouble, but she still warned him. The ice and snow from thousands of years were very sharp and could easily cut someone. However, her words seemed to have a strange effect. She had mistaken the target. Qin Su at the front was not in danger, but Su Sijin, in front of Qilin, suddenly had her left foot sink. Immediately, cracking sounds came from her feet, and in the next second, a vertical ice that looked like a deadly abyss appeared suddenly beside the team. Then, Su Sijin lost her balance and let out a scream as she fell into the icy. Next, Shun Jiao Jiao, who was climbing ahead, was suddenly pulled backward by the rope and tumbled down the ice. Qilin, who was behind, was also suddenly dragged down by the rope and slipped into the... In the end, whether it was Qin Su, Su Hua, or the other 200 people behind, everyone was affected when the rope suddenly tightened. They were all pulled toward the ice by the sudden tension and slid forward. Big sister. Mother. When Su Hua realized what was happening, she quickly hammered her ice pick into the snow and ice. Young Master Qi. Uncle Qin, who was following Qilin, shouted in fear, and he was also pulled down, sliding toward the... When everyone finally realized there was trouble, they panicked and hurriedly grabbed the ropes to pull and rescue. As they all sat down and pulled the ropes with force, suddenly, a terrified cry came from inside the ice. Su Sijin was thrown out. Like a fish thrown onto the shore, she fell onto the... Before everyone could react in shock, Shun Jiao Jiao was also thrown out. Finally, Qilin was also flung up. It turned out that when Qilin was pulled into the... He was a young warrior with impressive agility. Since the was only about a meter wide, he quickly reacted as he was dragged down, spreading his legs into a split to prevent himself from slipping further. Then, using his powerful arms, he simply grabbed the waists of his mother and sister and threw them onto the... After he got up, he sat silently on the snow, unfastening his water pouch and drinking deeply. Mother, sister. Su Hua saw Su Sijin and Shin Jiao Jiao rescued and breathed a sigh of relief. She slid down the snow and immediately checked them for cuts from sharp ice or snow. Fortunately, although the mother and daughter were frightened and lost their spirits, they were unharmed. However, Qilin, who was silent and unresponsive, had his frostbite bandage soaked with blood, which Su Hua noticed. Thinking about how Qilin had saved her mother and sister but was ignored because of their previous conflict, Su Hua took a bottle of healing ointment and hemostatic medicine from her clothes and threw it to Qilin, saying, "Thank you for saving them." He said that the two of them had cleared their debts. Su Hua helped bury his mother and was the only family member to attend the funeral, and he also gave 2 sacrificial cakes. Su Hua heard Qilin disowning their relationship and showing a cold, distant attitude. Although she was momentarily stunned, she simply replied, "Fine. No debts. No one owes anyone anything." She also disliked owing favors, so it was better if Qilin and she kept their distance. Their views were different, and they didn't get along well, so they just teamed up for mutual benefit. "Alin, are you okay?" Qin Su slid down the snowy and reached the edge of the ice, just in time to overhear Su Hua and Qilin's cold exchange. Seeing that their relationship was not improving but growing more distant, he didn't know how to comfort them. The conflict between Qilin and Su Hua started from the first day of the house search, simply because Qilin didn't like Su Hua's behavior. Su Hua was smart and could tell at a glance who was angry with her. She was straightforward with people she disliked and never pretended to be friendly. Qin Su, caught in the middle, could only pretend not to hear and asked Qilin, "Is your wound deep?" Qilin responded indifferently, "It's nothing. I was cut by the ice ridge during the fall." He then lowered his head to untie the cloth wrapped around his right palm, which was soaked with blood and had a cut. Soon, everyone saw his palm looked like it had been sliced open with a knife. Flesh and blood were exposed, and the wound was bleeding heavily. In an instant, blood stained the snow, forming a few blood flowers. Su Sijin looked at the blood on the snow, suddenly waking up from her shock and horror. It was then that she remembered she had been saved by Qilin. When she fell into the ice, staring into the bottomless, dark abyss, her mind went blank with fear, and she seemed to lose her hearing. Then she felt the rope holding her suddenly, and she was lifted upward. Before she could see who was rescuing her clearly, her waistband was grabbed by a large hand, and she was suddenly lifted into the air. Although rough and simple, it saved her life. Now that she knew Qi Lin was the one who saved her, she didn't know how to thank him. Shun Jiao was the same. Although Qi Lin said they had cleared their debts, in fact, she and Su Sijin had indeed been rescued. But now it was time to climb the mountain, and the team had to reach a suitable camping spot before dark. So Qin Su and Su Hua didn't give the two women time to overthink. Qin Su and Qi Lin bandaged the wound carefully, secured all the supplies, and then set out again, leading everyone to climb higher. The sun rose from the east and gradually tilted westward. Time passed unknowingly. The group of 200 finally reached an altitude of 5,000 meters. But they could not go higher, not only because Grandma Gu was vomiting, Qin Yu looked pale and purple, and the women and children had terrible headaches. High-altitude sickness was severe. There was another reason. When everyone crossed they saw a blood-red plain of ice in front of them. The 200 people stared at the blood-colored snow in front of them, feeling frightened. They looked shocked and spoke hurriedly. Wow. Why is this snow blood-red? Is there something bleeding underneath?
Why?
We saw gods and Buddha last night and worshipped them. Why are we seeing now? How much blood would it take to turn such a large snowfield red? Could there be a blood pool beneath this mountain? Oh heavens, the disaster is not over. The gods and Buddha won't help us anymore. Yes, what appeared before them was a blood-colored snow mountain. Looking out, the normally pure white snow seemed to be soaked in blood. It looked like a sea of blood, red and terrifying. Seeing this, the people didn't think it was a rare, beautiful sight, but felt it was extremely strange and frightening. Qin Su and Qi Lin, who had fought on the battlefield for years, were also seeing such a strange scene for the first time. But neither of them spoke. They rarely showed such understanding between each other. One on the left, one on the right, they both looked at Su Huai. Su Huai was not disappointed by their gaze. She looked up and estimated the size of the blood snow mountain, then comforted everyone. Don't panic, everyone. That's not blood, and this isn't. It's a type of microorganism called polar snow algae. Usually, polar snow algae hibernate in winter. When the weather warms up, they wake up and reproduce. They can even speed up glacier melting and make sea ice thinner, causing a vicious cycle of climate warming. She paused, then added seriously, but they are ancient organisms beneath the permafrost, possibly containing ancient viruses that could infect people. We should try to go around them. Since the house was raided, the extremely hot weather has already arrived. The climate in the Qitian mountain range has warmed, and Arctic snow algae grew overnight. Su Huayan doesn't find this surprising at all. She even thinks that the plague after the apocalypse might still be caused by these ancient creatures. God, even if there's no in front of us, can a terrifying disease that spreads be any different from? Originally, the 200 people were frightened by the blood-red scene. Hearing the word, plague, they all retreated in fear. Qin Su and Qi Lin also looked very worried after hearing this. At this moment, no one is not afraid. The plague is more terrifying than any war or natural disaster. Although the plague won't wipe out humanity instantly like a catastrophe, it appears quietly, spreads from person to person, and eventually becomes incurable, leading to human extinction. Let's go. Go around. Qin Su looked up at the sky, not daring to delay any longer. He immediately led the team to bypass the snow mountain invaded by Arctic snow algae, searching for a place to camp for the night. But to go around the blood snow mountain, they had to cross a sharp, steep ice ridge. There was no other way ahead. No matter how dangerous or difficult the ice ridge was, they had to move forward. As dusk fell, the temperature dropped further. Grandma Gu almost collapsed, and everyone couldn't bear the high-altitude sickness anymore. Qin Su finally found a safe, flat area behind some rocks, sheltered from the wind. The 200 people reached the rocky area, dropped their backpacks, and collapsed onto the rocks, gasping for breath. Su Huayan also put down her backpack, caught her breath, and immediately went to help others. For elderly people like Grandma Gu, the youngest Qin Yu, and some children, she secretly transferred her abilities through pulse diagnosis. She also took charge of the drinking water issue, replacing snow water with spiritual spring water under the guise of boiling medicinal water. Qin Su and Qi Lin went to help start a fire, lighting a bonfire to keep everyone warm. This time, Qi Lin finally realized that his fire ability was useful. It was no longer a useless power. At least, the fire he could produce with his ability was much larger and higher than what others could ignite with a fire stick. Little Huayun, can you continue to climb higher tomorrow? When everyone had gone into the simple tent made of wood and oilcloth, wrapped in blankets, holding hot water bottles to stay warm and resting quietly, Qin Su found Su Hua and asked about her brother. Qin Yu couldn't speak and had been sleeping deeply since they crossed over 5,000 meters above sea level. The Rong family and Qin Xian were also not doing well. Mother and daughter looked wilted, like frostbitten eggplants. Other women, girls, and children were also very weak, all too tired to speak. Su Hua was about to go into the tent when she heard Qin Su's worried words. She said, "It's okay. Tonight, you stay on watch with your mother and them. If anything happens, call me. If tomorrow's situation isn't better, we'll rest here for a day and then continue the journey the day after. If the day after still isn't good, then we'll wait until the day after that to climb higher once we've adjusted. If even then it's not possible, we'll have to find a place to dig a mountain cave and wait for the end of the world." My original plan was for everyone to try to climb another 300 meters higher. If that's impossible, we'll just make do. Su Hua's plan was to reach at least 6,000 meters above sea level. She couldn't predict whether wildfires and earthquakes would cause tsunamis, or if the mountain range would sink. Climbing higher at least made her feel a little more secure. Qin Su nodded and said, "Okay, Xiao Hua. Rest early. I'll watch over everything." After Qin Su left, Su Hua finally entered the tent. At that moment, she realized that Su Xijin and Shen Jiao hadn't slept or even lain down. Shen Jiao kept thinking about rescuing Qi Lin. She felt she owed Qi Lin a lot and couldn't help but feel guilty for not saying thank you. After all, Qi Lin had saved 2 lives in her family once. Su Xijin was also thinking about the wound on Qi Lin's hand. She felt it was her fault for slipping and causing Qi Lin to be dragged down the icy crevice. "Mom, sister, why aren't you asleep yet?" Su Hua blinked, looking at her mother and sister with confusion. Shen Jiao thought for a moment and asked, "Sister Hua, that young Lord Qi saved our lives. I feel like we still owe him, even if we've paid him back." Su Xijin also asked, "Fifth sister, how long can the medicine for cuts and stopping bleeding last? Will it last until Lord Qi's wound heals?" Su Hua blinked again and looked upset for a long time before saying, "We're even with him now." That's what he said himself. But after saying that, she still handed the medicine for cuts and bleeding to Su Xijin. "Give this back to him, so you won't owe him anymore. In the future, don't overthink or carry unnecessary worries. This incident happened because Qi Lin was following behind the women and was pulled down into the ice by Su Xijin. If Qi Lin had stayed at the back of the group like usual, he wouldn't have been hurt. So, they could settle their debts and move on." Su Hua didn't mind giving a few bottles of medicine. "Thank you, fifth sister." Su Xijin took the healing ointment and hemostatic medicine, then let out a sigh of relief. She then left the tent to find Qi Lin. Su Xijin's simple goal was to see Qi Lin's injury healed so she wouldn't keep worrying that she had caused him trouble. Since Qin Su was on guard, Qi Lin rested that night. Just as he was about to remove the bloodied bandage and change the dressing, he heard the crunching sound of footsteps in the snow approaching his tent. Soon, a embarrassed-looking Su Xijin appeared in his view, standing outside his tent, hesitant to speak. "Is something the matter?" he asked, his eyes narrowing, brows furrowing, his tone cold like the winter wind outside. Su Xijin had already prepared what to say to thank him, but when Qi Lin asked first, she suddenly blushed and went blank. Just as Qi Lin grew impatient, she snapped back to herself and remembered her purpose. She took out the healing ointment and hemostatic medicine from her sleeve, handed them to Qi Lin, and stammered, I was worried you might run out of medicine, so I got 2 bottles from my sister. And she wanted to thank him for saving her life. But before she could finish, Qi Lin interrupted coldly. Put it on the ground. He didn't wait for her to finish speaking, nor did he reach out to take the medicines. Su Sijin didn't expect Qi Lin to be so aloof. Hearing him tell her to put it down, she obediently placed the bottles in the snow. After a long moment, she suddenly realized herself and awkwardly said, "You should rest earlier." Then she hurried back into her own tent. As a 14-year-old girl, it was her first time to approach a 15-year-old boy like this. Feeling embarrassed and ashamed was completely normal. Inside the tent, Su Huai had been listening to Su Sijin's movements. She knew how harsh Qi Lin's words could be, like someone who hadn't brushed their teeth in years, and how unpleasant his behavior was. When Su Sijin returned, she saw the 14-year-old girl blushing so much she seemed about to bleed. Su Hu reminded her, "Sister, the medicine is given, so we don't owe anyone anything. Don't think about this again in the future." She wasn't afraid of much, but she feared that if this 14-year-old girl was rescued once, she might fall for Qi Lin. If she started acting like a love-struck fool and went to pick wild vegetables, she would be so annoyed she might faint.
Su Xin didn't catch Su Hue's hint.
She nodded and said, "Got it, fifth sister. Let's go to sleep." Watching Su Sijin and Xin Jiao finally lie down to rest, soon their breathing became even. Su Hu tried to send her thoughts to bring her mother and sister into the space. But it still didn't work. Although the space had upgraded, no miracle happened, and she still couldn't bring people in. There really are no free lunches in the world, Su Hu muttered in frustration. Even though she had traveled once and gained a space, she had to pay the price of a world-ending disaster. Su Hu felt it was a bit unfair. The next morning, just past dawn, a loud cry suddenly sounded outside the tent. Su Hu was startled awake and rushed out of the tent. She found that all 200 people were awake. At this moment, whether women, children, or the elderly, everyone seemed fine, all looking in the same direction with shock on their faces. It was Qin Su, Qi Lin, Rongshi, and Su Sifan, all looking the same. Confused, Su Hu followed everyone's gaze and saw a strange sight on the nearby Qitian Peak. A huge golden light descended from the sky, shining on the snow-capped mountain top. The pink dawn light reflected on the white snow, turning the snowy peak into a dazzling, eye-catching golden color, creating a magnificent and splendid scene called the Sunlit Golden Mountain. At this moment, looking at the golden summit of Qitian Peak, it was like seeing a golden palace in the sky. Oh heavens! Last night we saw divine figures in the sky, and this morning are we seeing a heavenly palace? What's going on with the sky? One moment we see gods and Buddhas, the next the blood snow mountain, and now a heavenly palace. The women discussed excitedly, just like they did the night before when they saw divine figures. Su Hu listened but didn't explain to everyone. It was just a common sight of the sunlit golden mountain, nothing special about a heavenly palace. It was just that the wavelength of red-orange light in the air was longer, and the blue-purple light was shorter. When the sun rose, the red-orange light shone on the snow mountain, making it appear golden. People just thought they saw a scene of a heavenly palace. Su Hua allowed everyone to admire the shimmering sunlit mountain on the misty sea of clouds, enjoying the last breathtaking view before the end of the world. She did not rush or disturb them. She herself deeply remembered this magnificent scene. After all, there might not be another chance to see it again. The beautiful sight did not last long. As the sun gradually rose higher, it seemed to vanish in an instant, like a fleeting moment, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Watching the sunlit mountain appear and then disappear, Qin Su noticed that Su Hua remained silent, just like when she previously looked at the sky full of divine figures. He felt that perhaps this was not a miracle, but just a natural phenomenon in her eyes. However, he didn't ask further. If some miracle appeared, it could give the 200 people hope to survive. Su Hua checked everyone's pulse. The spiritual spring was ready, and each person received a water bag. Once she confirmed everyone could still climb the mountain, Su ordered them to pack up and break camp, setting out again. This time, Hua didn't specify a height. As long as everyone tried their best and stopped if they felt unwell, that was enough. Any progress was good enough. Now, the 200 people were at an altitude of 5,000 meters. They didn't need to reach the summit, just challenge their limits and find a safe place to settle when the end of the world arrived. On the 6th day of the countdown, the team moved forward again. No one dared to speak. Firstly, because the temperature was even colder. The 200 people wrapped cloths around their mouths and noses, but the icy wind still pierced through, entering their noses and mouths. Secondly, because Hua said that making noise while climbing the snowy mountain could trigger an avalanche. For safety, everyone tried to stay silent. If needed, they pulled on the ropes. When Su at the front saw danger, he would raise his hand to signal a stop. They moved slowly, stopping every 50 meters of elevation gained to rest and hydrate. Climbing the snow mountain was easy to cause dehydration and altitude sickness, so drinking plenty of water helped. Especially since everyone found that the herbal tea Hua brewed was not only sweet and tasty, but also helped relieve headaches and nausea. In the afternoon, during the Shun hour, the team of 200 successfully pushed their limits and miraculously reached an altitude of 5,500 meters. Although only 500 meters higher, even Hua, Su, and Qilin felt some difficulty breathing at this height. The others didn't need to be told. For the safety of 200 people, the team decided to stop and find a safe place to camp for the night. However, as the team was walking on a flat, low-lying ice plain surrounded by mountains, before Su could call a halt, Hua suddenly looked very serious and shouted, "Stop. Everyone stay still." The 200 people didn't know what was happening, but they obeyed the command. When they heard Hua's voice, it was as if a spell had been cast on them, and they all froze in place. Some even stood on one leg, with the other leg suspended in the air. No one understood what was happening, but everyone felt scared and nervous. Usually, Hua wouldn't shout to stop without a reason. She only did so in dangerous situations. Su at the front didn't dare turn around. He understood there was danger and waited quietly for Hua's next instructions. Soon, Hua explained to everyone, "Everyone stay calm. Move slowly, crouch down carefully, and be careful not to drop anything from your backpacks. Stay low and don't move until I say so." It turned out that the ground they were walking on wasn't just ice, but a frozen lake. Surrounding snow-capped mountains melted snow that flowed into this low area, forming a natural lake over thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But now, the lake was covered with a thin layer of ice, and on top of that was over a meter of heavy snow. The team wasn't walking on fragile ice, they were actually walking on thin ice. How did Hua know what was underneath? Because just now, when she stepped down, she heard a cracking sound, ice breaking beneath her feet. Her hearing had become so sharp that she could even faintly hear the dull sounds beneath the ice. Thinking that the ice lake might cause all 200 people to fall in and be in danger, she forced herself to stay calm and suppress her nerves. She then told Su at the front and Qilin at the back, "Qi, the ground under us is an ice lake. You two need to cut the ropes and help the children get ashore first." The cold water inside the ice lake was deadly. If someone fell in, they might panic from the cold, and the shock could stop their heart. Without control over their breathing, they could lose consciousness and drown or freeze to death. Moreover, all the women, girls, and children, except for her, couldn't swim. If they fell in, they would definitely die. Actually, even men who could swim would struggle if they fell into the ice lake. They might panic and lose control of their breathing, quickly losing consciousness and sinking. At that moment, even if Su and Qilin were extremely skilled and had 3 heads and 6 arms, they couldn't save 200 people at the same time. Good heavens! When the 200 people heard Hua say that the ground was an icy lake, they were all so frightened they wished they could disappear instantly. Everyone saw Hua carefully kneeling down first, not daring to make a sound. They nervously checked their backpacks, then slowly lowered themselves, lying flat on the snow. Children like Su Yu and Qin Xian stood still, strictly told not to move, waiting for rescue. Qin Su and Qi Lin heard Su Hua's orders and didn't dare delay. This was a matter of life and death. If anyone of the team stepped on the ice unevenly, all 200 people could fall into the lake at once. Help the children by loosening their ropes. Children, stand still and don't move. The children were walking with the adults. After giving the order, Qin Su and Qi Lin quickly untied the ropes around their waists and used light skills to rescue them. Rong Shi and Li Wanu untied Qin Yu and Ming Gur from their backpacks, and Qin Su, being closest, helped rescue them first. As Qi Lin flew past, he also helped rescue Su Yu and Qin Xian. Because the two children were clever, Su Yu could watch over Ming Gur and Qin Xian could hold Qin Yu. They could also keep an eye on the other children being rescued behind them. There were more than 30 children in the team, ranging from 3 months old to 12 years old, all needing help. Soon, Qin Su and Qi Lin performed flying rescue repeatedly, saving the children one after another. The rescued children were placed on the snowy rocks across the lake, watched over by Su Yu and Qin Xian. After multiple trips, all the children were saved. Su Hua then told the adults lying on the ice, "Remove your backpacks carefully and set them aside to lighten the load." Qin Su and Qi Lin understood immediately what to do next. As the adults nervously took off their backpacks, the two quickly flew back and forth, grabbing the supplies and bringing them ashore. Originally, Qin Su planned to store everything in his space, since the upcoming apocalypse would require him to take out food and supplies from there. He couldn't hide the space anymore, or rather, he didn't want to. But considering everyone was on the ice, in a life-and-death situation, there was no need to scare them with unexpected surprises.
Su Hua also understood Qin Su's actions.
After the two of them finished grabbing supplies and lightened the ice surface, she said to the adults, "Everyone follow me and crawl slowly. Don't be afraid." Although Su Hua told everyone not to panic, she was actually very nervous inside. If they were careless, more than 100 people could fall into the lake and be lost forever. The ice beneath them had already cracked open. Su Hua guessed that the cracks formed a spiderweb pattern, and she knew she couldn't walk on it anymore. She listened carefully and moved her body slowly, like a penguin, to the side. About 5 meters away from she shifted at a 30-degree angle. Then she took a deep breath and continued crawling forward. Seeing this, Su Sifan, who was behind her, also tensed up and copied Su Hua's movements, crawling on the ground. Next were the Rong family, Shen Jiao Jiao, and a few others, followed by the people led by the 4 clans' uncles in order. At this moment, the children on the shore watched the scene and started crying out of fear. But Su stopped them, covering their mouths so they wouldn't cry out loud. They were very scared, worried that their crying might scare their parents and cause them to fall into the lake. Meanwhile, Su Hua led over 100 people forward. On the other side, Qin Su and Qi Lin didn't stop either. They kept helping to rescue people, first saving the elderly, then women. After rescuing the elderly and women, Su Hua finally reached the end of the ice lake. She and the other girls and men safely reached the shore. "Oh my, that was so scary," someone exclaimed. "When will this end?" Others asked anxiously. Once the 200 people reached a safe place, Granny Gu and the women started complaining about their fears. It was understandable. They had been through many hardships since their house was taken, facing many dangers along the way. Just as everyone was grumbling and complaining, Su Hua, who had climbed over the snow on the other side of the shore, looked ahead with surprise. Yes, a natural shelter. Not far away, on about 500 meters above Shanghai, next to the peak of Chi Tianfeng Mountain, there was a mirage-like secondary peak. Beneath that mountain was a flat, open area like a large natural square. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave entrance. Most importantly, the top of the mountain had little snow, so there was no worry about avalanches. Even if a big avalanche occurs nearby, it won't reach here. Moreover, living here means you can open the door and see the world below. From the side, you can enjoy the beautiful view of the highest peak, Qitian Peak. Wow! Su Hua became more and more excited and couldn't help but shout happily. especially when she thought about the difficult days she had experienced over the past 3 months. Now she saw hope. This is truly the refuge she dreamed of. Little Hua, what's wrong? Su was checking on his mother, and Chi knew when he heard a familiar shout. He was startled, thinking Su Hua was in danger, and instantly teleported to her side. Qilin also thought something had happened and jumped over lightly. But in the next second, both of them froze. Su Hua was not in danger at all. She was so happy that she forgot herself, punching Su's arms several times. She said excitedly, "Haha, Brother Qin, from now on, this will be our home. I am so happy." She was so joyful that no treasure or wealth could compare to this natural refuge, which surprised her greatly. When Su and Qilin heard the word, home, they turned to look. As they looked at the mountain peak ahead, they instantly froze in place, unable to react. Because the surprise was too sudden and overwhelming. Isn't this the 6,000-meter high elevation Su Hua mentioned? Isn't this a natural residence? Especially the flat, open area at the foot of the mountain, which looked like a fairy platform carved out by a divine blade. The natural cave beneath the mountain looked even more like a fairy's retreat. Living here, opening the door allows you to overlook the sea of clouds and all the peaks of the Qitian mountain range. It truly lives up to the saying, when standing at the top, all other mountains seem small. Su Hua looked at Su, who was stunned and teased. Surprised?
Unexpected. Insurreplaid blankly. Surprised.
How could he not be surprised? When they climbed Qitian Peak, no one knew what the snow mountain looked like. He didn't even know if there was a place to survive. But now, a natural residence appeared before him. It didn't need to be built by humans. They could move in directly. It was truly a wonderful surprise. I'll go tell everyone. Qilin was also very happy. He wanted to say he was surprised too, but he realized Su Hua was asking someone else, so he held back his words. Turning around and jumping back over the snowy to the other side, he told everyone good news. The 200 people on the other side of the herd Qilin say they had found their future home. They all cheered excitedly. They scrambled and crawled over the snow, flipping to the other side. When the women saw their future home, they all became very excited, talking loudly through tears and laughter. That's great. We finally don't have to run anymore. We've reached the end. Sniff. Do we no longer have to climb snowy peaks? Oh my. Let's hurry up and go see what our new home looks like. The 200 people also lost control of themselves, forgetting that they were at an altitude of 5,500 meters and climbing higher would make breathing very difficult. Su Hua really didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits, but she quickly stopped the eager crowd and said, "Everyone, don't rush. Our home is right in front of us. It won't run away. Remember, we can't breathe well if we go higher. We need to camp here at the foot of the mountain first, and once our breathing adjusts, we can start climbing." Hearing this, the 200 people suddenly woke up, chatting excitedly again. "Yes, we can't breathe higher up. Don't worry, the mountain won't run away. Tomorrow we'll try to climb it. If we can't, the day after tomorrow or the day after that, either way, this will be our home. Yes, yes, this will be our home. But we can't go up now. How about giving it a name?" When the women said this, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all looked at Su Hua. Rongsher suddenly turned to her and smiled, saying, "This home was discovered by Xiao Hua first. Why don't you name it?" Su Hua was surprised that Rongsher asked her to name it and froze for a moment. But then she remembered that she was the first to see this future home, so it was fitting for her to name it. In the old world, whoever arrived at a place and discovered ancient relics was usually the one to name it. "Let's call it Hongmeng Cave Heaven," Su Hua casually said. She chose Hongmeng, hoping to create a new world after the end times. She named it Cave Heaven because it was above the sea of clouds, surrounded by mist all year round, like a fairyland. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this was a divine cave heaven. The 200 people didn't understand what Hongmeng meant, but Rongsher nodded and said, "Good. From now on, our home will be called Hongmeng Cave Heaven." Su Hua had no idea that the Rong family intentionally let her choose the name. Instead of risking conflicts between Qin Su and Qi Lin over the future of their brotherly relationship, it was better to have the name under Su Hua's control. The future home for 200 people was named Hongmeng Cave Heaven, officially decided by the Rong family. Qin Su and Qi Lin, who grew up in the Duke's mansion, clearly understood the meaning behind Rong family's intention for Su Hua to name the place. This was Rong family's way of making Su Hua the owner of the new home. By doing this, they avoided conflicts between the two men and also prevented disagreements among the 200 people. Once everyone settled down and life improved, small disputes and petty arguments could easily happen. But with a main person in charge, no one dared to cause trouble freely. Qin Su also agreed with Rong family's plan and was pleased with the name Su Hua chose.
He told everyone, all right.
Hongmeng Cave Heaven is now our future home. But everyone should set up camp where they are now. Tomorrow we try to climb again. If we can't reach the top in one day, we'll try for 2 days. Qin Su's words made the 200 people stop their fussing and settle down, but their eyes were filled with hope. They set up camp around a bonfire, happily eating porridge from wooden bowls. Suddenly, Su Hua remembered something and laughed out loud, saying to everyone, "What are we eating? Fried noodle porridge? There are countless fresh fish waiting for us." Although crossing the icy lake almost cost the lives of the 200 people, Su Hua guessed there must be many wild fish beneath the ice. She truly found a suitable place for survival, a paradise. Their new home was 500 meters above, with a huge natural ice lake below. It was simply perfect. What fish? When the 200 people heard fish, they all looked up in confusion. Qin Senshu asked Miss Su, "Do you mean there are fish in the ice lake? But in such a high, snowy mountain area, would there be fish?" Qin Su and Qi Lin also looked at Su Hua. Without hesitation, Su Hua nodded to everyone. "There must be. There's an old saying, 1,000-year-old grass seed, 10,000-year-old fish eggs. No matter how these fish got here, as long as there's water, there will be fish." After saying this, she immediately threw down her porridge, ran to her tent, and rummaged through her supplies, pulling out a sewing kit and a bamboo jar. Lei Li Fengxing said, "Brother Qin, let's go ice fishing." Qin Su stood up, took the bamboo jar that Su Hua had taken out of her personal supplies, and curiously opened it. When he looked inside, he was shocked. He originally thought it was some kind of bait, but to his surprise, the jar was filled with earthworms. Qin Su didn't know when Su Hua packed these, nor did he understand why Su Hua was collecting such disgusting items while fleeing. But he thought that earthworms could be used for fishing, and he swallowed his words about other concerns. He grabbed a few sticks and an axe and followed Su Hua. Earthworms are a type of worm. The worms in the jar were collected during the initial escape, when Su Hua and Xin Jiao Jiao were gathering herbs along the way. Because worms are also a medicinal ingredient used to treat many illnesses, they are very valuable. However, Su Hua didn't have time to process them at that moment, so she just put them into her space. At this point, she didn't remember she had collected them, and Qin Su found the items strange. "I want to go fishing too," Qi Lin said when he saw Qin Su and Su Hua going ice fishing, suddenly following along. He guessed there were no fish in the ice lake, since this was a place even birds wouldn't bother to defecate. But knowing he might end up being proven wrong by Su Hua, he still couldn't resist wanting to see for himself. "We're going to watch too," Uncle Qin also said excitedly. The 200 people were eager to find out if there were fish in the ice lake and whether they could eat meat in the future. One by one, they followed out of curiosity. Shun Jiao Jiao and the others didn't stay behind either and quickly followed Su Hua. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, including Qin Yu, who was less than 3 months old, crossed the snowy to the other side of the ice lake. When they arrived at the lake's edge, Qin Su followed Su Hua's instructions. In the safe area where the 200 people had previously crossed the ice, near the shore of the lake, they drilled a small ice hole about the size of a bowl every 10 meters. While Qin Su was drilling the ice, Su Hua was setting up fishing lines and bait.
"One of these for me to fish," she said.
Qi Lin watched Qin Su and Su Hua busy with their tasks, feeling a strange mix of contradiction and comparison. He doubted there were fish in the lake, but at the same time, he wanted to see who was luckier and who could catch more fish. Su Hua saw Qilin take away a fishing rod that wasn't finished yet and wanted to tell him there weren't enough hooks. Recently, she enjoyed watching Qilin struggle and get embarrassed. She liked seeing him get humiliated and chose not to remind him when he was fooled. She just watched quietly as Qilin took the fishing rod. Later, she tied 5 hooks to a single fishing line, each hook with half a worm. Instead of holding the rod and waiting for fish, like Qilin did, she placed the rod flat on the ice. She put 4 fishing rods into the ice hole she dug with Qin Su. After setting them up, she filled the holes back with snow and ice to prevent them from freezing shut. When everything was ready, she clapped her hands and smiled at Qin Su, waving her hand. "Brother Qin, let's go to the shore and have a fire." She wouldn't be silly enough to stand on the ice waiting for fish to bite and get cold. The 200 people by the fire on the shore heard Su Hua say they didn't need to watch the fish, and they all blinked in surprise. Uncle Qin asked Miss Su, "Is that enough?" Shen Jiao also looked confused. "Sister Hua, you don't need to watch for the fish to bite. They won't run away, right?"
No worries.
"If they run, they run. We'll catch more anyway," Su Hua said casually, then squatted down to warm herself by the fire. Qin Su looked at Qilin, who was foolishly fishing on the ice, and wanted to remind him, but in the end, he held back. It might be good for Qilin to experience some setbacks. Seeing that Su Hua wasn't fishing, the 200 people moved closer to Qilin's side. But before they could see Qilin catch a big fish, suddenly, one of the ice holes on Su Hua's side moved. The snow and ice on top trembled occasionally, and the fishing rod above was pulled down with force. Su Hua saw this and knew she had caught a big fish.
Ha!
"Brother Qin, come quick. The fish is on the hook," she shouted, then hurried back to the ice, digging away the snow and ice. Carefully, she pulled up the fishing line. Soon, a mountain fish weighing nearly 4 jin, about 2 kilograms, was pulled onto the shore, right in front of the 200 people. Before they could react, Su Hua went to the other ice holes. Then, with 2 loud pops, 2 even bigger red fish were pulled onto the shore. When the 200 people saw that the fish were real and alive, they went wild with excitement, shouting, "Wow! There are fish! We'll have food now." Besides the Rong family and Shen Jiao, most of the 200 people were worried about food supplies. Everyone thought that the remaining food for the team was only a few dozen jin each person carried on their backs. In fact, all 200 people secretly worried about what they would eat once they reached the top of Tianfeng Peak. But now, Su Hua discovered fish in a frozen lake covering about 10 acres. No one would go hungry anymore. Qilin watched Su Hua keep throwing fish onto the shore, while his own fishing hook didn't move at all. He felt his face burning with pain. The fish caught in the frozen lake renewed the hope of a better life for the 200 people. It also made everyone more eager to settle into their new home, reducing their fear of the coming disaster. After catching 28 fish in the lake, Su Hua handed the task of roasting fish to Qilin. All 28 were wild mountain fish weighing about 3 jin each. 24 were caught by Su Hua and Qin Su, while Qilin only caught 4, which made him feel discouraged about ice fishing. However, when roasting the fish, Qilin finally regained some confidence. After all, he was the only one in the team with fire abilities. Even just making fire made him unique and needed. It was the 5th day before the countdown. The team saw the Golden Sun Mountain again. It was bathed in sunlight, shining with golden light. But the 200 people no longer cared about the Golden Sun Mountain. They also realized there was no real heaven palace, just sunlight shining down. Compared to that, their new home, 500 meters high, was truly like a heaven palace to them. "Let's go." Everyone tried to climb up. Uncle Qin was full of enthusiasm. He took 2 flags he had taken earlier, threaded them onto a bamboo pole for mountain climbing, and led everyone to climb. Qin Su, Su Hua, Qilin, and Su Sifan didn't move. They watched the 200 people try to climb. They didn't join because, at dawn, Qin Su had already climbed the mountain and marked the route with sticks and ropes. The of the snowy hill was only about 20 degrees, with rocks beneath the snow, making climbing very safe. There was no need to worry about the 200 people falling into icy crevices. The four of them stood at the bottom, watching the 200 people struggle to climb. It proved that on the first day, the 200 people could only climb about 200 meters before slipping back down one by one. But even with failure, they didn't lose confidence. 200 people comforted each other, saying, "We will stay here. Don't be discouraged. We'll try again tomorrow." Suhwa was not surprised that the 200 people couldn't climb up. She thought that just enough people would reach the top before the world ended in 5 days. After the 200 people slid down the snowy and returned to the camp, Suhwa said to Chin-su, Su-sifin, and Chi-lin, "Let's go. Let's see what our new home looks like." The four of them didn't try to climb the mountain all night because they wanted to wait until daytime to go into the cave and clear the way for everyone. They were preparing for the coming disaster. All four had special abilities, so climbing was easy for them, and they didn't suffer from altitude sickness. In less than half an hour, the four of them reached the top of the in sight of the 200 people and stepped onto the platform in front of the mountain peak. When they reached the platform, Suhwa saw how large it was. She estimated it was about 3 acres. The entrance to the cave was also very big. When they arrived at the cave entrance, they saw it was about 3 zhang high, roughly 10 meters. Before entering, Suhwa took out 4 candles from her sleeve, lit them, and handed one to each of the others. The candles were used to check if there was enough oxygen inside the cave. If the flame went out, they couldn't go in anymore. Then she took out 4 face coverings and handed them to the others. "Everyone, put these on." Suhwa was worried about bats inside the cave because bats carry many germs, even in their droppings. Chin-su and Su-sifin accepted the face coverings without hesitation. Chi-lin hesitated for a moment, but he had been embarrassed many times before and didn't want to argue anymore. He took one and obediently put it on. "Let's go in." The four finally entered the cave. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw it was pitch dark, and they couldn't see their fingers in front of their faces. A cold air hit their lungs. But Suhwa was happy to see the candles hadn't gone out, which meant there was oxygen inside, so they could go deeper. She then ordered, "Brother Chin, light all the oil lamps." Chin-su took out a jar of soybean oil from his space, along with 20 wooden bowls. He poured half a bowl of oil into each bowl, added a wick, and lit it with a fire striker. Soon, the dark cave was brightly lit. In front of them was a flat, open space, and the deeper they went, the larger it became. The ground was dry, and the cave's ceiling and entrance were both over 3 zhang high. Many stalactites hung from the ceiling. If it hadn't been dark earlier, this would have looked like a fairy's dwelling. After walking about 20 meters inside, the four people indeed saw large bats hanging upside down on the walls and stalactites. Seeing this, they immediately stopped. The bats heard the footsteps earlier and seemed ready to wake up at any moment. When they saw this scene, Suhwa turned around quickly and signaled to Chi-lin with hand gestures to set fire. From now on, 200 people would stay here, and no other creatures besides humans could be allowed. Chi-lin understood Suhwa's gestures instantly and released his powers. Suddenly, there was a loud boom, and countless bats were ignited. The bats didn't have time to escape and were burned to ashes soon after. Once Chi-lin finished killing all the bats, leaving no survivors, Chin-su also lit lamps in various places, illuminating the entire cave. Suhwa looked around. She then instructed Su-sifin, "Brother, you are responsible for opening a lighting hole in the ceiling. Also, remove all the stalactites, level the uneven ground, and build supporting pillars to hold up the ceiling." Suhwa asked Su-sifin to come up and help renovate their new home. Since it was a new home, it needed to be comfortable and earthquake-resistant. She didn't want the cave to collapse during the upcoming apocalyptic earthquake, especially the hanging stalactites, which could fall easily. Luckily, with Su-sifin's earth-type powers, they could be moved and leveled. "Okay, fifth sister. Watch me fix it. Tell me how and where to repair." After hearing the task, Su-sifin replied and started digging the ceiling and removing stalactites. He also used the debris from the ground to build supporting pillars to prevent the ceiling from collapsing. While he worked, Suhwa directed from the side. Of course, Qin Su and Qi Lin were also busy. Although Qi Lin burned the bats, there were still many unknown insects and corpses inside the cave. Su Hua let him burn everything freely, including insect droppings, until everything was thoroughly cleaned. Qin Su used a broom to sweep away the ashes of the burned bats and insects, cleaning everything up. After about 2 hours, they had cleared out a bright, gourd-shaped cave, roughly 600 square meters in size, fully lit and ready. The shape and size of the cave were not changed by Su Shifan. Only a 2-meter-wide ventilation hole was drilled into the ceiling. Additional support pillars were added for reinforcement. This natural cave has withstood countless earthquakes over thousands of years without collapsing, which suggests it has a strong structure. The space is about 600 square meters, which is not large, but enough to accommodate 200 people. After cleaning and renovating the new home, Su Huai asked Qin Su to take out an old set of square tables and chairs from the space, which had been collected from the villagers after being processed by Jieqi. Then, the 4 of them sat around the table to discuss plans. Although it was a meeting, the 3 teenagers didn't speak much. They all silently agreed that Su Huai would make the decisions because she knew many things that ancient people didn't. At my plan, I want to build a 2-story house inside the cave, with 60 rooms on each floor, totaling 120 rooms. The elderly and families with children will live on the lower floor, and single people on the upper floor. Each floor will have underfloor heating to keep warm, with hot water heated outside and piped in. On the right side of the outside platform, I will build bathrooms for men and women and a toilet. On the left side, there will be a row of granaries and a kitchen. The remaining middle platform will be used for soilless vegetable cultivation. Before the apocalypse, I bought many seeds that can grow even in snow and ice. Soilless farming will allow us to eat vegetables. Originally, her space contained countless supplies and could grow food, plus Qin Su's stored grain. Even if the world turned into wasteland after the disaster, the 200 people would not go hungry. But she didn't want everyone to be idle. When people are idle, they tend to overthink. It's better to teach everyone survival skills and self-sufficiency for the end times. When everyone has something to do, they can also gain something. Su Shifan, Qin Su, and Qi Lin had never heard of underfloor heating or soilless cultivation. When they heard these new words, they all froze in silence like chickens. They had only known about heating with charcoal stoves and had never heard of underfloor heating before. And soilless cultivation? What does that mean? No soil to grow vegetables? It was completely new to them. Su Huai knew they couldn't imagine these things, so she didn't explain. Instead, she assigned tasks directly. As for building the house, I will draw the plans with the sizes and you, brother, can build according to the measurements. To build the underfloor heating and soilless cultivation, Qin and I quickly went to gather bamboo and peat soil. Qin, later you will take some of the food and wood from the space to clear some room. Su Sifan and Qin Su listened to the orders and said in unison, "Okay, fifth sister." "All right, little Jiao." Qilin heard that Su Sifan and Qin Su each had tasks, but he didn't. He frowned, forming 3 black lines on his forehead.
What about me?
"Do I have nothing to do?" Jiao laughed awkwardly. "You're overthinking. When Qin and I go to gather supplies, you will watch over the camp of 200 people. Don't let them come up yet and also go fishing." Hearing this, Qilin's mouth twitched several times. He didn't like guarding and he didn't want to fish either. But he had his own task. Refusing would be like shooting himself in the foot. Qin Su took out 10,000 stones of grain from the space and stacked them inside the cave. He also brought out a small amount of wood, piling it in the middle of the square. Although it was just a small amount, it formed over 10 piles of wood, almost filling the square, which looked quite impressive. Su Jiao picked up a stone and drew the outline of the houses they needed to build on both sides of the square. After drawing, she left Su Sifan to build the houses, while she, Qin Su, and Qilin went down the snowy. The 200 people waited below the mountain for a long time, eager to know what was inside the cave. When the 3 came down, Uncle Qin hurried over, nervous. "How's the new home? Can we live there?" Qin Su opened his mouth to reply, but was suddenly interrupted loudly by Su Jiao.
"Yes.
Of course we can," Let me tell everyone some good news. The new home we found was actually a hideout for fugitives. The inside of the cave not only stored a lot of food and frozen meat from wild animals, but also household items, firewood, and everything else you can think of. We've hit the jackpot this time. Su Jiao guessed that Qin Su wanted to reveal the space's secret, but she thought as long as they had an excuse, whether the 200 people believed it or not, they could cover it up. After all, the 200 people couldn't reach the top of so they didn't know what was inside the cave. She dared to let Su Sifan build the house above, because it was at the bottom of with only a limited view of a cross-section platform. In fact, the people couldn't see what was on the platform. Even if Su Sifan finished building the house up there, as long as no one went up, they wouldn't find out anything. Even if everyone had doubts, as long as they couldn't provide proof, Qin Su saw no need to reveal the space at this moment. As for why she claimed the hideout was a bandit's lair, it was because she planned to build 120 rooms inside the cave. A cave needing so many rooms was perfect for hiding fleeing bandits in the southern region. If 200 people asked why no one was there, she could also say the bandits had dispersed or been eaten by snakes. Huh? A bandit's hideout. Doesn't that mean the cave has an owner? Are we in danger then? When the 200 people heard that the cave had an owner, they all doubted whether they had heard correctly. Qin Su cleared her throat and awkwardly smiled at everyone. Don't worry. The cave hasn't been used for years. The bandits probably left long ago or are already dead. When we entered, there was dust and spider webs everywhere. We spent so much time inside because we were cleaning just like we are now. Qilin didn't expect Su Hua and Qin Su to lie together without blinking. When they suddenly did this, he couldn't help but join in the lie. He stiffly twisted his mouth and deliberately sneered. If we talk about the owner, this mountain still belongs to the Dog Emperor. But from now on, it's ours. Don't talk about bandits. If even the Dog Emperor comes to claim it, we can just settle the score. Qin Su and Su Hua looked at Qilin in surprise. Neither of them expected him to say such words. As long as they mentioned the Dog Emperor, they could easily cover their lie. But could this person stop mentioning the Dog Emperor all the time? When the 200 people heard Dog Emperor, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Qin, full of confidence, agreed. Qian Lord is right. Even if it was other bandits before, from now on it's ours. The Hongmeng Cave Heaven belongs to us. No one can take it away. The men nodded in agreement.
Yes.
Hongmeng Cave Heaven is ours. No one can take it back. A woman was very excited. In that case, we have everything we need. Another woman laughed happily. Haha, we've got a ready-made cave residence. Even if the world ends, we're safe. The 200 people were successfully led astray by Qilin. No one questioned why the bandits' hideout was empty and why no food was taken. Qin Su and Su Huai were afraid that the group of 200 people might suddenly remember and ask questions, so they quickly found an excuse to leave. Qin Su privately called for Rongshi and explained where he was going. Mother, Xiao Huai and I plan to gather some supplies before the end of the world. Lin will watch over the team. I will be back before nightfall. Su Huai also comforted Xin Jiao Jiao. Mother, brother is cleaning upstairs. Once he's done, he'll come down. Xiao Ge and I are going to look for ice lakes and mineral deposits on nearby mountains. Don't worry, we will return safely. When Xin Jiao Jiao heard Su Huai was going to leave alone with Qin Su again, she opened her mouth to remind them, but in the end, she just waved her hand in agreement. Su Huai and Qin Su left the team and immediately teleported to the mountain peaks below Qitian Peak. Then they directly returned to the swamp where they previously killed the giant crocodile. Bamboo grows like hair at altitudes between 400 and 800 meters, on hills and low mountain slopes. The banks of the swamp are covered with bamboo, and the swamp also has many peat soils. Xiao Ge, you go cut some bamboo first. I want to check if these swamp soils are suitable for soilless cultivation. Soilless cultivation doesn't mean no soil at all. It refers to growing plants using water, peat, or forest leaf mold as the medium to support the roots. When they arrived at the bamboo forest at the edge of the swamp, Su Huai immediately sent Qin Su away. Qin Su's space was not enough to gather all the peat and bamboo. After the end of the world, the land might turn into wasteland, making it hard to find arable land. He decided to help gather more. As for bamboo, he would gather as much as possible, including bamboo seeds. Bamboo can be used to make water pipes, building materials for bamboo houses, and woven into various daily items. Okay, Xiao Huai, I'll stay nearby. Qin Su didn't doubt Su Huai. After saying that, he entered the forest and used his space blade to cut bamboo. Wherever he went, bamboo fell. Seeing Qin Su walk away, Su Huai, who couldn't see what was happening on the swamp side, immediately teleported into the swamp area. She released her mind and collected a piece of soil at regular intervals. When she returned to the shore, a third of the soil in the 20-mile-wide swamp was gone. But she wasn't worried about being discovered. As long as she didn't take too much, and since the swamp was so vast that it couldn't be seen from end to end, no one would know what was missing unless they saw it with their own eyes. After collecting swamp soil, Su Huai happily went back to find Qin Su, telling him she was helping to cut bamboo and dig bamboo shoots on the other side of the mountain. While cutting and digging, she secretly collected some of each, and when she saw other herbs, she didn't miss the chance to take those too, like a bird snatching grains. Unaware, the spirit inside the space was about to go crazy again because this little owner kept collecting things randomly. This time was even more outrageous. She actually collected mud and dirt into the space. Does the space lack soil? No, it doesn't. Fortunately, Su Huai threw the swamp soil into the foggy area so it wouldn't harm their home. She also threw the bamboo onto the grassland. Interestingly, she noticed that the usually gloomy giant pandas, who didn't want to eat anything lately, saw the bamboo and acted like cats smelling fish, rushing madly toward the bamboo. Su Huai didn't realize that the spirit was complaining about her being a greedy capitalist. When she heard Qin Su's footsteps, she stopped collecting bamboo. Qin Su saw a large pile of bamboo behind Su Huai and asked, "Little Huai, is the bamboo enough? I'm worried there might not be enough space for soil later." Su Huai turned around with a bright smile and said, "It's enough. You finish collecting the bamboo, then collect swamp soil, and we can go back." Qin Su immediately finished collecting all the bamboo, and the two went back to the swamp to gather swamp soil. Qin Su didn't go into the swamp but collected soil directly from the wooden bridge they had built earlier. He didn't notice that the swamp soil in other areas had become less. Seeing that Qin Su hadn't noticed anything unusual, Su Huai secretly relaxed. Later, when they teleported past the swamp area, she boldly took some more soil while Qin Su wasn't looking. After gathering supplies, they passed through Liao River and the mountain peaks. Suddenly, they decided to check on the situation of the over 20,000 people at the mountain peaks. They wanted to see if the people had climbed higher, whether the thatched huts were repaired, if they had prepared firewood for the extreme cold, and how to handle the 130,000 stones of grain. However, when Qin Su and Su Huai appeared suddenly at the top of the mountain peaks and saw a shocking scene that made their blood run cold, they thought they had seen it wrong. Yes. Neither Qin Su nor Su Huai could believe it. The over 20,000 people, after days of chopping trees, were being robbed. These people were the border troops of Yun Shao. At this moment, the commander Lin Shao and many soldiers stood to the side, swallowing their anger, but daring not to move. As for why Lin Shao did not dare to resist with his soldiers, the reason was clear. When Yun Shao arrived at the mountain with more than 200,000 men, Yun Lu openly displayed his ice powers. In an instant, at the foot of Qitian Peak, within the forest line, he created a palace of ice that looked like a fortress. Then Yunzhen, mistaking a giant snake's corpse left behind by Qin Su as still alive, released poison that melted the snake into a pool of blood. Lin Shao, the defending general, had never seen anyone with such powers before. He was so frightened that he stood frozen. Even when the soldiers began cutting down and carrying away the piles of trees his men had worked on for days, he did not dare to make a sound. So, when Su Hua and Qin Su arrived, this was the scene they saw. "What are you doing?" Qin Su shouted angrily. At a glance, he recognized the armored men stealing supplies as Yun Zhao's border troops. Although the armor of the Great Qian army was all black, each set carried a special mark. The border troops bore the character for border, while the local garrisons bore the character for guard.
It was easy to tell them apart.
As soon as Qin Su's voice fell, both the border soldiers carrying the timber and the stunned local garrison turned their eyes toward him. Master Qin? The defending general could hardly believe his eyes. His eyes turned red with emotion, like a bullied child suddenly finding someone to rely on. He quickly wiped his tears and complained, Master Qin, they stole the timber we worked so hard to cut for days. They just came and took it all. I told them we were working with young Lord Qi, but they didn't care at all. This is too much. Master Qin, you must stand up for us. Hearing this, Qin Su and Su Hua immediately understood. The border troops dared to rob, so openly only because Yun Shao allowed it. Yun Shao must have thought that once Qin Su and Qi Lin climbed Qitian Peak, they would never return. So he first tested the waters by seizing the timber. If it turned out Qin Su and Qi Lin had met with an accident, he could then take everything for himself. After all, Qin Su had left behind 130,000 measures of grain for the 200,000 men. Yun Shao would not need to provide food for them. How could he let such a chance slip away? In fact, Qin Su and Su Hua's guess was exactly right. This was Yun Zhao's plan.
Put it down.
And return everything you stole. Qin Su could not understand why Yun Shao had come here. Back then, Yun Shao had tried to persuade him to ally with Qi Lin, but after being refused, their relationship had completely broken down. Now, for him to suddenly appear on Qitian Peak, something must have happened that Qin Su did not yet know.
Who are you?
100 household soldier from Yun Xiao's border army stepped forward. He ordered the soldiers to put down their tools and carefully observed Qin Su. He knew very well that only someone with a big background would dare to challenge the general who was called Young Master, especially since they were border troops from the Southern Territory. Qin Su snorted coldly. You are not qualified to ask who I am. Just tell your King Chu that Qin Shi and I are asking why he is seizing supplies. Lin Shao, afraid that the 100 household soldier didn't know who Qi Lin was, quickly interrupted. Qi is the young master from the Dingwa Duke's residence I mentioned. After saying that, he stared fixedly at Qin Su. Qi Lin was the young master. But what about Qin Su? From Qin Su's tone, he seemed important. Did he forget something? When the 100 household soldier heard the name, Qin Shi, he was so frightened he nearly jumped. Yun Shao had issued an order. If the two Qin Shi returned, they had to report immediately. Thinking about how serious the matter was, the 100 household soldier quickly sent a border soldier to report. Hurry and tell King Chu. At that moment, Yun Shao was inside a magnificent ice palace castle built along the forest line, enjoying roasted wild rabbit with his two daughters, Yun Lu and Yun Jin. When he heard the border soldier report that Qin Su and Qi Lin had returned and were demanding justice, he almost choked on his roasted meat. He widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Qin Su and Qi Lin are back, and they are asking why we seized supplies. He turned to his daughters and asked, didn't they go to the peak? Could they have failed and come back? Yun Lu and Yun Jin looked at each other and said in unison, Father, let's go see for ourselves. Of course, the father and daughters needed to see with their own eyes to be at ease. After a stick of incense, they arrived at the mountain where the trees were being cut and piled up. Sure enough, they saw Qin Su and Su Hua standing proudly. Yun Shao was stunned, even blushing with embarrassment. He had taken advantage of Qin Su's absence earlier, stealing trees and even trying to seize soldiers. As long as Qin Su wasn't foolish, he wouldn't be unaware of Yun Xiao's intentions. But before coming, Yun Xiao had already planned how to respond. He put on an excited smile and approached Qin Su. Qin, my nephew? Is it really you? I'm so glad to see you. Ha ha. Qin Su saw Yun Xiao wearing a mask like a human skin mask with a slightly furrowed brow and calmly responded, Uncle Yun. Cloud Xiao didn't believe that Qin Su's call of Uncle Yun was sincere. Probably, the next thing he would do was to question him harshly. Because of this, he felt a bit afraid of Qin Su. Even though he was only 15, he hid his emotions very well, showing he was a clever young boy. Yun Lu and Yun Jin saw Su Hua, who was happily alive nearby and couldn't believe it. They also stepped forward, pretending to be polite. Big brother Qin, Su Hua, who had been standing beside Qin Su all along, heard the term, Big brother Qin, and twitched his lips. Qin Su glanced at the two sisters coldly, nodded slightly, then turned to Yun Xiao and asked directly, Uncle Yun, why did your people seize the supplies from my side? I helped eliminate the python, the giant crocodile, and burned the killer ants. I think I've been quite helpful to Uncle Yun on this mountain journey. Yun Xiao, Yun Lu, and Yunjin didn't expect Qin Su to speak so bluntly and rudely. They all choked. But Yun Xiao, being a prince, had been involved in court affairs for many years. He immediately turned around, kicked 100 households away, and shouted angrily, Who is so blind? Why are you stealing the trees? Don't you know that over 20,000 people are under the command of the two young lords? Stealing from over 20,000 people is like stealing from the two young lords. The 100 households was kicked flying, hitting a pile of wood and spitting out a mouthful of blood. But no one cared about his life or death now. After kicking someone, Yun Xiao forced a smile and patted Qin Su's arm. Nephew Qin, I really don't know about this. It's all those useless subordinates who are blind. Rest assured, nephew, I will deal with these blind fools soon. We will return every single tree they stole, and our 3 families must keep the peace. You and nephew Qi went to Fengfeng, so you don't know the latest. Actually, right after you left, the emperor dog arrived in the southern border with 80,000 troops. Our father and daughter planned to hide in the mountains with soldiers, hoping to find nephew Qin and nephew Qi to form a new alliance and fight against the emperor dog together. When Qin Su and Su Hua heard the words, Emperor Dog, their fingers twitched unconsciously. The news Yun Xiao brought was too shocking and sudden. Earlier, they couldn't understand why the father and daughter appeared here, but now it was as if the clouds had parted, and everything became clear. Cloud Lu and Yunjun had been watching Qin Su and Su Huai's reactions. Seeing that they remained calm, Cloud Lu advised, Big brother Qin, the dog emperor is only about 200 miles away. Even if he has special abilities, he can't withstand 1,000 armies and horses. Yunjun also sneered and agreed. Yes. Big brother Qin, Big brother Qi once knew the guards of 3 continents. If you two raise your voices, we can gather 1,000,000 soldiers and charge down the mountain. The dog emperor only has 300,000 elite soldiers. The rest are palace maids, officials, and their families. As long as we kill the elite commander and poison their supplies, defeating the dog emperor will be easy. Su Huai couldn't help but roll her eyes. These 2 sisters seemed like professional brainwashers. She hesitated, wondering if she should remind them. But she was overthinking. Qin Su was very calm and said to the 3 of them with a composed expression, he always tests his food for poison. Also, his special abilities. None of the current special people can kill him. Moreover, you are overlooking some people. He has 100 shadow guards, who also have special abilities. Underestimating the dog emperor will lead to a terrible death. Furthermore, he might not be in the southern region right now. If I'm right, he should be following you up the mountain. Qin Su guessed this because the western Rome people attacked, so the dog emperor moved south. But the dog emperor fears death more than anyone. When he reaches the southern region, he will definitely climb the mountain. If the dog emperor weren't afraid of death or the end of the world, he wouldn't be practicing cultivation to seek immortality. What? The dog emperor has climbed the mountain, and he has special abilities. What exactly are his abilities? Yun Xiao, Yun Lu, and Yunjin spoke in unison, all of them shocked and frightened. Qin Su didn't answer the 3 of them. Instead, he turned to the stunned Lin Xiao and ordered, send someone to bring back the trees that were moved. If anyone dares to seize them again, report directly to King Chu. He made his meaning clear. As long as he and Qi Lin are alive, Yun Xiao, who is trying to form an alliance, won't dare to seize again. Lin Xiao stiffened and nodded. Yes, young Master Qin. He truly couldn't tell a small noble from a true hero. He had been treating a young noble as a pioneer and strategist. Now he really wished he could slap himself. Young lady? Young master? Just as Qin Su was about to ask Lin Xiao about the progress of building a temporary shelter, a surprising and joyful voice suddenly sounded nearby. Qin Su and Su Hua turned around in surprise, happily recognizing two familiar village chiefs.
Oh.
It's really you. Finally seeing you. Seeing old friends unexpectedly, the two village chiefs were even more excited than the two of them. Village chiefs? Su Hua doubted if she was mistaken. She clearly remembered telling the two villages to climb Chi Tian Peak, but now she still found it hard to believe she had met familiar people.
Huh?
The brave village chief looked at Su Hua's surprised face and couldn't help but laugh. Su Hua quickly noticed that the two village chiefs and villagers had bags hanging from their waists filled with leaves, roots, and wild vegetables. Village chief, have you run out of food? This scene was very familiar to her. After the strong tornado, many people dug up wild vegetables. The timid village chief didn't think digging wild vegetables was shameful. He smiled and nodded. We fled to the southern border, and the food ran out. Now, 500 people are digging wild vegetables and picking leaves, hoping to store more in case a disaster comes. The young girl, didn't you say the world would end in October? There are 5 days left. We're thinking that digging more food today means surviving one more day. Hearing this, Qin Su and Su Hua felt a strange tightness in their hearts and couldn't speak. They looked at each other for a long time, each having their own thoughts. Brother Qin, leave me half of my share of the grain. Out of the 130,000 share of grain, leaving half means over 60,000 share. Plus the previous 130,000 share from Qilin, that's about 200 jin per person. If they eat carefully, about half a jin of grain per person per day, it should be enough for 2 villages and over 20,000 people to last half a year. Qin Su understood Su Hua's meaning and then instructed Lin Xiao, Commander Lin, after the 500 people from the 2 villages join your camp, they will share some of the grain. I will keep the stored grain at the old place. After saying this, the 2 of them bid farewell to the stunned village chiefs and turned to leave for the mountain cave to store the grain. Su Hua and Qin Su placed the grain down and instantly teleported to the foot of Chi Tian Peak. They saw that at the right side of the mountain's foot, a dense series of terraced, thatched houses had been built along the mountain ridge. On the left side, there was the ice palace castle of Yun Xiao and his daughter, and over 20,000 people were building more thatched houses. Little Hua, do you think so many people can live here? Qin Su looked up at the dense thatched houses, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Hua guessed the altitude of the 2 mountain peaks with thatched huts, about 4,500 meters. She sighed and said, I don't know, but we can only hope. Not only can the fire cause earthquakes and tsunamis, but it can also trigger avalanches on Chi Tian Peak. If we can't reach the top, we might still face destruction at the foot or middle of the mountain. Living on either side might help avoid avalanches. Our only hope is to pray that the Chi Tian mountain range doesn't sink too much, that the tsunami doesn't exceed 1,000 zhong, and that the fire doesn't hit us. Otherwise, Chi Tian Peak and the surrounding mountains could disappear forever. Su Hua didn't dare say such unlucky words. Qin Su saw that Su Hua hesitated to speak and guessed what she wanted to say next. But in the face of natural disasters, everyone feels powerless against nature. Even they, who now have a new home and no longer fear tsunamis, still fear earthquakes and fires. Brother Qin, what kind of power does the Dog Emperor have? Su Hua remembered Qin Su's earlier conversation with Yun Xiao and her father. No one can kill the Dog Emperor? Not even you or Qin Xian. Qin Xian is a mental type ability user, capable of attacking with mental powers and creating illusions, even against other ability users. If they can't attack him, maybe he's just too strong, and Qin Xian is too weak. As for Qin Su, who cultivated space-based killing, other ability users are no match for him. Could it be that her imagination about his power is wrong? Qin Su didn't want to hide anymore. His face looked serious. He has time-based powers. In his domain, he can stop time for a moment, making time stand still. His time acceleration ability can strike an opponent with one, causing them to age instantly and lose about 10 years of lifespan. My father and Alin's father once saw a suddenly age from 20 to 80 or 90, bones thin and frail, looking terrifyingly dead, as if drained of life. Wow, Suhua couldn't help but curse before Qin Su finished speaking. She thought she and Qin Su were very lucky, unstoppable, and no one could defeat them. But it turns out the Dog Emperor is incredibly lucky and has awakened a terrifying time-based power along with his space ability. She really wanted that time power. But just as she was excited, Qin Su poured cold water on her. However, his time acceleration attack has a fatal weakness. He accelerates the consumption of others' 10-year lifespan, but he also uses up some of his own. This is probably the reason he spends every day obsessed with practicing Taoism and seeking immortality. He paused, then shook his head with a bitter smile. But it's also likely the real reason why my father and Alan's father were truly skinned. Perhaps the Dog Emperor suspected that his special abilities had been discovered by my father and Alan's father, which is why our families faced such great trouble. I'm really sorry. Ultimately, it's our two families that caused you trouble. Suhua didn't expect Qin Su to feel guilty and apologize. She was stunned for a moment, then nonchalantly shook her head. It's really okay. If we hadn't taken the family, maybe no one would believe in the apocalypse and they wouldn't want to leave the Dog Emperor. The main reason is because the Dog Emperor is cruel and ruthless. You shouldn't blame yourself for his actions. You should think this way. If it weren't for the stone tablets you made and the sky lanterns you set, the 2 million people might not have migrated south. Maybe in the end, you would have saved hundreds of thousands of people and accumulated great virtue. Su Hua's face suddenly became serious again. But since the Dog Emperor has time-based abilities, we can't let him know that he came to the southern region, or even that he climbed the mountain. Otherwise, he would have countless ways to destroy us. Furthermore, the apocalypse is coming soon. What we need to focus on now is how to survive. As long as we live, we can still find a way to avenge my family later. Not only Qin Su and Qi Lin want revenge, but she does too. After all, the Dog Emperor sent people to carve words on her forehead. She has not forgotten this deep hatred.
Insunadit seriously.
Understood. We should hide this from Alan for now. If he finds out, with his temper, he would go all out to find the Dog Emperor. During this escape, Qilin kept wanting to give up halfway, only thinking about avenging his father. If news of the Dog Emperor coming to the Qitian mountain range reached Qilin's ears, he would definitely explode. Both of them understood how serious the situation was. They stood by the forest line for a while, then disappeared as suddenly as they had arrived. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao and his daughter and son felt very uncomfortable after hearing Qin Su's words. Yun Xiao was upset because the Dog Emperor had also climbed the mountain. Why did he climb? He didn't know. Yun Liu and Yun Jin couldn't accept it either. Besides the Dog Emperor's special abilities, others had them too. When did this rare divine crystal, a treasure of extraordinary power, become so worthless, like a common cabbage? Since even the Shadow Guard of the Dog Emperor has special abilities, doesn't that mean that everywhere in the world, even beggars on the street could be able to use powers? Vice Commander, hurry back to Liao River and block the rear route we used before. Also, dismantle all the signal flags tied to the trees. Leave no signs. The more Yun Xiao thought about it, the more scared he became. He worried that the Dog Emperor might also come to Mount Tianfeng, and if he caught them there, they would be doomed. Yes, the Vice Commander quickly obeyed the order without delay, leading 1,000 border soldiers to go back and block the road. Luer, Zhiner, the Dog Emperor's 100 Shadow Guards are all top fighters. If any of them have special abilities, the Dog Emperor will be very hard to deal with. Those who succeed must stay calm and think carefully. We should settle down here first and gather information about the enemy. After the Vice Commander left, Yun Xiao spoke to the two sisters. Before seeing Qin Su, the sisters would have spoken arrogantly about killing the Dog Emperor, thinking they could defeat him easily. But now, their faces looked grim, and they dared not speak recklessly. After Lin Xiao and the others, including Yun Zhao's father and daughter, left, they also took 2 village chiefs and 500 villagers to set up camp. They distributed thatched houses and gave each family some grain. The village chiefs and villagers received their thatched house tags and grain, and each of them still felt like they were dreaming. Old Zhang, why do I feel so uneasy? Are we dreaming? asked the very brave village chief, staring in shock at the neighboring timid village chief. The timid village chief stiffly shook his head. Oldly, I think so too, but a woman from the village was not as naive as everyone else. She was the first to realize what was happening and laughed. Village Chief Zhang, Village Chief Li, we've met a noble person. This is not a dream. The young girl and young man helped us. Isn't it a noble person? No grain to give, but now we have houses built with guards, and we've teamed up with over 20,000 people. Our safety is assured. When Qin Su and Su Huai returned to the camp, it was just dusk. Qilin had caught over 300 fish, weighing more than 1,000 jin in total. Although he learned ice fishing from Su Huai, he thought he had caught 10 times more than her. His face looked very proud. Seeing Qilin so confident, Qin Su and Su Huai, who had been wandering for 3 months, burst into hearty laughter. They didn't even mention the words Dog Emperor at this moment. After the two of them returned, each ate a piece of grilled fish, explained their situation to their mothers, and then headed up to the peak of Hongmeng Cave, heaven with their food. At this moment, they noticed that Su Sifin had already repaired the house on the square. Moreover, the house he built was so astonishing that it shocked them both. Brother? Can you turn stones into sand? Su Huai looked at the wall of the house, which was exactly the same as the mountain rocks, fitting perfectly without gaps, as if the rocks had been carved out naturally. It was incredible. Su Sifin chuckled and said, "Yes. I wasn't happy with the previous house. I wondered why there were gaps. I don't know how, but I meditated on the mountain for a while and I naturally mastered 3 skills: Earth Escape, Sandstorm, and Sand Burial. Fifth sister, Qin Little Lord, let me show you my Earth Escape." After speaking, Su Sifin approached the two, but they noticed that as he got closer, he became shorter. Then, he completely disappeared from the square. When he reappeared, he looked like a person walking out from underground. Su Sifin didn't realize the impact he caused. After using Earth Escape, he sighed and said, "Fifth sister, I don't know why, but I can't hold my breath in the earth for too long." Su Huai opened her mouth, struggling to speak for a moment, then finally said, "Show us your sandstorm and sand burial." Sure, Su Sifin was quite satisfied with these 2 skills and immediately activated his abilities. In the next second, fine sand and gravel slowly rose from the square. These grains of sand moved as if alive, forming countless small sand rivers flowing toward Su Sifin. Soon, he was wrapped in a seamless egg of sand. After a while, it looked like a sandstorm sweeping towards Su Huai and Qin Su. Just as they stepped back, the sandstorm disappeared. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet sank. They looked down in shock and saw that a swirling sand vortex had appeared beneath them, like a quicksand eye in the desert, pulling them into the earth. This was sand burial. This skill could directly bury a person alive underground. "Brother!" "Stop!" Su Huai exclaimed, both surprised and amused. She realized she had underestimated her bookish brother. Su Sifin was more suited to Earth-type abilities than she had thought. "Great! Brother! With you, we won't need bamboo for underfloor heating. You can just build the pipes directly." Previously, she planned to use water-based underfloor heating with bamboo to direct hot water. But now it's no longer needed. She can directly use her special ability to create pipes, forming a dragon-shaped heating system. From outside, fire is lit, and the heat is transferred through the pipes to warm the bed, then released outside. This way, it won't consume the oxygen inside the cave, and everyone's beds will stay warm. However, outside the cave entrance, 2 large stoves need to be built, one to boil water for 200 people and another to provide warmth with the dragon system. I will now draw the building plans so my brother can follow the drawings. Tonight, he will finish building the rooms so everyone can move in quickly. The more Su Hua thought about it, the more excited she became. She immediately ordered, "Brother Qin, put the grain and beast meat into the storage. Some of the trees on the platform will be kept, and the rest you can turn into firewood with your ability. The bamboo and swamp soil will be stored in your space first, to be used later for planting without soil." After speaking, Su Hua threw the food to Su Sifin, then quickly entered the cave. She took charcoal from her space to make drawing tools and began sketching the layout of the cave rooms around a square table. Chin-su saw Su-hwa focused on drawing and didn't disturb her. He first moved the grain to the new storage and placed some of the beast meat inside. Then he went to the next kitchen, arranged all the utensils, pots, bowls, knives, water jars, garlic, salt, and other items by using his space ability. Later, he went to the platform. While Su Sifin was eating grilled fish and drinking porridge nearby, he used his ability to cut and release wood. Soon, Su Sifin saw that the large trees stacked on the platform, which could be 2 people's arms wide, instantly turned into firewood. "Little Lord, your ability is great. With one move, you save us all from chopping firewood," Su Sifin joked. "Look at that. His little sister is so amazing, able to command her little lord to chop firewood." Chin-su also chuckled when he heard this. He never thought his space ability would someday be used by Su-hwa to chop firewood. But he felt that building their home was really a wonderful experience. As night fell, Su-hu finally finished the drawings and handed them to Su Sifin. "Brother, take some soil from the ground, but don't disturb the cave structure. Work hard tonight to finish the construction. Tomorrow, some people might be able to climb up." The 200 people couldn't wait to see their new home. They had to finish building before everyone arrived. "Okay, 5th sister, don't worry." Su Sifin took the plans and started building. Su-hwa and Chin-su both stayed, watching Su Si-fan build the house. They saw fine sand and small stones constantly rising from the cave floor. Gradually, beams, walls, doors, windows, pipes, and beds appeared. Su Si-fan looked like an artist and craftsman, carefully drawing and carving. One house after another, 2-story buildings began to form under his special power. These houses seemed to be part of the mountain cave, perfectly joined without gaps. The walls were intentionally made slightly uneven but smooth to the touch. "Brother, do you feel like your power isn't enough? Are you feeling dizzy?" Seeing Su Si-fan's face turn pale and his lips start to whiten while he was building, Su-hwa knew his power had just awakened and wasn't used up yet. Before Su Si-fan could answer, she used her healing power to transfer energy to him, helping him continue building. Time passed, and finally, the houses were finished. Su Si-fan's energy was almost gone, and he fainted from exhaustion. This time, Su Si-fan didn't have the chance to fall on Su-hwa like Chin-su did last time. Even as a brother, he couldn't handle it. Chin-su was quick and caught him first, then carried him down the mountain back to the camp and left him with Shun Jiao Jiao to take care of. Su-hwa watched Chin-su carry Su Si-fan away in just a few steps, feeling stunned for a long time. When Chin-su came back to help, she didn't notice anything unusual. She asked him to help lay beds and mats in each house. They also brought out wardrobes, corner cabinets, and lamps. Now, each room was clean and comfortable. Seeing this, Su-hwa felt very happy. She jumped onto a bed and, without hesitation, smiled and said, "Brother Chin, this is our new home. It looks so cozy. Why don't we stay here tonight instead of going back to the camp?" Chin-su's heart skipped a beat at her words, but he knew this girl well. He chuckled and said, "Tomorrow. Everyone will move to the new home together tomorrow." Su-hwa looked a little disappointed but nodded. "Okay. Tomorrow, we'll move to the new home and prepare for the end of the world." The next day, the night sky was still filled with stars, and the camp was shrouded in mist. As Su-hwa guessed, the 200 people in the team couldn't hold back anymore. At the hour of Mao, everyone excitedly got up, eager to climb the mountain, despite the cold weather. After 2 days of waiting, the group of 200 finally reached the top of the mountain, and even the oldest, Grandma Gu, managed to climb up. Although she felt a headache and some nausea afterward, she couldn't resist the excitement of the new house. "Is this really our new home?" Grandma Gu gasped, supported by her granddaughter, as she looked at the newly built houses outside the cave. The 4 uncles from the family curiously touched the walls of the house. Uncle Chin exclaimed, "Was this house carved out of the rock? It used to be just stone, right?" "Wow, how many years did it take to build so many houses?" Uncle Chin's third brother had a wild idea. Maybe it's those escapees who can't go anywhere else. They might be bored and find things to do. Suhua and Qin Su, standing nearby, tried not to laugh. Their reasons sounded silly, but everyone was so excited about the new homes that they didn't argue. After inspecting the outside and inside of the houses, everyone was amazed to see the kitchen, the granary filled with rice, flour, and frozen meat from wild animals. It was hard to believe everything was there. A curious 8-year-old boy asked, "Mom, how did these people bring their food up here? Why does climbing the mountain feel so hard for us?" His mother was caught off guard but replied, "They have many people. They carry a little at a time, and over time it adds up." There was an old man once who could move a whole mountain. After seeing the kitchen and granary, everyone eagerly entered the cave. The cave had changed a lot. On both sides of the entrance, there were 4 large cooking pots, and on the walls, there were 4 stone water channels. Walking down 3 stone steps, they saw a large, U-shaped building divided into 2 sides. In the middle, facing the part of the cave that let in light, were 4 square tables grouped together. On both floors of the houses, every 3 rooms, there was an oil lamp on a stone platform to provide light. The whole cave was bathed in warm, orange light, making it feel cozy and welcoming. Although the doors and windows of each house hadn't been finished with doors, windows, or curtains, everyone could see the uniform beds inside.
Wow.
This is so wonderful. Our good days are finally here. After the woman turned around once, she couldn't help but cry. Each house is small, and compared to the large mansions everyone used to live in, it looks like a refugee camp. But after 3 months of sleeping in the wilderness to escape famine, everyone now thinks these houses are like golden mansions. After Su Hua and the others cried happily, she took a piece of paper and called everyone out to the square. Then the landlord stood up, cleared her throat, and spoke seriously to everyone. "Dear uncles, aunts, and young ladies. Because there are not many houses inside, only 120, I, along with Brother Qin, have divided the rooms among you. Everyone will move into their assigned room now. Also, rules are important. To live peacefully and survive in this world, I have set some rules. Everyone must work, and food and clothing will be shared equally. Even hot water will be distributed evenly, without favoritism. Furthermore, our shelter is the cave. Besides using oil lamps for light, no fires are allowed to be lit freely. This is to prevent fires, avoid dangerous gases, and save our limited resources. We must not waste even a grain of rice or a stick of firewood. After the world ends, resources will run out and we will face death. I hope everyone remembers this at all times. We must stay alert and not forget how hard it was to get here, even if things seem safe now." After speaking, Su Hua looked at Mrs. Rong. "Madam, do you have anything to add?" Mrs. Rong is the most respected speaker in the group. Even Qi Lin respects her. "Yes, I have something to say too." Mrs. Rong stood up. She looked around at everyone. "When we were fleeing outside, we didn't worry much about men and women being close. But now, things are different. Everyone is crowded together, and our young ladies and young men need to be careful." When she said this, all the young women and unmarried young men were stunned. Even Su Hua and Qin Su exchanged surprised glances. But Mrs. Rong's arrangement makes sense, considering Su Hua's earlier request to separate men and women in the toilets and to split the houses, with men on the left and women on the right. Su Hua paused for a moment and asked, "Does everyone have any objections to what I and Madam just said? If not, let's start assigning rooms. There are about 200 people, surely no objections." Everything Su Hua and Mrs. Rong said was for everyone's good. Since the beginning of the evacuation, everyone has been following these rules, which is how they have survived so far. I used to listen to Miss Su, the young masters, and the madam. And I will in the future too. Uncle Qin San was very respectful. He not only agreed quickly but also boosted everyone's mood by loudly shouting, "Get your numbers." "We're moving into the new house." One person led the way and 200 people started lining up to get their numbers. Su Hua also began distributing the tokens, calling out, "Number 1. The Madam, Qin Yu, Qin Xian. Number 2. Mother and Xiazhu. Number 3. Sister-in-law and Minggur. Number 5. Third sister. Number 6. Myself. Number 8. Second brother and Uyghur. Number 9. Little Brother Qin. Number 10, Little Prince Qi. It took about half an hour to distribute all the tokens, and then all 200 people moved into their new homes. Su Hua's family of 8, the Qin family of 4, and Qilin all lived in a two-story house shaped like an inverted L, facing the entrance, with 4 rooms upstairs and 4 downstairs. Others lived in the houses on either side. On the right, the girls on the second floor. On the left, the single young men on the second floor. Everyone took their tokens and entered their rooms. They didn't care if they were dirty or clean. They first jumped and played on the beds to enjoy themselves, then took out the quilts from their backpacks and spread them out. As for the doors and windows, to allow ventilation, they hung cloth curtains to block the openings. Su Hua finished setting up her room, put her clothes into the wardrobe, and hung cloth curtains over the doors and windows. Her figure suddenly disappeared, slipping into the space. She entered the space to dig for aloe vera, which not only helps with beauty but also releases a lot of oxygen at night. Living long-term in mountain caves without enough oxygen isn't good. It could cause hypoxia, brain damage, and irreversible effects. Since she had decided to live here permanently and could improve the environment artificially, she was determined to find ways to do so. Su Hua entered the space and was in the second acre of the medicinal herb field, digging up the aloe vera she had planted earlier. She almost finished digging it all up, leaving only a few plants to continue growing. After digging the aloe vera, she used her mind to bring over more than 100 clay pots, each filled with spiritual spring water, and placed the dug aloe into the pots for water cultivation. While she was busy, Pai Pai appeared and started complaining to her. She asked why she hadn't entered the space for so long, and why she kept collecting things randomly. The little chicks that hatched before have all grown up, and now it's time to hatch the second batch. Also, those pandas are always chewing on bamboo. Su Huashan had time to pay attention to them. She just said, "Be good, you can roast chicken to eat. I don't have time now. I'm about to end the world outside, and I don't have time to manage the space. Just watch the house for me. Keep the bamboo seeds safe and don't let the pandas eat them." After saying this, Su Huashan left the space, then exited the room. She secretly, where no one could see, threw over 100 bottles of water-grown aloe vera onto the roof of the second floor. She dared to do this because the roof was built with a 3-foot-high protective wall, which was designed to hold the aloe vera for oxygen. But aloe vera doesn't tolerate cold well, and can't stay long in the freezing space. To keep the plants alive, Su Huashan must take them back into the space every day during the day, and only put them out at night. The last 4 days before the end of the world are passing very quickly. Su Huashan feels like she blinked, and the end of the world is about to happen. Yes, time flies so fast. Unknowingly, it is the last night before the end. To prepare for the end, Su Huashan didn't let the 200 people sleep. Everyone dressed warmly, wrapped in cotton clothes and blankets, with their heads covered. All children under 3 were carried on their fronts. Everyone was fully armed and waiting outside the granary on the left side of the square for the arrival of the catastrophe. "Mom, Madam, third sister, stay here with everyone. Don't be afraid. We will guard outside. If the earth dragon turns over, remember the methods I taught these days. Lie down and hold on to the grain bags," Su Huashan repeatedly told Shin Jiao Jiao and Rong Shi before leaving the granary. Qin Su, Qilin, and Su Sifan were also sitting around the bonfire in the square, each wrapped in a blanket. The 3 teenagers looked up at the starry sky with blank expressions. "Xiao Huashan, look at the night sky," Qin Su said, seeing Su Huashan come out, and gestured for her to look up. Actually, no one in the world, except Su Huashan, knew exactly when the end of the world would come. At first, Qilin didn't believe that the end of the world would really happen. But now, everyone in the world, as long as they looked up at the sky, no one dared to doubt anymore. The sky above was glowing red as if it was on fire, not the bright red of a super blood moon. It looked more like volcanic lava, as if the entire sky could collapse at any moment. "Is this the fire from the sky you mentioned?" Qilin muttered softly. Su Hua looked up at the sky. After a long moment, she nodded with a serious expression. "That's right. The end of the world won't be late or miss its chance. It has truly arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, the four of them saw what looked like a star suddenly falling from the sky, leaving a long tail behind. It streaked across the night sky and landed in the north. Qin Su, Qi Lin, and Su Sifan saw the scene and quickly stood up, their eyes wide with shock. Have I gone crazy? Su Hua cursed softly, her face tense. She immediately took out a compass and pointed it toward the direction where the meteor had just disappeared. This measurement was hard to believe. The meteor first fell in the north. And it was exactly at the right time, just as the clock struck midnight. The book said that the end of the world would happen on the first day of October, when fire from the sky would turn the entire land into wasteland overnight. Su Hua shouted, "North." "It's the north," Qin Su exclaimed. The Western Xiongnu leader must have taken over the capital and the palace. Qi Lin didn't hear Qin Su's words. He suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha! Karma. The punishment for the Dog Emperor has come." He had always wanted to personally kill the Dog Emperor, but now he wished for the heavens to take him instead. Su Hua and Qin Su didn't have time to tell Qi Lin that the Dog Emperor was nearby. They saw 3 bright streaks cross the sky again, heading toward the same place. At this moment, except for 200 people hiding and unaware of what was happening outside, everyone in the world saw this scene. The great shaman of the Xiongnu was standing in front of the imperial palace's main hall, looking at the burning red stars in the sky. His face was extremely pale. He thought the blood moon and solar eclipse were signs of the death of Emperor Jia of the Great Qi, and that this was their chance for the Great Khan to unify the land and become a legendary emperor. But now, looking at the sky about to collapse, as if a giant beast was opening its bloody mouth to swallow everything, he was so frightened that his legs trembled and cold sweat ran down his body. "Great shaman, what kind of celestial sign is this? Don't tell me this is truly the end of the world. And don't tell me that Emperor Jia, who ran away without fighting, was right to escape." The great Khan of the Western Xiongnu, Meng, saw the shaman constantly checking his fingers, sweating profusely. He immediately sensed something was wrong. The great emperor, Wu, is cursed. Wu caused the emperor's downfall and the death of 500,000 soldiers. Wu is a sinner for all eternity. This might truly be the end of the world. The high priest, facing the Emperor Meng's questioning, knelt down suddenly, looking as if he wanted to cut himself to apologize. Meng stared in disbelief at the high priest.
What did you say?
"You are the most respected shaman in the tribe, under my rule. How can you say you made a mistake? How could you be wrong?" Meng couldn't imagine what would happen if he was wrong. He grabbed the high priest's collar and lifted him up, shaking him angrily and shouting, "Quickly tell me. You didn't make a mistake. You couldn't have been wrong." He brought all the soldiers from the Shirong tribe to Dakian to destroy the country, hoping to become the ruler himself. He didn't come to face destruction. The high priest, feeling hopeless, wanted to say he was right, but before he could speak, his eyes widened as if he saw a ghost, staring fearfully at the sky. "No." Before he could finish saying no, a long trail of dark smoke, like a giant meteorite hundreds of meters wide, carrying destructive power, fell toward the outskirts of the city. In the next moment, a loud boom echoed through the sky, sounding like an ancient catastrophe destroying everything. Then, centered on the impact crater of the falling meteorite, the air was compressed and heated violently, creating a supersonic shockwave that instantly destroyed all buildings and everything within 50,000 square kilometers, turning everything into ash. Even the palace of the Dakian dynasty was reduced to gray dust and ruins. Meng, the high priest, and the 50,000 soldiers all turned into dust, with no one left alive. A meteorite with a diameter of 500 meters struck the ground. It not only turned the entire city into wasteland, but also reduced the 50,000 soldiers of the Shirong tribe to dust. Not a single living thing remained. The only things left were the treasured sword at Meng's waist and the armor worn by the 50,000 soldiers. Soon after, there were 3 loud booms. 3 more meteorites crashed down in different northern locations. In the end, the sword and armor also shattered into pieces, leaving nothing behind. The entire northern sky seemed to merge into one color, with no other shades visible. Only a dull, gray color remained, an apocalyptic gray that filled people with despair. In the Chi-Tian Peak, Su Hua and Qin Su saw 4 meteorites fall in the same place. While feeling sad, they also felt fear in their hearts. Su Hua sighed. The whole northern region might be gone. Qin Su took a deep breath and said, "It probably is." Although they couldn't see the north, they could imagine the scene of the meteorites destroying the land. Qilin suddenly laughed wildly. "Haha, it's better if it's gone." The dog emperor got what he deserved. He brought this on himself. At this moment his face, carved like a master artist's work, showed prominent veins. Under the firelight nearby, his face flickered between calm and almost fierce. Su Hua and Qin Su looked at Qilin's crazy expression. They opened their mouths to speak but finally held back, feeling they understood each other. They decided to wait until after a natural disaster caused by a fire from the sky, then tell the dog emperor the news. Meanwhile, at the second highest peak of Chi-Tian Mountain in the north, Longyin Mountain, at over 4,000 meters above sea level, Emperor Jia Zheng looked grim. He also gazed up at the night sky above. He should be happy to have escaped the impact of 4 meteorites, and he should celebrate. But now, he was furious because he had chosen the wrong mountain. Longyin Mountain's name was powerful and fitting for his status. It had lush vegetation and beautiful scenery, like a fairyland. But this seemingly divine mountain hid deadly danger. This was not a path to the heavenly gate to become an immortal.
It was more like a path to.
He led 80,000 soldiers, but at the foot of the mountain, they encountered a giant python. Hundreds of giant pythons went mad, swallowing anyone they saw. After choking a person to death, they spat them out to store as food, then swallowed another. No one was spared: maids, officials, their families, his queens and princes, and his 30,000 guards. He lost 3 princes, 2 princesses, and 2 queens. There were many dead among the maids, officials, and soldiers, but he didn't care. If they died, they died. But the giant pythons weren't the worst. Killing them wouldn't solve the problem. Someone needed to tell him why Longyin Mountain was swallowing people. Yes, swallowing people. The mountain would pull people into the air, making them disappear, only for them to suddenly reappear and fall from above, turning a living person into a bloody mess, very strange and evil. At this moment, all 80,000 soldiers stopped at about 4,000 meters high on the mountain, frightened by this terrifying and evil phenomenon. The icy plains are steep and full of hidden ice crevasses that can swallow people. It's hard to go up or return the way you came.
Fool.
Explain yourself. You're supposed to be clever and able to predict things. Why couldn't you see that this mountain would swallow people? Emperor Jiazhen looked at the night sky with 4 bright lines crossing it. He guessed that the capital city had been destroyed. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He kicked over the official from the Heavenly Monitoring Office. "Spare me, Your Majesty. The monsters ahead have such strong magic that I really can't tell what they are." The official was knocked down but quickly got up like a dog and crawled to Emperor Jiazhen. He truly couldn't understand why Longyin Mountain would swallow people. He didn't know that Longyin Mountain was dangerous because it was formed by special volcanic activity from the Triassic period. The mountain's ground mainly consists of strong magnetic basalt, which makes Longyin Mountain very magnetic. Near the top of the mountain, the magnetic strength reaches 3,000 Gauss. These strong magnetic fields can lift people into the air and even cause lightning and sparks. The mountain used to be called Longyin because of these terrifying lightning storms. The official had never seen such phenomena before, so he naturally thought the monsters were causing trouble. "I don't want to hear excuses. I only want to know, can we get through? How do we get through?" Emperor Jiazhen was really afraid of dying. He kicked the official again and then looked sharply at the demon-subduing army, giving a cold order. "Bring the Su family here." The 5 members of the Su family looked like prisoners, with chains on their hands and feet. They stared at the sky with pale faces, trembling all over. They had followed Qin Su's team before and didn't believe in the end of the world. They were caught by Emperor Jiazhen. A few days ago, they didn't believe it either and even wanted to restore their official positions and live in big houses. But now, they regretted it so much they felt like their guts were twisting. Why did they have to be so reckless? They could have stayed with their little wife Xin Jiao Jiao, and with Qin Su's team, they could have enjoyed a good life. Although Emperor Jiajin wouldn't let them starve, and they were given food and drink, they were still prisoners and could lose their lives at any moment. Su Yenshan, your majesty wants to see your whole family. The demon-subduing army received the order and, along with the demon exterminator, went to the Shadow Guard camp to take the Su family away. When Su Yenshan heard that Emperor Jiajin wanted to see them, he almost peed himself in fear. He asked, trembling, "Why does the emperor want to see me?" "I've already told him everything I know." Emperor Jiajing probably didn't get upset because he couldn't climb the mountain. Maybe he just took his anger out on her. At this moment, Madame Su no longer cared about the big house. She just wanted to stay alive. She was pushed along and tricked into thinking that maybe the emperor was going to let their family go. Feng Rushuang's lips trembled as she asked, "Sir, is the emperor going to restore your official position?" Su Yenshan didn't dare to answer. He was trembling with fear and couldn't speak anymore. Soon, the 5 family members were brought before Emperor Jiajing. His grim and fierce face scared them so much they wished they could fly away.
Especially Su Yansan.
He could tell right away if the emperor was angry. But what did it matter if he could tell? In the eyes of Emperor Jiajing, the 5 of them were as insignificant as insects. The emperor's cold gaze swept over them and suddenly pointed at Madame Su. "She's the one who eats the most and talks the most, right? Throw her in." The emperor was testing whether climbing higher on the mountain would always lead to more people being taken. He wanted to see if there was a safe time to go higher. And these scapegoats? They were already chosen. He wouldn't use his own people. "Throw her." "Where?" Su Yenshan knelt beside Madame Su, thinking the emperor was pointing at him. He was so scared his hair stood on end. But before he could understand what was happening, the shadow guards, both the demon-subduing and monster-destroying ones, carried Madame Su away. They headed straight toward the previously marked dangerous area. Madame Su finally realized what was happening. She remembered how she had been at the front earlier, suddenly disappearing mysteriously, then being thrown from the sky and smashed into pieces by the Imperial Guards. She screamed in terror.
"Stop.
I didn't eat the most. I didn't talk the most. Feng is the one who eats the most and talks the most." Even in her last moments, Madame Su tried to shift the blame onto someone else. Feng Rushuang didn't expect Madame Su to want to die with her and cursed loudly. "You wicked old woman. How could you be so cruel?" But Emperor Jiajing wasn't interested in watching women argue. He just wanted to test his little experiment. The demon-subduing and monster-destroying guards pushed Madame Su toward the previously marked forbidden zone, giving her no chance to resist, and suddenly pushed her down into the icy lowlands. Everyone then witnessed a very frightening scene. Old Lady Su could only scream once before everyone saw what looked like a transparent magical hand reaching toward her from above the restricted area. It appeared as if the hand suddenly grabbed Old Lady Su, who was lying on the ice, and she was pulled up into the air and disappeared. Before anyone could fully see what was happening, they saw a figure falling from above. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and Old Lady Su's blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dying in a mysterious and terrifying way, just like the soldiers before her. Old Lady Su's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Her death was very strange and frightening. No, Su Yenshan saw her body and couldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, his mother was lively and healthy, and now she was dead. God. Feng Rushuang was so scared she almost fainted. Su Yan's face turned pale, trembling and clutching Feng Rushuang tightly with her sharp fingers. Su Han was even more scared, wishing he could disappear right then. He thought about Emperor Jiajing's failed experiment once, and wondered if it would happen to him next. And he was right. After one failure, there would surely be a second. But who would be next?
No.
Please, Your Majesty, have mercy. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Please spare my family's lives. Su Yenshan finally reacted and desperately bowed his head, begging for mercy. The emperor wants me to kill Qin and Qi. I will do it. Whatever the emperor orders, I will do. Please spare my family's lives. Soon. Blood covered Su Yenshan's forehead. But who is Emperor Jiajing? Even the Duke of Zhenghua, his own father-in-law, could be skinned alive, and the tyrant who didn't care when his son and daughter were swallowed by snakes. Emperor Jiajing raised his finger again, like a deadly judge's pen, pointing at Feng Rushuang. This woman just cursed her mother-in-law. She deserves to die. Feng Rushuang's eyes widened in horror. She never thought she would be the next to die. As the demon hunters and demon killers approached her, she screamed for mercy. No.
Lord.
Lord, save me, but she didn't die. Who would be next?
Suyan? Suan?
Or Su Yenshan? Su Yenshan watched Feng Rushuang being taken away and couldn't say a word. Su Yan and Su Han also dared not ask for mercy. At this moment, Emperor Jiajin was going mad. He was completely a crazy person who killed without mercy. If they dared to make a sound, the next one to fall would definitely be one of them. Feng Rushuang looked at her husband, daughter, and son, but no one was willing to step forward to stop her. Their eyes widened to the limit. In the end, there was no surprise. She, like Grandma Su, was pushed into the forbidden zone. It was as predictable as a puppet being lifted into the air and then smashed down. Seeing Feng Rushuang also being crushed into pieces, Emperor Jiajin roared angrily. This roar frightened the nearby officials, including the three dukes, the Grand Marshal, and the Censor-in-Chief. Everyone was unsure what this murderous tyrant would do next. But they were overthinking. Emperor Jiajin had no chance now. What time was it? The apocalypse fire was just falling. How could the destruction allow everyone to steal the spotlight for its grand entrance? Just as Emperor Jiajin pointed again at Su Han, the red sky suddenly hissed, and a huge meteorite streaked across the sky from the Qitian mountain range at an extremely close distance. Before anyone could see where the meteorite was heading, more hissing sounds followed, for dense objects like fireworks crashing into the same area. Heavenly Lord, Nan Man, falling into Nan Man, the official who observed the stars every night, knew about astronomy and geography. He didn't need a compass. Just one look told him the direction of the falling meteorites. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 meteorites fell sequentially into Nan Man. At that moment, everyone on the Qitian mountain range, including the creatures on the mountain, felt the ground shake simultaneously. Yes, Nan Man, which was instantly flattened by the 5 meteorites, experienced a shock to its crust. Not only did the entire ocean surface boil like hot water, but the seabed crust was also squeezed and impacted, cracking open a huge, unknown-width fissure. The entire Qitian mountain range, covering 600,000 square kilometers, was affected and trembled. All living beings standing on the mountains lost their balance, staggering and nearly falling. Beneath the ice fields of the snow mountains, cracking and muffled sounds echoed everywhere. At the border, where the Qitian mountain range met Nanman, there was a sheer cliff on the west side. Similarly, on a mountain peak over 4,000 meters high. At this moment, a large group of people stood densely together. Their clothing was completely different from that of the Great Qin dynasty. There were over 100,000 southern barbarians. These hundreds of thousands of people looked toward the falling 5 meteorites heading toward their land, crying out in heartbreak and kneeling in despair. Ah, gods! Our home is gone. Those who refused to escape with us to the Great Qin must have all died. Why doesn't the king believe in the second prince and the saintess? If he did, they wouldn't have died. The second prince of the southern barbarians, Dashi Jin, and the saintess, Gong Yue, listened to the people's wails. Their eyes remained fixed on their homeland, and their own eyes were also red. Gong Yue was a prophet with special abilities. Since awakening her powers 2 years ago, she could see things others couldn't. A year ago, she saw 5 apocalyptic fires falling on the southern barbarians. Soon after, the southern barbarians vanished in an instant, sinking into the sea and disappearing from the world. To convince the king of the southern barbarians to believe in the prophecy of destruction, She used countless visions to prove what she saw. Eventually, she became the most respected saintess among the southern barbarians and successfully persuaded the second prince, who also had special abilities, to lead the people away from danger. But the Great Qin was stable. They couldn't cross the border without provoking war. Recently, the troops in the southern border retreated, so they dared to cross the mountains and pass the border with the southern barbarians. However, out of nearly 1 million people, they only managed to take away about 100,000. The rest, unwilling to believe in the prophecy of destruction, and the king and the people who refused to believe, all turned to ashes at this moment. The second prince, Dashi Jin, a wind elemental user who gained his powers 2 years ago from a special crystal, felt the tremor from the earthquake and asked worriedly, "Miss Gong Yue, will the Qitian mountain range really not sink?" Gong Yue replied confidently, "It won't completely sink. It will become 6 islands." In fact, this moment was not just about Qi Tianfeng's ice layer breaking apart. All the snow peaks above 6,000 meters altitude also experienced cracks spreading like spider webs in places invisible to the eye. However, before Qin Su and the others could respond, whoosh, 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 countless falling stars rained down like flowers scattered by celestial maidens. They fell into every corner of the land, leaving no place untouched. The southern region was also doomed. A meteor over 600 meters in diameter, with a long fiery tail, was hurtling toward the south. The southern region covers only 39,000 square kilometers. When this giant meteor, carrying destructive power, struck the land, the entire sky over the south suddenly lit up as bright as daylight. At the moment the meteor fell, there was a deafening boom. Then, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose, and the clouds above the southern region instantly churned and darkened, as if trying to turn everything into nothingness. Next, a huge shockwave from the explosion swept everything away, flattening the land. Within thousands of miles around, everything was swept clean, twisted, and deformed. Trees and plants turned to ash in an instant, with no place spared. The ground also showed dozens of deep gorges and ravines, filled with molten lava bursting out. What was that? Su Huai, from 200 miles away, was startled and immediately sensed the heat and shockwave from the falling meteor. "Be careful." Qin Su also sensed something was wrong and shouted. But how could a person outrun a shockwave moving at 20 miles per second with such terrifying force? By the time the four reacted, the shockwave had already arrived, and they were instantly thrown into the air. If Su Sifan couldn't hide underground, Qin Su and Qi Lin had light skills, and Su Huai could turn into lightning, all four would have crashed into the cliffs of the Hongmeng Cave Heaven, likely spitting blood. After the shockwave passed, the four landed, hearts pounding with fear, and turned to look at Qi Tianfeng, their eyes widening more and more. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by the others at the foot of Qi Tianfeng's mountain, the mountain peaks on both sides, the cloud-howling father and daughter, 2 village chiefs, and the commander with over 40,000 people, all were lying on the ground, each showing a terrified expression, turning their heads to look at Qi Tianfeng. When the shockwave hit, the grass huts on the mountain peaks were instantly overturned and flattened, crushing tens of thousands of people underneath. Even the ice palace built with Yunlu's special powers was cracking apart. Cracks spread across the entire ice palace fortress, and finally, with a loud crash, it collapsed into ice fragments and disappeared. Fortunately, the thatched houses were built low, so they didn't cause much harm to the tens of thousands of people. Yun Xiao and his daughter and son were outside the ice palace, so they weren't crushed. However, the tens of thousands of people were truly frightened. Everyone present had never seen such a terrifying scene before. It was just the shockwave from a meteor impact. Especially since, before this, they still didn't believe that Yun Xiao and his daughter could cause such destruction. Yun Xiao's face was pale, and he looked at the collapsing ice palace with fear, muttering, "Luer, Jin, I guess Qin Su," and the others were right. This really is the end of the world. Although Yun Lu's ice powers prevented the ice palace from hurting them, he thought that if he were still in the southern region, he might have been turned to dust by the meteor just now, nothing left. Yunlu and Yunjin also looked pale and trembling, filled with fear. At this moment, they realized that even with special powers, humans are like tiny ants in front of nature. Meanwhile, the commander Lin Zhao and the two village chiefs looked at Qi Tianfeng. They nodded in agreement and shouted to their group of over 20,000 people, "Everyone, bring your cotton clothes and blankets and run to the highest mountain." The noise from the meteor impact was too loud, and it could trigger an avalanche or a tsunami at any moment. The soldiers and 500 villagers heard the orders and didn't dare delay. These days, everyone had been chopping wood and training for emergencies like avalanches and tsunamis. Now that the disaster was truly happening, they had to climb to the highest point. On the highest ground, they stored food and game meat given by Qin Su, along with many trees and warm thatch. People in lower areas just needed to put on their clothes and blankets and rush to the mountaintop to escape. Soon, Yun Xiao and his daughter and son saw the mountains across from them, filled with people rushing en masse to the top, an impressive sight. "Prince, should we move our people to the highest point?" Cloud Roar's deputy saw Lin Xiao and the two village chiefs, all trying to lead over 20,000 people to escape to the highest point on the mountain. He couldn't help but want to follow. But just as he spoke, a loud cracking sound echoed across the glacier on Mount Qi Tianfeng, caused by ice breaking apart and shifting. It was nighttime, and the wind was blowing all around, but everyone could hear the loud noise clearly. It sounded like a fierce beast was about to emerge from the darkness and rush down the mountain. "What the heck?" Cloud Roar's eyes widened in shock at the sound. At this moment, Mount Qi Tianfeng looked like a terrifying monster hiding in the dark, ready to reach out with its claws. Before he could understand what was happening, the cracking sounds of the glacier grew louder and more frequent, like thunder in the sky. Then, with a huge roar, the ground beneath everyone's feet started shaking violently. It was as if the earth was being hit by some powerful force. Yes, Mount Qi Tianfeng was experiencing an avalanche. The sea of clouds was churning, glaciers were collapsing, and snow and ice were rushing downward.
Run.
An avalanche. "Hurry up," someone from the border army shouted in panic. Because it was night, they couldn't see what was happening on Mount Qi Tianfeng, but the loud roar and the trembling ground scared them so much they didn't dare stay still. Cloud Roar and the over 20,000 people with him also fled desperately toward the mountain peaks. But they had never been trained to respond to such disasters. In their panic, they abandoned their blankets, clothes, and food right where they stood. Cloud Roar shouted in fear. Then, along with Cloud Deer and Cloud Jin, they scrambled and ran, trying to escape to the mountaintop. The sisters even forgot about their special abilities. What is the most dangerous thing about Mount Qi Tianfeng? It's not wild animals, extreme cold, lack of oxygen, or ice crevasses. It's the terrifying avalanche. The snow on Mount Qi Tianfeng, which is over 7,000 meters high, has accumulated for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If there is no avalanche, everything is fine. But once it starts, it can send millions of tons of snow rushing down the mountain. Because Mount Qi Tianfeng is very steep, any large amount of snow rolling down can destroy everything in its path, traveling at speeds of 400 kilometers per hour straight to the foot of the mountain. This results in a super large, terrifying avalanche that demonstrates its destructive power. On the invisible peak of Qi Tianfeng, thick snow was rapidly rolling and swirling, kicking up snowflakes. This scene looked like thousands of soldiers rushing down the mountain, accompanied by loud roars and thunder. The heavy snow was crashing down like a giant wave, constantly hitting the snow on the mountain surface, causing more snow to gather. As the snow increased, the avalanche sped up. In less than 2 minutes, over 1 million tons of snow, like an invading army, swept everything at the foot of the mountain with unstoppable force. The trees at the base of Qi Tianfeng were instantly knocked over. Even trees as thick as a person's arms were no match for the avalanche. They were shattered and torn apart in an instant. Run. 3 people, Yun Xiao and his daughter, along with 20,000 others, were scattered and panicked, like headless flies, fleeing to higher peaks. Just as everyone reached the top of the mountain, the massive snow, like an advancing army, roared past them from behind. Oh heavens! Everyone who reached the summit watched as over 1 million tons of snow filled the valley between two peaks, which was 200 jong deep. They survived but were trembling with cold sweat. The guards on the opposite side, Lin Xiao, 2 village chiefs, and the 20,000 people all stood frozen in shock. Luckily, we ran fast. Otherwise, our food and supplies would have been buried too. The 20,000 people, along with the 2 villages, had received orders from the guards and village chiefs and reached the mountain peaks before Yun Zhao's group. Despite the fierce snowstorm, only the thatched huts collapsed and were buried. Everyone's cotton clothes, bedding, food, firewood, and supplies were saved, with no losses. However, the mountaintop was crowded with so many people. Oh no! Half of our food and winter supplies are buried. Yun Xiao looked at the snow that had now filled the deep valley between the 2 peaks, over 200 jong deep, and realized with regret, what should we do now? We have 30,000 stones of grain stored down there. He had a total of 50,000 stones of grain, along with supplies, cotton clothes, bedding, armor, and weapons. Now, more than half of it was buried. Yun Lu's face turned pale as she looked at her father. After a moment, she remembered that she was an ice and water element user. Father, I can get the supplies back. Thinking of her ability to control ice and snow, Yunlu wanted to rescue supplies. But before she could use her power, something even more terrifying happened. Yes, the heavenly fire had not yet ended. It wanted to destroy the entire world and would not stop until it succeeded. And now was its most powerful moment. Countless meteors flew toward every corner of the land. No matter the direction, east, west, south, or north, mountains, rivers, valleys, or neighboring countries around Dakian, or even the ocean, nothing was spared. No place was left untouched. One meteor struck a volcano in the northwest, causing it to erupt with 10 times its usual force. A huge mushroom cloud shot into the sky, and a loud roar echoed through the air. Then, thick smoke and flowing lava shot up thousands of meters high. The hot volcanic debris flow ruthlessly destroyed all life around it, freezing some animals in their final moments of death. Countless terrifying ash columns shot straight into the sky, turning the northwest volcano area into a hellish scene in an instant. Another meteor hit the northern king's camp, causing the entire northern tribe to vanish from the world. Only a few survivors hiding in mountain caves remained. Even if they survived, they were injured by falling rocks and soil. Several meteors struck Mianzhou, shaking the ground violently. The earth cracked open into huge fissures dozens of meters wide. Hot, boiling lava burst out from these cracks, quickly swallowing everything. Mianzhou instantly turned into a sea of lava. 2 more meteors hit the high mountains of Qinzhou. The mountains shook violently, turned to flat land, and then became new mountain ranges.
And when
10 meteors fell into the endless ocean. The meteors sank into the sea, causing the waves to rise. Underwater currents stirred wildly, creating an unprecedented disaster. A massive tsunami was about to wipe out the entire Dakian. When a meteor struck the coast closest to the Qitian mountain range, over 10 million people there instantly turned to stone. The meteor was so close that if it had fallen just a little further, it would have hit the Qitian mountains directly. Then, not only would those 10 million people have been turned to ash, but all living creatures in the range would have perished. But even if the meteor missed the mountains and hit the ocean, and the heat and shockwave were absorbed by the water, everyone knew that an unprecedented, hopeless disaster was about to unfold. When Su Hua saw the meteorite falling close to the sea surface, she loudly shouted to Su Sifan, "Brother, get ready. Yes, next there might be a tsunami along with an underwater earthquake. The Qitian mountain range is already a high earthquake zone. If an underwater quake occurs, how could the Qitian mountain range avoid damage?" She told Su Sifan to prepare so he could stay alert for the mountain collapsing. If it starts to collapse, he should turn it into sand and rocks to divert the danger. The goal is to keep everyone safe. Second sister. I understand, brother, Su Sifan also shouted loudly. He immediately used his special power to wrap himself in a sandstorm of sand and stones, leaving only his face visible.
He even fixed himself to the ground.
Brother Qin, Su Hua called again, reminding Qin Su to go inside the Hongmeng Cave Mountain. If the cave collapses and large rocks fall, Su Sifan might not be able to save everyone. He could use his space power to store the large rocks. This way, the cave wouldn't collapse and damage the houses inside. She focused on the granary. If it collapsed and hurt someone, she would use her space power to contain the falling rocks. I will go and watch over everyone. Qilin knew his special power wouldn't be useful right now, but he remembered all the disaster knowledge Su Hua taught him. At this moment, the 200 people inside needed a leader. He left his words and flew into the granary. Just as he entered, the sea had already built a water curtain over 3,000 meters high. The seawater was rushing like a mighty wave, swallowing everything in its path toward the Qitian mountain range at lightning speed. Beneath the endless ocean, over 3,000 meters deep. The seabed here is like land, with plains, highlands, trenches, volcanoes, mountain ranges, and basins. Underwater earthquakes and volcanic eruptions also happen here. When meteors land in various parts of the ocean, their powerful impact easily triggers devastating natural disasters. Hidden underwater volcanoes erupt violently in an instant, spewing superheated steam and ash up to 10 miles into the air. Once the smoke clears and the ash settles, several new islands, hundreds of meters tall, suddenly appear out of nowhere, revealing the world. This sudden appearance of land looks like scenes from ancient maps of mountains and seas. Additionally, underwater earthquakes occurred at the same time, causing cracks to form across the seabed. Not only did the underwater plateaus and mountain ranges slide, but the trenches were filled in. The Earth's crust beneath the ocean also shifted along faults, igniting hidden oil fields with magma. Booming sounds echoed through the ocean, similar to land-based destruction, as if the world was ending. Beneath the sea, life was destroyed in an instant, resembling. There were roaring sounds like typhoons, the mournful calls of whales and dolphins before death, and mysterious, thunderous noises from underwater cracks. Countless creatures turned into blood and water in a flash, then vanished. The entire ocean trembled, with water raging wildly. Taller and taller, a tsunami wall over 3,000 meters high seemed ready to swallow the sky. Rumble. Huge waves, traveling at speeds between 600 and 1,000 kilometers per hour, crashed with force, destroying everything and rushing toward the coast. An 18-magnitude underwater earthquake spread damage to the surrounding shores at the same time. If one looked from a divine perspective, they would see that all coastal areas were being swallowed by the tsunami, like a beast opening its mouth wide to devour the land. Coasts collapsed, land was submerged by seawater, and continents sank into the ocean. Moreover, deserts suddenly turned into lakes, as if the entire land had been replaced by a map from ancient mythologies. Everywhere in sight, the scenery was unrecognizable. The once beautiful landscape was gone. What appeared now was a scene of devastation, giving a sense of ancient chaos and destruction. Suddenly, a valley in the Qitian mountain range split open. Before the tsunami arrived, the ground in the Qitian mountains had already begun to. One of the 6 great rivers suddenly stopped flowing, and a mountain range was torn apart, as if by hand, splitting in two. The cracks, hundreds of meters wide and bottomless, cut through the peaks. People camping on the peaks of these mountains, unable to escape, saw their camps vanish as the cracks widened, resulting in countless deaths. This was not all. The crust of the entire Qitian mountain range suddenly trembled like waves, as if countless dragons were burrowing beneath the earth. Where the giant dragon roared past, rocks, trees, flowers, and plants on the mountain peaks also shook and lifted. A powerful force swept outward in all directions. For a moment, the entire Qitian mountain range trembled, with cracks like spider webs spreading everywhere. Where the cracks passed, lands collapsed and mountains shattered. Nearly 10 million people fleeing to the Qitian mountain range felt the entire mountain range shake at the same time. In the next moment, there was not only the sound of landslides and mountain collapses, but also the roar of approaching tsunamis, along with screams, cries of despair, and desperate shouts. God in heaven, when all the people could no longer stand, their first instinct was to lie down. But at this moment, humans faced natural disasters like tiny ants, and survival depended on fate. They could only pray to the heavens for life, with no other options. A few minutes before the tsunami arrived, countless people in the Chi-Tian mountain range were swallowed by earthquakes, dying every second. Emperor Jiazhen's 80,000 soldiers, along with the palace guards, eunuchs, and officials, all fell into the suddenly opened bottomless ice crevasse. The salt transport officials and the 600,000 people from Mianzhou and Jiechi were also swallowed by the collapsing mountain peaks, buried alive by rocks and landslides. Qin Su's team reached the mountain pass, and many civilians from the 3 continents, scattered across different peaks, were either crushed by falling rocks or fell off cliffs as the ground suddenly collapsed beneath them. Another route was filled with starving refugees and soldiers led by officials climbing up the mountain behind Emperor Jiazhen. The second prince of Nanman, Daxigen, along with Gong Yue, led over 100,000 people. Yun Zhao's group had more than 200,000, and there were also over 20,000 soldiers and villagers from the local garrison and villages. In total, Qin Su's team had 200 people and nearly 10 million others were affected. No one could escape. Hongmeng Cave's sky was also doomed. The entire mountain peak shook violently. The square caves and newly built houses cracked and split apart. The only fortunate thing was that among the team were not only earth elemental abilities, but also 2 space element users. Su Sifan saw cracks forming and immediately repaired them with sand and stones. If a large falling boulder couldn't be quickly repaired, Qin Su inside Hongmeng Cave's sky would swiftly store it in space. The debris from outside houses was also collected by Su Huai and stored in space. 200 people hiding in the granary crouched on the ground as the entire mountain range shook violently. It was like ice skating, sometimes sliding forward, sometimes to the side, causing everyone to scream in fear. They tightly wrapped themselves in blankets while trying to hold onto the grain bags. Qi Lin shouted loudly to everyone, "Stay calm. We will get through this." Although the mountain's shaking had stopped, the most feared event for Su Hua was about to happen. The Chi-Tian mountain range was formed by tectonic plate collisions. Now, due to the earthquake, the plates had shifted back to their original positions. This caused the entire Chi-Tian mountain range to suddenly tremble and begin to sink. Yes, the Chi-Tian mountain range was sinking. "Be careful, it's sinking." Su Hua felt her feet suddenly leave the ground. In that moment, as if she had lost all weight, she shouted with all her strength to Su Sifan and Qin Su. Along with her shout, she heard the deafening roar of the wind as the mountain range plunged downward. The scariest part was that she didn't know how deep the mountain range would sink. Even 100 meters of sinking could mean death for many at the last moment. It could be 200 meters, or even several hundred meters. But at this moment, like everyone else, Su Hua could only pray that the meteorite wouldn't hit the mountain range again, and that the fall wouldn't be too deep. There was nothing else she could do. She had no time to think. The mountain was sinking too fast. Her face was twisted from the wind rushing past her nose, eyes, and mouth. Her mind went blank. She had no thoughts left. At the moment the mountain sank, all the survivors on the mountain and the animals in the forest let out screams simultaneously. But the speed of the fall was too fast. Almost everyone had no time to react. The mountain sank 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Just as everyone was wide-eyed and resigned to their fate, the mountain sank over 200 meters and finally stopped with a deafening crash, as if the sky was breaking apart and the earth was splitting. This sinking caused countless animals and many people to die instantly. The mountain peaks and rocks also fractured and collapsed. The summit of the second highest peak, Longyin Mountain, not only collapsed but was also struck by another avalanche. When the mountain peak collapsed, no one knew how huge the boulder and tons of snow roared past Emperor Jiazhen. Because Emperor Jiazhen, The Su family trio, the three grand officials, the military commander, and the princess and soldiers who narrowly escaped death were protected by 100 shadow guards, their faces turned pale with fear. Although Emperor Jiajin avoided falling rocks, earthquakes, avalanches, and landslides, he still lost over 40,000 of his 80,000 soldiers. Among these, more than 10,000 were his elite guards. Additionally, most of his food and supplies were swept down the mountain by the avalanche. Now, he has less than 10,000 stones of grain left. Most importantly, he cannot save the stored food and supplies because they are buried under the snow. Especially since natural disasters are not over yet. Yes. Although the meteorite luckily did not hit the Chitian mountain range again, the Great Sea tsunami of destruction is still coming. Because the mountain range sank over 200 meters, the sea level rose higher, and the water curtain wall extended from over 3,000 meters to nearly 4,000 meters. Everyone in the Chitian mountain range, except Qin Su's team climbing at 6,000 meters, mostly stopped at around 4,500 meters and dared not go higher. Some bandits and officials from other forces who kill civilians and sea soldiers also refused to climb higher, choosing the lowest peaks at about 3,000 meters. Even the Salt Transport Army of over 60,000 people only reached about 4,200 meters. Qin Su and his team of over 500,000, along with starving refugees from another route, also stopped at 4,200 meters. But now, with the mountain range sinking over 200 meters, countless people are about to face the tsunami at close range. The tsunami, though not reaching 4,000 meters in height, will crash into the peaks and create waves several tens of meters high. After the earthquake and mountain sinking ended, Su Hua quickly rushed into the granary to rescue everyone. She found people lying on the grain, shaken so badly that their internal organs were almost displaced. Many coughed up blood and had damaged internal organs, but luckily no one died. Seeing this, Su Hua didn't hesitate. She used her special powers to save each person. Qin Su also teleported out of the cave onto the square, watching the overwhelming tsunami approach. A water curtain over 3,900 meters high appeared in the dark night, like a black cloth covering the sky and blocking the sun, rolling toward the mountain peaks of the Chitian mountain range. He could no longer hear any other sounds, only the deafening roar of the tsunami. At the same time, all the survivors on the mountain peaks finally saw the water curtain of the tsunami. The bandits and forces that had been looting and killing civilians at the over 3,000-meter peaks looked up at the approaching tsunami, which seemed like a giant beast swallowing everything. They appeared stunned and helpless. Among the over 300,000 survivors on the three small peaks, everyone forgot to breathe. They let the seawater swallow them, with no one escaping. Meanwhile, the survivors led by the Salt Transport Officer, the survivors from the three continents led by Qin Su, and the starving refugees from another route, totaling over 5 million people still alive, were all terrified and frozen in place. It wasn't that they couldn't run. They were already on the mountaintops with nowhere to go. Oh heavens, God! This really doesn't give us a chance to live. Everyone closed their eyes in resignation, knowing they couldn't escape and simply waiting for death in silence. But at this moment, they were blessed by heaven. Although the mountain had lowered by more than 200 meters, they were now at an altitude of just 4,000 meters. The water curtain of over 3,900 meters, even with the 20-meter waves caused by the impact, couldn't reach them. They experienced a near-death encounter, close to facing the Grim Reaper, and came face-to-face with the tsunami. The terrifying tsunami water curtain hit the mountain peaks beneath their feet, but it was quickly diverted, flowing around the peaks and bypassing them. Suddenly, their surroundings turned into an endless ocean, and the mountain peaks beneath their feet became a small island about 20 meters high. On the other side, after the mountain range collapsed, Emperor Genji was on the icy plain at about 4,200 meters when the tsunami struck. Although he wasn't drowned, his stored food and supplies buried under the snow were swallowed by the sea. His longing mountain beneath his feet also turned into an island. It was a barren, icy land full of cracks, with many islands that could swallow people and dangerous zones filled with lightning. As for Yun Xiao, guard Lin Zhao, and the village chief, they were the luckiest of all. Because of the previous avalanche, everyone climbed to the top of the mountain range, which is over 4,500 meters high. Even after sinking 200 meters earlier, the height was still 4,300 meters. Everyone watched the terrifying tsunami sweep in. At first, they were a little scared, but once they realized the wave wouldn't reach the mountain peaks, they all relaxed and watched the tsunami go around Qitian Peak. Of course, Qitian Peak, without surprise, became the largest and tallest island in the area. Oh no! My food! The tsunami came fiercely but passed safely. Yun Zhao's first reaction was to worry about his food. Father, I'm sorry. Yun Liyuan wanted to save the food, but natural disasters don't give her time. Even though she has ice and water powers, the food buried hundreds of meters underground in the snow valley couldn't be retrieved in just a few minutes. Oh heavens! Luckily, we trusted the young girl and followed her to climb Qitian Peak. And kept moving upward, or we would be like others, stuck with the ocean beneath us, unable to go down or up. A guard beside the commander spoke with deep emotion after the disaster. Another soldier agreed happily, saying, "Yes, our island is the biggest, at least 10 times larger than others." The village chief, feeling emotional, wiped tears and said, "Luckily, we followed the young girl and that young man all the way. Although dozens of people died this time, we are truly lucky. Near the ocean on one of the mountain peaks, over 100,000 southern barbarians died in the mountain quake and sinking. The remaining 100,000 survivors now stand on what has become a separate island. This island ranks second in size after Qitian Peak. A world-destroying fire lasted for half an hour. When the meteorite stopped, all 6 million survivors of Qitian mountain range looked blankly at the scene where the sky and sea seemed to merge into one. They forgot to breathe and were stunned for a long time. After the disaster, everything around was a vast, terrifying black ocean with a gloomy sky covered in deathly gray. No more colors could be seen, only black, white, and gray, creating a suffocating sense of despair. The once fairyland-like green forests of the Qitian mountain range, shrouded in mist, were gone. The bright blue sky had turned dark gray, and dust kept falling endlessly. The blue ocean now looks like a black cloth, turning into a mysterious dark sea from ancient myths. According to the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Pumlai Mountain is in the sea. Another record from the 10 continents of the world states Pumlai outside the north has a round sea surrounding the mountain. The water in the round sea is very dark, called the Dark Sea. Su Hua looked at the black ocean in front of her, recalling the dark water scene from the Classic of Mountains and Seas, and forgot how to blink. Moreover, in places she couldn't see, the map of the Classic of Mountains and Seas showed more than just this one scene. There were suddenly flat lands turning into mountains, new lands not swallowed by the sea, revealing dazzling blue jade mines, like the Blue Hill in the myth. Many mountain ranges also revealed gold, silver, and copper mines, as well as arsenic and various other minerals. Some lakes were blackened and constantly spewing fire, with magma burning hot and steaming, becoming the return to void, seen from the myth. God, why have the sky and sea become like this? Time seemed to pass endlessly. Outside the grand hall of the primordial cave, the crowd was the first to hear Shen Jiao's trembling voice. Su Hua paused and explained to everyone, "It's because of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes under the sea. After these 2 disasters, a lot of toxic gases were released, polluting the seawater directly. As for the sky's appearance, it's caused by falling and exploding celestial fire, which produces a lot of dust that returns to the sky. The toxic gases she mentioned mainly refer to methane and hydrogen sulfide, both of which can dissolve in water. High concentrations of hydrogen sulfide mixing with the seabed mud turn the water black, creating the scene of the dark water in the myth." After hearing Su Hua, Uncle Qin asked in horror, "Does that mean the entire ocean water is toxic? Won't the creatures inside all be poisoned and die?" Su Hua nodded. "Probably yes. Even if some sea creatures haven't died yet, extinction is near. Moreover, it's not just the pollution of seawater. These toxic gases can cause large explosions, and their power is comparable to the celestial fire we faced before. A nearby celestial fire caused the Chitian mountain range to sink. If several celestial fires hit, the Chitian mountain range might really cease to exist. Suhua wasn't trying to scare everyone. The facts are clear. The fact that the entire ocean turned black shows the high concentration of methane and hydrogen sulfide. Qin Su suddenly asked, "What disaster will come after the dust in the sky?" Suhua turned her eyes and smiled bitterly at Qin Su. "It's what I told you before: extreme cold, acid rain, plagues, eternal night, famine, and the mutation of plants and animals. Actually, all current disasters are based on real causes. When a meteor hits, it vaporizes and releases a lot of energy. Dust and debris fill the atmosphere. Until the sunlight is completely blocked by the dust, a long period of cold and eternal night follows, lasting months or even years. Long-term climate change makes it impossible for many plants and animals to survive. Ancient creatures carrying viruses might also come back to life. Without food, people will face famine. The revival of ancient creatures and the spread of diseases and mutations are natural consequences. As for acid rain after a meteor impact, many substances that easily turn into sulfuric acid are produced. These substances rise into the air and fall as acid rain. In just a few days, acid rain can kill living things on land and cause the oceans to become very acidic, leading to the extinction of marine life. In fact, a single fire from the sky is just the beginning of the end of the world. The upcoming disasters won't be loud or dramatic, but they will be equally destructive for humanity. Su Hua looked at the other 5 islands and sighed. The people who survive this time are just the first round of nature selection. The second and third rounds are about to begin. As Su Hua finished speaking, everyone present gasped in shock. They finally understood why Su Hua kept talking about enjoying the scenery before, because from this moment on, the real end of the world begins. Beautiful sights will disappear, leaving only scenes of on Earth. On the other islands, survivors looked at the sky and the dark sea. When they regained their senses, they remembered the future and became frightened. A woman from the Hungry People Island said anxiously, "Is this the end of the world? Will the skies stay like this? Are we just going to be trapped on this island?" An elderly woman wiped her tears. "How long will the seawater take to recede? If it doesn't, what do we do? Where will we find food?" A young man looked at the Black Sea and suddenly remembered something, his face full of horror. "It's over. We can't drink this water. There's no snow or ice on our island, so we have no fresh water." Hearing this, the nearby hungry people woke up one after another. Someone led the way and said, "No, we can't stay here. We must go to an island with water." Yes, there are 6 islands, 3 of which have snow and are surrounded by mountain peaks. These islands cover a large area, and the snow on the mountains provides an endless water source. The salt transport officer also realized that the 40,000 survivors he was leading would soon face a water shortage. He urgently ordered, "Quickly build rafts. We must move to another island. We can't stay here. Without food, water might last a few more days, but without water, everyone would die in just a few days." The deputy, who was still alive, asked after hearing this, "Sir, which island should we move to?" The salt transport officer looked around at the other islands and suddenly pointed at Chitian Peak. "Go to Chitian Peak. Or rather, it should be called Chitian Island now." After saying this, he hit his own forehead in regret. Why are we so stupid? It would have been better to stay on Chitian Island with those 2 village chiefs. The deputy, hearing the salt transport officer's late realization, wanted to say, "You're stupid, but don't drag me into it." But now was a matter of survival. He immediately ordered the survivors and the salt soldiers, who were injured, to build rafts. Rafts could still be found. All the wood used for building the thatched shelters could be repurposed. The team led by Qin Su included civilians from the 3 continents, and among them were also guards. The guards, noticing the problem, shouted, "Everyone quickly build rafts and leave. No water. No place to live here. We must go to Chitian Peak. Only Chitian Peak is the highest, biggest, and safest. We won't have to worry about drinking water, and we won't be afraid of flooding. On Dragonine Mountain, or rather, Dragonine Island, Emperor Jiajing regained consciousness. Looking at the endless black ocean around him, he thought about being trapped in this remote corner, unable to go up or down, and his anger grew. He became more furious and suddenly pointed at Jianzheng, bloodthirsty, and said, "Throw this useless person in." He no longer wanted to skin him. Instead, he enjoyed watching such people being lifted into the air and then smashed into a pulp. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Jianzheng heard Emperor Jiajing suddenly say this and wondered if he had misheard. When he realized that the emperor was not joking, he almost peed himself in fear and hurriedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare me. I didn't want to fail you. It's just that the monsters ahead are too powerful, and Your Majesty, aren't you looking for the elixir of immortality? Only I know where the immortality potion is. Please give me a chance to live, Your Majesty. Please let me find the elixir of immortality." Zheng Jian had never understood why Emperor Jiajin was so obsessed with seeking eternal life, but he knew that all emperors wanted to live forever. As long as he could find a weakness in Emperor Jiajin, it wouldn't be hard to stay alive. When Emperor Jiajin heard the words, "elixir of immortality," he truly held back his anger. Moreover, he was indeed a person with time-related powers. He was nearly 50 years old, but 2 years ago, he tested his time acceleration ability on 2 eunuchs. Because he was so excited about awakening his power, he tried it recklessly and aged himself by 10 years. He discovered that speeding up others by 10 years made him age by 1 year. When he accelerated the 2 eunuchs, who were a combined 100 years old, he instantly aged 10 years himself. To avoid being noticed as different, he kept his hair casually and hadn't let the eunuchs touch it for 2 years. He was afraid others would notice his hair had turned much whiter. He also wore white clothes every day, creating the illusion that his long white hair was a sign of achieving enlightenment. But he knew that he could deceive others, but not himself. That's why he wanted to find the elixir of immortality to extend his life. After all, he was favored by heaven, not only becoming the most powerful person in the land, but also possessing unmatched time-related abilities. How could he bear to die early? It was clear he aimed to become a legendary immortal. Thinking of becoming an immortal, Emperor Jiajin's anger finally subsided. He kicked Jingjian to the ground and scolded, "Fool! I'll give you 6 more months. If you still can't find the elixir of immortality, I will skin your entire family and break their bones." Feeling satisfied, he raised his hand again and pointed at the 3 high officials, the Chancellor, the Grand Marshal, and the Censor-in-Chief. He said in a deep voice, "It was you who led me to Mount Longyin. I almost lost my life there. Now, tell me, what should we do next?" He was reluctant to punish these 3 officials lightly because, with them present, he could still rule normally and have people to help him do things. The 3 officials exchanged glances and finally, the Grand Marshal spoke up, "Your Majesty, I did not expect Mount Longyin to be so strange, which led to our misjudgment. I accept my fault, but now the disaster has passed and there are 6 islands. You are not required to climb Mount Longyin again. You could move to Wukashi Mountain." "No, Wikido." The Grand Marshal was referring to Wuchi Island, which was the second island on the west side occupied by Daxi Jin and Gongyu. He believed that the people on Wuchi Island were citizens of Dakian. As long as the island's residents were loyal to Dakian, Emperor Jiajin's arrival would not be challenged. He also did not want Emperor Jiajin to seize Chitian Peak, fearing that might cause trouble at this time. First, because Emperor Jiajin's 300,000 imperial guards had already lost more than half, and their food supplies were down to only 100,000 stones. Second, he did not want to see Emperor Jiajin push Qin Su and Qi Lin to the brink, provoking war. The world was already ending, and life was becoming very hard. There was no point in fighting anymore. Furthermore, Emperor Jiajin's actions, stripping 2 dukes of their titles and exiling their families, were already too much. Forcing people further was worse than cruelty. It was inhumane. He would not support such evil deeds. Unaware that the Grand Marshal already saw him as a beast, Emperor Jiazhen turned to the Prime Minister and the Censor-in-Chief. "Where are you two?" The Prime Minister and the Censor-in-Chief, who were already in league with the Grand Marshal, responded in unison. "We agree." Their thoughts matched the Grand Marshal's. They just wanted to survive with their families. Seeing that the three high officials shared the same opinion, Emperor Jiazhen turned to the demon-subduing and monster-exterminating divinity. "Send orders. Prepare the rafts and land on Wuchi Island." Meanwhile, in the Chaos Realm, another scene was unfolding. Everyone was gathering scattered food supplies, packing them back into sacks, and restoring the household items that had fallen. About 200 people were busy tidying up, but they all looked confused. They vaguely remembered that during the earthquake and sinking of the Chitian mountain range, the granaries had cracked or even collapsed. But now, the buildings showed no damage, no cracks, not even signs of previous destruction. The entire new homeland was still messy, but intact. To the 200 people, it was simply unbelievable. However, those who knew the truth, Su Hua, Qin Su, Su Sifan, Qi Lin, Qin Xian, and the Rong family, chose to pretend they saw nothing and kept silent about the confusion and speculation. This remained an unsolved mystery. Once everything was tidied up and the new home was restored, the first wave of destruction was finally over, and daytime arrived. But calling it day was no longer accurate. The sky was dull and gray, as if covered by a gray cloth, with no sunlight shining through. As everyone lined up on the square, Su Hua and Qin Su exchanged a glance. The two decided to share the news with everyone. Qin Su went out and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Actually, Xiao Hua and I have kept a secret from everyone. 5 days ago, we accidentally heard some news." Seeing everyone look at each other, Qin Su paused and looked at Qi Lin, who was lost in his own world. "Lin, this news is both bad and good for us." Qi Lin, who thought the Emperor Dog had died in the fire from the sky, was momentarily unable to accept that he no longer needed revenge. When he heard Qin Su mention his name, he looked up in confusion, waiting for more. Qin Su looked at Qi Lin's blank expression. His throat moved involuntarily, and he opened his mouth but didn't know how to tell Qi Lin that the Emperor Dog was on another island. Su Hua saw Qin Su hesitating and struggling to speak, so she took the lead and said directly, "The bad news is that the fire didn't kill the Emperor Dog. The good news is he's on another island, and we can kill him anytime we want. Earlier, I told Qin Xiao to hide this information because I wanted to wait until the disaster was over to avenge my father." After hearing Su Hua, Qi Lin's mind suddenly went blank, and his face turned pale. He looked deeply shocked. "What did you say?" His face was terrifying now, with blue veins bulging and trembling with anger. Everyone could guess what he was thinking. It was probably, "I thought my enemy was dead in the fire, and now you tell me he's alive? Are you joking with me?" After a moment, Qi Lin realized that Su Hua's expression was serious, not joking. Qin Su and Su Hua both told him very seriously that the enemy who killed his father, the Emperor Dog, was very close. Seeing Qi Lin about to get angry, Su Hua quickly hit the point. "Don't you want to personally kill your enemy and avenge your father? Now that he's not dead, you have a chance to kill him yourself and feel better." When she said this, Qi Lin, who had felt betrayed earlier, was struck like lightning.
Su Hua was right.
When the fire fell in the north, he thought the Emperor Dog was dead and laughed wildly, like crazy. But after laughing, he couldn't help feeling disappointed for not having killed his enemy himself. His heart felt empty and unreal, like a dream. Now that the Emperor Dog was alive, that was what he wanted most. The most important thing is that he no longer needs to travel long distances to the capital with his troops. The Dog Emperor is very close, and he can be killed at any time and place. Qi Lin pondered for a long time. After finally understanding, his previous anger from being deceived instantly disappeared. At this moment, he didn't dare to blame Su Hua and Qin Suan for hiding things anymore. After all, Su Hua kept hitting him with facts, and his face was already swollen from the blows. especially since what Su Huai said about the apocalypse really happened, and it was precise to that very day. If Qin Su and the Rong family hadn't repeatedly stopped him, he wouldn't be talking about revenge now. He might have already died. He had no life left, so how could he seek revenge? He still understood the kindness he received and wasn't foolish enough to forget it. Calming down, he loosened his clenched fists and asked, "Where's the Dog Emperor now?" "On which island?" Qin Su saw that Su Huai easily made a few remarks to calm Qilin down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With his status, he wouldn't choose the low peak. Now only 6 islands remain. The 3 small islands can be ruled out. To find him, just look at Longyin Mountain and Wuqi Mountain. Hearing this, Uncle Qin immediately agreed. No need to say more. The Dog Emperor must have chosen Longyin Mountain. Yes, yes. The Dog Emperor cares about face too. Definitely Longyin Mountain. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. After all, he was the emperor. Since Chitian Peak was occupied, the remaining Longyin Mountain suited his status.
Su.
Let's go find him and take revenge. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. Qilin thought about the recent earthquakes and sinking lands, guessing that the Dog Emperor must have suffered great losses. When the enemy was in chaos, it was the best time to strike. But just as he finished speaking, Rongsher stepped forward and asked, "Since the Dog Emperor has hidden in the Chitian mountain range, why hasn't he come to seize Chitian Peak? We need to understand our enemy first, plan carefully before acting, and not be impatient." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, then all turned their eyes to Qin Su. Qin Su pondered for a moment and guessed, "He probably thinks we have formed an alliance with the king of Chu and his daughter." The 3 of them are also on Chitian Peak, camping among the mountain peaks right beneath us, facing Commander Lin Zhao. The Dog Emperor must have mistakenly thought that we have gathered hundreds of thousands of troops with ample supplies and that we were well prepared to reach the peak first. Rongsher nodded. That makes sense. Chitian Peak is naturally difficult to attack because of its dangerous terrain. Once a fight breaks out, it's easy to defend but hard to conquer. He was afraid of dying, but he was even more afraid that heaven would take him away. So he chose to retreat and hide on Longyin Mountain to avoid the natural disaster. However, Xiaohua just mentioned that the ocean has gases that can cause big explosions, with power comparable to fire from the sky. The Dog Emperor cannot be attacked with fire. If an explosion occurs, it could destroy the entire Chitian mountain range, killing all the living people there. We are only seeking revenge, not sacrificing ourselves to help the Dog Emperor. This warning from Rome was actually meant for Qilin. Qilin has fire-based powers. If he accidentally set the entire sea on fire, it would be fair for him to be sacrificed with the Dog Emperor. When Qilin heard words like sacrifice and cover, he shivered all over again. Rome's words were very harsh and deeply affected him, but they were also true. "Alin, we will discuss revenge later, just the 2 of us." Qin Su quickly changed the subject when he saw Qilin about to lose his temper. "Xiaohua, do you have anything else to say?" Su Hua stepped out of the group and said surprisingly, "Actually, now is not the best time to seek revenge on the Dog Emperor." She pointed at the sky and said, "Our most urgent enemy right now is the natural disaster. The dust will not only pollute the air we breathe but also contaminate the snow and ice on the mountain, which is our water source. If acid rain falls in a few months, it will pollute all the water sources in the world. People will die without water. Even if the Dog Emperor has 9 lives, he will still die." Qilin narrowed his eyes, stiffly turned his head, and asked word by word, "Are you saying I should watch him die from lack of water and food? Watch the Dog Emperor suffer from the natural disaster?" Su Hua looked straight at him and said, "What I mean is, our top priority now is to stockpile water and catch all the fish in the ice lake for storage. You need to inform the 20,000 people you brought, along with Commander Lin Xiao and the 2 village chiefs, to stockpile water and wear face coverings. Also, the survivors from the 3 continents we brought to Chitian Mountain Range need to be reminded too. Stockpiling water cannot wait. We must do this first before we go after the Dog Emperor." When the 200 people heard about stockpiling water and wearing face masks, they were all shocked. Only then did they realize the importance of breathing and drinking water. Earlier, Because the granaries had stored food, everyone thought the disaster was over and didn't consider how dust and ice pollution could affect them. If the sky remains so gloomy for a year or two, won't we be breathing dirty air all the time and storing water for 1 or 2 years? How can we store that much water? What would we use to store it? And where would we find so much space to pile up ice? Oh, heavens, this is really a tough situation. The women were all talking loudly, expressing their worries about the difficulties ahead. Chin-su cleared his throat to calm everyone down. He said, "Everyone use ropes to fish out all the fish from the ice lake first. I will think of a way to store water." He then turned to Chi-lin and said, "Aylin, let's go to Chuanfeng. Tell the guards and the village chief to store water and wear masks for protection. Also, check on the disaster situation." Chi-lin really wanted to say that his mind was only thinking about how to quickly get rid of the Dog Emperor. But he remembered that the 20,000 people led by Commander Lin Xiao were his responsibility, and he was the one who initially took the soldiers. How could he ignore them? He nodded silently and used light skills to go down the mountain. Seeing this, Chin-su also handed over the fishing and water-storing tasks to Su Hua. He used light skills to follow Chi-lin down the mountain closely. Su Hua saw the two boys leave and didn't delay. She immediately assigned tasks. "Mother, third sister, you and the women and girls weave fishing nets. Uncle Chin's second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, split some people to make wooden rafts, and others to break the ice in the ice lake. Once dust and acid rain fall, the high mountain fish in the ice lake will surely be contaminated. The Dog Emperor is very urgent, but for Su Hua, gathering supplies and food is more important than anything right now." Chin-su and Chi-lin used light skills and quickly arrived at Chuanfeng. Soon, they saw the scene of 2 mountain peaks badly damaged, with many dead bodies covered with cloths over their faces. Young Lord Qin, Commander Lin Xiao saw 2 figures flying down from the snowy mountain. When he recognized them as Chin-su and Chi-lin, he hurried over. "Young masters." The 2 village chiefs also approached after seeing them. Chin-su's brows furrowed, and he looked around at the dead bodies with their faces covered. He asked, "How many people died in this disaster? How much material was lost?" Lin Xiao's face was serious as he reported honestly. More than 10,000 people died when the Earth Dragon turned over. The casualties are mainly the soldiers and their families camped on the west side because the mountain collapsed on that side. There was a landslide that buried hundreds of people, but fortunately, the food and wood supplies remained safe. After village chief Gang and Lin Xiao finished speaking, they sighed and said, "Our 2 village shelters in the south also collapsed, and about 30 people died there. Apart from the food for those 7 or 8 families, all other supplies are still intact." Chin-su heard that over 200,000 people had died, more than 10,000 of them in the disaster. He felt sad but also secretly glad. On the escape route before, many villagers ate poisonous mushrooms, toxic watermelons, and faced strong storms, which caused many more deaths than now. After experiencing the end of the world, with over 10,000 deaths, this is actually the lowest death rate so far. "That's a relief," Chin-su nodded. Then he told the 3 about Su Hua covering her face with a scarf and about storing water. When the guards and the 2 village chiefs heard that there might be no water to drink in the next 1 or 2 years, and that rain and water sources could be polluted by acid rain, they thought they had heard wrong. The guard was stunned. "Young Lord Qin, are you saying there might be no water in the future? How will the 20,000 people get enough water? If the water stops for 10 or 15 days, each family can still store some. But storing enough water for 1 or 2 years is unheard of and unseen." And as he said, how can they store that much water? The 2 village chiefs also looked stunned, each asking, "Are you saying there will be rain that can corrode living things, stones, and iron?" "God, what kind of rain is that? How can it corrode people? Iron? How can anyone survive that?" Chin-su was immediately asked by the 3, and he was at a loss for words because he didn't know what to do either. Even stone houses couldn't withstand the acid rain Su Hua mentioned, and he had never encountered such rain before, so he didn't know if there was any way to deal with it. Moreover, storing water for hundreds of thousands of people is impossible even in his space. Qin Su was silent for a long time and then said, "For now, everyone should store as much as they can. Find ways to build large grass shelters over a snowy area, dig channels, and protect the snow from dust pollution. First, solve the water problem for a few months." The guard and the two village chiefs felt the task was very difficult but also believed in the acid rain issue. After hearing Qin Su's advice, they realized how serious the situation was and immediately started assigning tasks. The guard ordered a section of the snowy area to be cleared and covered with large thatched shelters. The two village chiefs also instructed the villagers to participate. Qilin stood silently by the side, listening to the conversation of the four people and watching Qin Su guide the construction area. Inside, he felt a mix of feelings. He finally understood why Qin Su was reluctant to take on soldiers before. Because taking soldiers means not only raising them, but also being responsible for their lives and deaths. Just like now, when water supply for over 200,000 people is in trouble, someone has to bear that responsibility. But taking responsibility doesn't guarantee solving future problems like acid rain or providing water for 2 years. Qin's nephew. Just as Qin Su and Qilin were about to leave the mountain peak, Yun Xiao, along with Yun Lu and Yun Zhen, came around from the opposite peak to their side. Yun Lu and Yun Zhen looked very disheveled, with messy hair and some scratches on their faces and clothes. They no longer looked as elegant as before. After experiencing an avalanche, an earthquake, and a tsunami, they had almost lost their lives. They had no time to tidy up their appearance. "Uncle Yun." Qin Su and Qilin turned around and saw Yun Xiao. Although they didn't know his purpose, they still politely responded. Yun Xiao was surprised to see their neat clothes, free of the chaos caused by the disaster, and asked, "Are you two living at the top of the peak? Was there no disaster up there?" Qin Su chuckled softly. "Uncle Yun, you're joking. In a great disaster like this, who can escape? We just tidied ourselves up before coming down." Hearing that Qin Su had also suffered, Yun Xiao felt a bit relieved and lost his curiosity about the mountain top. He noticed the guards bringing people to pile snow at the foot of Chi Tian Peak and blinked in confusion. "Are you two having the guards do this?" Moving the snow down to the foot of the mountain. Before Qin Su could answer, Qilin suddenly spoke. "We are piling snow because the water in the sea can't be drunk, and the sky is falling with toxic dust. We're worried the water source will be polluted and run out." He paused and added, "Uncle Yun, you'd better also stockpile snow. Otherwise, if the snow gets contaminated, it won't be drinkable, and we could run out of water later." As soon as Qilin finished, Yunjin seemed to hear a joke and laughed. "Big brother Qi forgot? My sister is a water and ice element user. We lack many things, but water isn't one of them." Yunlu nodded as well. "Big brother Qi, my sister is right. My water element ability can solve our water problem." Qilin sighed. "If only I had that ability too. Not only can this ensure everyone has water to drink without interruption, but it can also allow the Dog Emperor to be cut off from water immediately, making him unable to survive or die willingly." Turning around, he suddenly cupped his hands to Yun Xiao and said, "Uncle Yun, Su and I plan to kill the Dog Emperor to avenge our family. Would you be willing to join us in an alliance? As long as we kill the Dog Emperor, I will support you to become emperor." "All in? You?" Qin Su's eyes widened in shock, hardly believing his ears. Alin looked determined and said, "Su, Uncle Yun has water elemental powers. If we form an alliance with him, not only can we kill the Dog Emperor, but we can also solve everyone's water problem." Hearing Alin propose an alliance and even openly support him as emperor, Yun Xiao thought he must be hearing things. But even if he was mistaken, he had to believe he wasn't hallucinating. Yun Xiao was excited and asked, "Two nephews, are you serious? Are you willing to form an alliance and join us? Are you really willing to fight together to kill the Dog Emperor?" Yun Lu and Yunjin also couldn't believe it. They noticed that Qin Su and Alin hadn't discussed this plan beforehand, so they both looked at Qin Su, waiting for his answer. Qin Su was almost furious with Alin. The idea of forming an alliance was too sudden for him. Even though Yun Lu was a water elemental user and could help solve the water problem in the future, This matter hadn't been discussed with Su Huai at all. Su Huai was also part of the team. How could he agree to this? Qin Su's face turned cold, and he cupped his hands, saying, "Uncle Yun, before we form an alliance, I think it's necessary for you to know something. The Dog Emperor has time powers. He can not only stop time, but also make people age and die instantly. If you get involved, you might pay with your life." What? What? Time powers? Yun Xiao and his daughter and son had never heard of time powers before. The three of them were immediately shocked by this strange name. They even thought that controlling time with such power was beyond human ability. It was almost like a god. When the father and daughter realized that the Dog Emperor actually possessed godlike powers, their faces changed dramatically. Their previous excitement and happiness were suddenly cooled down like a splash of cold water. Especially Yun Lu and Yun Zhen, the sisters, when they thought about their beauty aging instantly, couldn't help but shiver. The two sisters had to reconsider whether fighting for control of the ruined Great Qin after the apocalypse and claiming the so-called emperor title was worth risking their lives for. Yun Xiao also wondered if it was worth fighting the powerful Dog Emperor. Since Great Qin was destroyed, anyone who takes an island can declare themselves ruler, king, or emperor. If they can declare themselves emperor, why fight the Dog Emperor to the death? He was only banished to the southern border by the Dog Emperor. There was no personal revenge of skinning or destroying his family, and killing the Dog Emperor was not absolutely necessary. After weighing the options, Yun Lu immediately shook his head at Yun Xiao and signaled, "Father, if the Dog Emperor can control time, then we really need to think carefully before acting." Yun Zhen remembered how terrifying it was when she suddenly aged, matching her venom, and shivered as she advised, "Father, sister is right. Let's go back and discuss. We can wait a few days before giving Brother Qi and Brother Qin our answer about forming an alliance." At this moment, the sisters truly felt fear and were scared. Women, after all, fear losing their beauty and charm. Qin Su saw their frightened expressions and calmly said, "Uncle Yin should go back and think it over first. This concerns life and death, which is very serious." Well, Yun Xiao listened to his daughter's words and hints, and he understood. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Since the Dog Emperor has time-based powers, killing him can't be rushed. Please wait a few days, and I will give you both an answer. After saying this, he didn't want to waste more time. He left quickly with his daughters, appearing eager to avoid trouble. When the father and daughters returned across the way, Qin Su turned to look at Qi Lin for a moment, but said nothing, and prepared to leave. Qi Lin knew Qin Su was angry. He hurriedly said, "Isn't it because we might not have water for the next 2 years? I wanted to bring Yun Xiao into our team. At least with an alliance, we can solve the water problem immediately. Also, instead of letting unexpected events make Yun Xiao join the Dog Emperor, it's better for us to form an alliance with him first. When the Dog Emperor runs out of water, his guards won't listen to him anymore. That will be his downfall." Qin Su didn't turn around but endured his temper and said, "Can you really trust someone like Yun Xiao? Would you trust him with your back? Are you not afraid he might become the second Dog Emperor? You didn't see? I was just telling the Dog Emperor about his time-based powers, and he got so scared." Qi Lin raised his voice. "So, what do you plan to do next? How will you solve the water problem? Even if we stockpile snow now, it will only last a few months. Is storing such a small amount useful? Can you gather all the snow from the entire mountain?" Qin Su looked up at Qi Tianfeng, silent for a moment, then suddenly said something surprising. "In 3 months, I might be able to do it. Also, we are on the same team with Xiaohua. We've gone through life and death together many times. She's someone we can trust. Whatever decision we make, we should discuss it with her first. Otherwise, we might have to split up. Once we split, no matter what you think of me, I will stand with Xiaohua." Qi Lin shivered. Although the word split had crossed his mind before the apocalypse, and he had argued about it, he always thought those words should come from him. What he didn't expect was that Qin Su would openly choose to side with Su Hua. Qin Su turned around, saw Qi Lin's face turn pale, and sighed. "Brothers shouldn't fight like this. Our team shouldn't split up. Water powers aren't limited to just one person." With that, he flickered and disappeared instantly, teleporting away. When he reappeared, he was on another small island. Meanwhile, on the coast near the salt transport station, dense wooden rafts and a crowd of people were working together to push the prepared rafts into the sea. They took turns boarding the rafts, trying to escape the island and seek safety at Chi Tian Foam. Chin Su was stunned by what he saw, confused. He unexpectedly saw the familiar salt transport officer and his family trembling, sitting on a large raft by the sea. He quickly flew over.
Why you?
You. The salt transport officer saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him, nearly falling into the sea in fright. When he recognized Chin Su, the boy he had tried to recruit and nearly run over on the way during the escape, he was at a loss for words. Chin Su asked directly, "Where are you planning to move to? Don't you know everything is flooded? There's no land left except these islands." The salt transport officer shivered, snapped out of his shock, and, seeing a familiar face, was excited. "Kid, is that really you?" "It's really you." "That's great. How are you here?" After speaking, he finally realized something was wrong. Why was Chin Su on his wooden raft? The deputy also recognized Chin Su and, excited and happy, hurriedly said, "There's no water here. We need to move to Chi Tian Island. So your team is also on this island." Chin Su didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head to look at the island. Sure enough, the low island in front of him was the same mountain peak covered with dense trees where he had killed many pythons before. But now, the trees on the mountaintop had all been cut down, and the surrounding area was flooded by seawater, so he hadn't recognized it at first. When he heard that the salt transport officer was leading tens of thousands of people to migrate to Chi Tian Island, Chin Su's face instantly grew serious. But he didn't try to stop them. His figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared on the island where the starving people and the people from the 3 continents had camped, he saw nearly 5 million people all migrating to Chi Tian Island. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter. How could he not be worried? The Chi Tian mountain range, covering over 600,000 square kilometers, was now mostly submerged by the sea. The largest peak, Chi Tian Peak, was now less than 100,000 square kilometers. Nearly 6 million people would all be crowded onto one island. He couldn't imagine such a scene. Moreover, even after the apocalypse, Chi Tian Peak remained dangerous, a snowy mountain prone to avalanches. Additionally, there was already a rumbling of clouds at the bottom of the mountain, and Lin Xiao's side had 400,000 people. When over 6 million people were packed together, chaos was inevitable. Chin Su finished observing the 3 small islands and then teleported to Long Yin Island. Although he had killed a giant python before the apocalypse and his supernatural power was nearly exhausted, the giant python on Long Yin Island was not killed. But he remembered roughly how far he could teleport. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared suddenly and precisely at the seaside of Long Yin Island. When he saw the dense floating rafts and the armored guards on the coast, his sharp eyes narrowed and his fists clenched instantly. His father's murderer was right in front of him, making it hard to suppress his anger. But his overwhelming hatred was still forcibly suppressed. Since the guards were busy making rafts, transporting supplies, weapons, and food, no one noticed Chin Su standing by the rocks. No one saw the cold smile that flashed across Chin Su's face when he looked at the supplies on the raft. Can the Dog Emperor stop time? It's not that I think I am the Emperor with all the power and look down on others' lives as worthless. I want to see if the so-called Dog Emperor will starve without food and who would still be willing to serve him. Chin Sujuan narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared. Immediately after, the food supplies on the beach, which had not yet been used to build rafts, along with the 50 or 60 rafts tied with supplies on the sea, all vanished into thin air. Only a few dozen stones of food on the shore remained untouched. Yes, Chin Su deliberately left them behind. He left just a few stones of food for the Dog Emperor, as if dismissing a beggar. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard, who had been busy transporting supplies, suddenly saw all the food and materials on the sea, along with the rafts, disappear instantly. They froze in shock. Everyone was stunned, rubbing their eyes desperately, thinking they saw wrong. But once they confirmed it was not an illusion, someone finally reacted, pointing at the sea with a shocked face and shouting, "It's a demon." A few other guards also saw all the supplies on the sea suddenly vanish. Hearing the first scream, they all dropped their weapons and ran away quickly. "The demon is coming here. Run for your lives. Everyone, get away from the coast." Nearly 10,000 guards, responsible for carrying supplies, all thought the demon from the Forbidden Zone had come to the shore. They were so frightened they lost their minds, scrambling and crawling like headless flies, rushing onto the island. To them, the demon from the Forbidden Zone was too terrifying. Not only was it invisible and intangible, but it could also lift people into the air and then throw them down, smashing them into pulp. They didn't want to stay here and become the next victims to be crushed.
Run.
Run for your lives. The guards shouted in terror as they fled. Within a short time, all 10,000 guards had reached the island. It looked as if a flood of monsters was chasing after them. Emperor Jiajing, who was about to descend the mountain to the coast and board a raft, heard the panicked shouts from below. He frowned and asked the guard commander, "What's going on?" The guard commander looked confused too. He had just come up to call Jiajing to board the ship, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, the deputy commander ran over, trembling and kneeling to report. "Report. It's bad. All the food supplies have disappeared." As soon as the deputy finished speaking, the 10,000 guards rushing to the island let out another scream. Because the Imperial guards were terrified and ran away, the remaining weapons and wooden rafts they had discarded on the coast disappeared again. Even the pile of wood used to make the rafts was taken away, leaving none behind. No, only a few dozen stones of grain remained on the coast. It seemed as if the devil couldn't see those few stones of grain. Everything else was taken, but this small amount was ignored. When the coast became empty and no grain fell from the sky after a long wait, someone realized what had happened. They cried out in despair, "It's over. All the grain is gone." Although they weren't lifted into the air, losing the grain was like losing their lives. Forget about the emperor blaming them. Without food and boats to reach other islands, they would still die of hunger. The remaining few dozen stones of grain belonged to Emperor Jiajin and couldn't be given to them. Even if they did, it wouldn't be enough for everyone. Oh heavens! What kind of devil island is this? Not only does it eat people, but it also takes our food. What can we do now? We have no food left, can't go up or down, and can only wait to die. 10,000 Imperial guards started crying and shouting, and soon the other 100,000 guards learned that all the grain had vanished instantly. Hearing there was no more food, the 100,000 guards felt like they were in. Despair filled the entire island. All useless. When Emperor Jiajin finally understood what had happened and saw the guards' morale wavering, he was furious and wanted to rush down to the coast. But he was afraid he might also be lifted into the air by the devil, so he hesitated and didn't go down. The supervising official behind him started trembling. The Chancellor, Grand Commander, and Censor also looked worried. Without food, everything was a disaster. Going to other islands was pointless. They had no food there except snow. Even if they robbed the common people from other places, how much food could they have after the great disaster? "Throw him down." Emperor Jiajin suddenly turned around and pointed at Su Han, who was being led behind him. No, Su Han had narrowly escaped being pushed into the Forbidden Zone last time. Recently, he had been anxious and afraid, worried that Emperor Jiajin might go mad. In fact, Emperor Jiajin did go mad again, and Su Han was destined to become a scapegoat for the experiment. "Please, Your Majesty, take back your order. Spare the son of the guilty official." Su Yenshan knelt and begged for mercy. This time, the matter was about whether Emperor Jiajin could leave Longyin Island. How could Emperor Jiajin possibly revoke his order? Su Han was lifted by the twin shadow guards of the Shadow Guard, who were tasked with demon suppression and monster extermination, and then thrown onto the coast. The moment Su Han was thrown down, he screamed loudly. He thought he would be into the sky next, then smashed into pieces. He was so scared that he wet his pants. But when he realized that aside from his back and buttocks hurting from the fall, he didn't feel any other pain, his screams suddenly stopped. When he opened his eyes and saw that he was still alive, he laughed wildly. Ha ha.
I'm fine?
I didn't die? I actually didn't die. Of course, he couldn't die. There was no magnetic or lightning zone on the coast. Also, Qin Suo saw that the person thrown onto the coast was him, so he didn't make a move. Plus, because the twin shadow guards of Emperor Jiajin were present, it was not good to reveal their actions and cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, both twin shadow guards are supernatural abilities users. One has a spiritual scent ability, which is like a dog's nose but 100 times more sensitive, good at tracking. They can detect Qin Suo's location within a certain range by smell. The other has a sonic boom ability, which can produce powerful sound waves that can shatter people's hearts and cause death. With these two always beside the Emperor, it's really not easy to kill him. As soon as the spiritual scent user detects his presence, the Emperor can control time in advance. Qin Suo can only endure and hide for now. Emperor Jiajin had no idea that Qin Suo was so close to him. When he saw that Su Han was not into the sky and turned into a pulp, he was afraid there was a trap. He was scared and worried about losing Su Yan and Su Yan to the coast. Seeing that the father and daughter were also safe, he immediately ordered the Imperial Guard commander to go down. Later, when the commander also came back unharmed, he dared to go down to the coast himself. When the Emperor stepped off the coast, Qin Suo wished he could tear him apart with a space attack and scatter his body into pieces. But he remembered that even though space attacks were powerful, opening it took time. It was faster than the Emperor's time-stopping ability, so in the end, he could only hold back, teleport away, and hide. The twin shadow guards of Emperor Jiajin also did not find Qin Suo's trace. A group of people left the coast and saw only a few dozen stones of grain remaining. Emperor Jiajin was so angry that he drew his sword, which was hanging on the military leader's waist, and directly cut it into the grain bag. Emperor Jiajin was so furious that he could only feel helpless rage. The people behind him saw a slit appear in the grain bag, and rice spilled out loudly. They all felt heartbroken, but no one dared to go and take the grain, afraid that the Emperor's sword might cut them. After a long while, Emperor Jiajin, with a grim face, turned around and looked over the officials behind him and the more than 400,000 people on the island. He said clearly, "I don't care what plans you come up with. I must leave this island today." He wanted to get away from this cursed place that could swallow people and food. He was eager to leave. He threw down his sword and angrily returned to his tent on the island. After the three ministers, Chancellor, Grand Minister, and Censor-in-Chief, and the Shadow Guards left, they shook their heads and sighed. After a long time, the Grand Minister, feeling restless, assigned tasks to the military leader and the soldiers. Everyone who can swim, go into the sea and see if there are any floating trees. If you find any, try to salvage them and make rafts. If not, any floating objects will do. Stealing food was impossible because it had already been soaked by seawater. The sea was so deep that people couldn't stay in the water for long. The only hope was to find floating objects. Surprisingly, the Grand Minister, a veteran of the court, still found a way even in desperate times. The Qitian mountain range, which had just experienced a devastating disaster, was full of floating debris. Waves gradually pushed floating objects toward the shore. Soon, not only broken wood was floating on the sea, but also the bodies of people who had perished earlier, drifting up one after another and washing ashore. More and more bodies floated to the surface. How sad! How many people have died? Seeing the bodies surfacing continuously, the Grand Minister, the Chancellor, and the Censor-in-Chief were truly frightened. The only surviving Imperial doctor from the Imperial Hospital saw this scene, and his face changed drastically. He warned, "Gentlemen, this is terrible. So many people have died, there will definitely be a plague. We must leave the island quickly. Stay away from the coast." Hearing about the plague, the Grand Minister, the Chancellor, and the Censor-in-Chief all trembled with fear. The Grand Marshal looked shocked and immediately ordered, "The Imperial doctor is right. After floods and tsunamis, there are often plagues. Everyone, Quickly gather driftwood, make rafts, and leave this place fast. There are more dead bodies than just on Dragon Roar Island. Over 5 million survivors migrating at sea to Chi-Tian Island, along with everyone on Chi-Tian Island and Wuchi Island, soon saw the scene. Suddenly, not only the 5 million people were alarmed, but everyone on Chi-Tian Island and Wuchi Island also gathered on the coast to watch. Everyone realized these bodies could bring dangerous diseases. The migrating people on the sea panicked and warned each other, "Hurry up and cover your faces with scarves. Sit still and don't fall into the water." The commander of Chi-Tian Island, Lin Xiao, also found Chi Lin and reported, "Young Lord Chi, something's wrong. There are many bodies of victims floating near the shore." Chi Lin, sitting absent-mindedly on a wooden stake, stiffened and turned his head when he heard this. He looked out at the sea and saw the terrifying scene clearly. Lin Xiao asked again, "Young Lord Chi, what should we do now? These bodies might spread disease." Chi Lin wanted to say burn them, but before he could speak, he hesitated. At this moment, he remembered Su Hua's warning about dangerous gases in the sea. Also, burning would use up wood, which was now very scarce and precious. From now on, every piece of firewood would be extremely valuable and hard to come by, so burning was not an option. After a moment, he said with difficulty, "Let's bury the bodies that wash ashore right here." The commander was stunned, staring at Chi Lin in disbelief. Everyone had already used up their snow supplies, and with so many bodies, this task seemed endless. Chi Lin understood the commander's dilemma and said, "I will also ask King Chu's people to help. Those who float over here will be handled by us." Then he paused and added, "Build me a simple shelter with grass. From now on, I will stay and eat with you here." He had thought about this decision for a long time. He didn't think there was anything wrong with forming an alliance with Yin Xiao, nor with relying on Yun Lu to solve the water supply problem for tens of thousands of people over the next 2 years. The only mistake was that he hadn't discussed this with Qin Su or Su Hua first, because he never considered Su Hua as a reliable teammate to trust with his back. He and Su Hua had different views and values, and initially, they only teamed up to escape the disaster. Since they have reached their destination, both sides are clear that no one owes anything to the other, and splitting up is inevitable. One of them will definitely leave. However, Qin Su has already clearly chosen to support Su Hua, so the one leaving can only be him. "Young Lord Qi, are you going to stay here in the future?" "But this place." Lin Xiao was confused when he heard Qi Lin plan to stay. "Because this place is just a simple hut, sleeping under the snowy mountains on wooden boards and straw mats, with cold wind blowing in at night. The environment is really poor." Qi Lin looked embarrassed but waved his hand. "Go prepare everything." Qin Su suddenly appeared back, intending to tell Qi Lin that the migration of over 5 million people to Chi-Tian Island might cause chaos, and also about receiving supplies from the Dog Emperor. But he just arrived and heard Qi Lin telling Lin Xiao to build a straw hut. "Have you made your decision?" Qin Su stared directly at Qi Lin's back and asked straightforwardly. Qi Lin didn't expect Qin Su to come back so suddenly and straightened his back. After a moment, he turned around with a smile and said, "I've decided to try to persuade Yun Zhao's side to provide water for the 20,000 people to survive. After all, I led over 20,000 people up the mountain, so I have to be responsible for them." Qin Su looked into Qi Lin's eyes sharply and said directly, "I never said that there is only one water ability. Are we not in a desperate situation yet? Little Hua said that the second round of the apocalypse will happen in 3 months. We still have time to prepare," Qi Lin replied. He was immediately silenced. But the more he couldn't answer, the more Qin Su felt disappointed. "Since you've made your decision, that's fine. I just received 10,000 stones of grain and supplies from the Dog Emperor. Soon, I will put all your belongings and weapons into the mountain cave. Also, when I and Little Hua go to avenge the Dog Emperor, I will definitely bring you along." After speaking, Qin Su disappeared again with a flash, regardless of Qi Lin's shocked expression. When Qin Su reappeared, he was outside the Hongmeng Cave Sky Plaza. At this moment, 200 people were busy harvesting wild fish from the ice lake. The men were working together to carry the prepared wooden rafts out of the lake, while women and girls were weaving fishing nets with shuttles. Everyone was chatting happily, creating an optimistic atmosphere of, "The end of the world has come, and I am unaffected." Chin-su saw this scene and felt like he was in a peaceful paradise, a warm and cozy home. Because of this thought, Chin-su couldn't understand why Chi-lin didn't cherish this hard-earned family property. Everyone was busy now. Su-hwa was also busy. She was in the granary, pouring half a bag of green beans into a basket, asking Su-yu and Chin-sien to help pick out the bad beans with the children. "Little brother Chin, you're back." Su-hwa came out of the granary and saw only Chin-su returning. She looked confused and asked, "Were there many casualties at the foot of the mountain?" Inside the cave, Rong-sure heard this and came out holding Chin-yu, who had just finished feeding. Chin-su shook his head at the two of them. Over 10,000 people died in Lin Shao's area, and about 30 people died in the two village chiefs' areas. The main cause was the mountain's earth dragon flipping and sinking, which caused accidental injuries. Meanwhile, over 5 million people from the other 3 small islands are all moving to Chi-Tian Peak. Even the dog emperor is migrating for unknown reasons, but I have taken all the supplies and food from the dog emperor and temporarily kept him on Longyin Island. He suddenly paused here, his gaze unconsciously falling on Shun Jiao Jiao. Su-hwa, noticing Chin-su looking at Shun Jiao Jiao, who was weaving a fishing net, with a strange look, immediately realized something was wrong and quickly stopped him. "Little brother Chin, there's no need to say unnecessary things. Focus on the team." She didn't need to guess. Who else could it be related to besides Shun Jiao Jiao? It must be the Su family members. That family, which had caused trouble for generations, was definitely very lucky. She didn't want Shun Jiao Jiao and the others to know about the Su family's affairs. Chin-su opened his mouth but finally told them about Chi-lin's refusal to return because of hoarding water. "What did you say?" Su-hwa and Rong-sure listened. One couldn't believe it, and the other looked disappointed and angry. Su-hwa didn't like Chi-lin, and Chi-lin didn't like her either. But she never expected that after experiencing the apocalypse and being beaten down so many times, Chi-lin would still choose to split up. Rong-sure didn't expect Chi-lin to be so extreme and obsessed with revenge. "Forget it. We've also done our part for his mother. At least we stopped him a few times from risking his life. If he wants to leave, let him." Rong-sure thought of Lan-sure, her eyes reddening. She waved her hand and then held Chin-yu, who blinked innocently, and went into the cave. The other 200 people didn't know what the three were talking about. They only saw Rong-sure seemed angry and suddenly sad. Seeing the situation, Su-hwa turned to Chin-su and said, 200 people should know about this. How they go or stay is up to them." "Yes, I understand," Chin-su agreed. He turned around and told the 200 people again about Chi-lin's departure. When Su Sifin, Su Sijin, and Shun Jiao Jiao heard that Chi-lin was leaving, they all stared blankly and blinked rapidly. It was all so sudden. The 200 people were also stunned, thinking they must have heard wrong. The maid Chunning cried when she heard her young master was not coming back. "Why is the young master like this? Our days have gotten better." Before anyone could comfort her, Chunning tearfully said, "Young Lord Chin, I want to stay by the young master's side. Our father and mother are gone, and the young master has no one to accompany him. Now, even no one is left to talk to him. He must be very lonely and sad." Chin-su nodded and said, "All right, it's no wonder the Chi family treated you well before. I will send you down the mountain." He then asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to follow Alin?" "Those who want to go, I will send down the mountain with them." Among the 200 people there were originally 2 relatives from the Chi family. But each family had few members, and both the men had died in battle. Only the old and weak remained. When these old and weak members were fleeing the basin during the family's exile, they were killed by soldiers. So, besides Chunning, who was willing to follow Chi-lin, no one else agreed. It's not really their fault. No one wanted the team to split up, but when they had to choose, they could only be rational. They had no other thoughts, only wanting to survive the apocalypse with their remaining family and friends. Chunning saw that, besides her, No one else wanted to follow her young master. She felt lonely but understood. After all, it was her young master who chose to split up first, leaving good days behind. Once the number of people was confirmed, Chin Su waited for Chun Ing to pack her bag. Then, using light skills, he sent her down the mountain alone. When they reached below the snow line, he didn't take her directly to Chi Lin but handed her over to the two village chiefs who were collecting snow, asking them to arrange a thatched shelter to take care of her. Before leaving, he saw that the other 3 small islands' 5 million survivors had already arrived at Chi Tian Island's coast. On the coast, dense crowds of people, like ants moving house, were dragging their families onto the shore. At this moment, Yun Zhao's father and daughter, along with Chi Lin and Lin Xiao, stood on the coast watching the scene. Their faces looked unhappy. How could they not be upset? Yun Zhao's family thought about the future, when the entire island would be crowded with people. The big island would become a true island of hunger. All daily needs, food, drink, waste, would be here. In the future, people might step on piles of waste everywhere, and there could even be outbreaks of disease. Their mood was very heavy. Moreover, with so many people, once the little food left was gone, there would be fighting for it. If even the fighting stopped, people might start to turn on each other. At the same time, Qilin was thinking the same. He was worried not only about food but also about water for everyone. Nearly 6 million people gathered on Chi Tian Island. Even the snow on Chi Tian Peak would be used up soon. Many of these people were starving. They only had some leaves, wild vegetables, and roots to eat, which wouldn't last many days. He could already imagine the chaos and large-scale riots that would happen if the people ran out of food. This is a big problem. Yun Xiao worried whether his remaining 200,000 bushels of grain could last. He felt a wave of fear. Earlier that morning, he had just started to think about declaring himself emperor, but now he was so scared he forgot everything. Being emperor meant feeding the people. Without enough food, the people might even turn against him. Young lord, this is trouble. There might be fights over the grain soon. Lin Xiao, standing next to Qi Lin, also looked worried. They had once been proud that Chi Tian Peak was the biggest island, with the most people. But now, with so many people, they faced the disaster of running out of food. Qi Lin frowned deeply and immediately ordered, "Send 3,000 soldiers to guard the grain in the mountain caves. Others should take turns on duty." Shenjiao Jiao and the women and girls helped carry the caught fish into the granary for storage. When they saw the scene, they all stopped to watch. Everyone was confused about what Su Huai was doing. Most thought Su Huai was preparing food. Recently, they had been eating ground fried beans, batter, grilled fish, and roasted beast meat. Since reaching the peak, they had been used to eating delicacies from the mountains and sea, but eating these same foods every day was actually just a habit, not true enjoyment. So, everyone thought Su Huai was also tired of the usual food and was trying to come up with something new to eat. "Jiao Jiao, what are you making to eat?" After Shun Jiao Jiao and Su Sijin together carried a barrel of fish into the granary, she saw Su Huai pouring beans into several baskets and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Su Huai looked up and saw it was her mother and Su Sijin. Suddenly, she remembered her family and Qi Lin. To be safe, she thought she shouldn't let her mother and Su Sijin stand idle. After thinking for a moment, she called out, "Mother, sister, I'm making yellow rolls. This can turn 1 gene of soybeans into 10 gene of food. The fish work is for others. You can stay and learn how to do it." Yellow rolls refer to bean sprouts. Su Huai suddenly thought of making bean sprouts because she realized soybeans could quickly produce a large amount of food in a short time. Bean sprouts are currently the best way to quickly produce food during the famine. Now, everywhere is flooded with seawater, the sun is covered with dust, and the second apocalypse is only 3 months away. There is no land and not enough time to plant crops, so growing food is impossible. The only survival method left for the people is to grow quick harvest foods through soilless and water cultivation. What did you say, Jiao Jiao? 1 gene of soybeans can turn into 10 gene of food? Oh my god! Hearing that 1 gene of soybeans could produce 10 gene of food, Shenjiao Jiao and Su Sijin both widened their eyes in shock. Shun Jiao Jiao's voice even rose in excitement. Other women and girls, upon hearing this, put down their fish but didn't leave. Nearby, Suyu, Qin Xian, and the children also listened attentively. Soon, Su Huai was surrounded by people eager to see her perform her magic. Mother, watch carefully. In just 4 or 5 days, these 10 jin of soybeans can turn into 100 jin of food. After speaking, Su Huai began to teach the women and girls how to grow bean sprouts step by step. And she was not exaggerating at all. She said she could harvest 10 jin, which is a conservative estimate. When the yield is really high, 1 jin of soybeans can produce 12 jin of bean sprouts. She didn't dare to boast because the temperature here is too low, and temperature affects the harvest. As Su Hua carefully completed the steps for water-grown bean sprouts and even carried the grown beans into the cave, placing them on a sleeping platform in the servant girl's room, separated by wooden boards into 3 layers, not only women and girls gathered, but even Rongsher, Qin Su, and 4 uncles from the clan came to watch. They saw the soybeans covered with cloth, kept warm on the sleeping platform, looking confused and puzzled. Little Hua, I heard from my younger sister that your water-grown bean sprouts are called Huangwan. They don't need sunlight, and in 4 or 5 days, 1 jin of soybeans can turn into 10 jin of food. Qin Su asked, also unable to believe it. In Dakian, there are soybeans and various beans, even soybean oil, but no one has heard of Huangwan. And no one has heard of a jin of soybeans turning into 10 jin of food without adding other ingredients. Yes, Brother Qin. Once Huangwan is ready, you can teach the method to the common people, Su Hua replied. She arranged the bamboo basket, not stingy, and directly handed the water-grown bean sprout steps she had written down earlier to Qin Su. Qin Su took the paper, looked at the simple water cultivation method with his dark eyes, and a smile appeared on his increasingly handsome face as he relaxed and said, with this, the common people can eat more for a while. Su Hua didn't respond. The food and drink for nearly 6 million people could be solved temporarily, but not for a few months. After a few months, after the second round of the apocalypse, 3 months later, what would the people have left? 4 or 5 days straight, Su Hua changed the water for the bean sprouts every day. After 5 days, all the fish in the ice lake were also caught and piled into another granary. Meanwhile, the Hongmeng cave suddenly erupted with cheers from 200 people. Regardless of gender or age, everyone was amazed when Su Hua lifted the fresh, tender bean sprouts covered with cotton cloth. No one expected that, even in the snow-capped mountains, in a place below freezing, they could still eat fresh vegetables. Especially when all the bean sprouts were pulled out, filling nearly 5 baskets, far more than 100 jin, causing a wave of surprise. The women chattered excitedly, each saying, "Oh my! This is so cost-effective. To understand, a family of 5 eating 1 jin of soybeans a day is just enough for each person to have a handful, ensuring they won't starve. But 10 jin of yellow rolls, eaten sparingly, can last at least 5 days. Originally, the beans could only last a few days, but now they might last a month. That's great. Miss Su said these yellow rolls can be stir-fried as a dish. We should try it right away." Yes, yes. Miss Su also mentioned there are many ways to eat these yellow rolls. Not only stir-fried, but also cold dishes, soups, and grilled. Let's try all these methods soon. As everyone became more excited talking about it, Qin Su used a 10 jin grain bag to pack a bag of bean sprouts. Then he took the bean sprout water cultivation method given by Su Hua and headed down the mountain. During these 5 days, Qin Su stayed on the mountain, holding back from going down. As expected, the situation at the foot of Chi Tian Peak was already chaotic. All around the snow line of Chi Tian Peak, there were thatched huts and crowds of surviving villagers everywhere. These villagers included people brought by the salt transport officials, the survivors from Qin Su's team from the 3 continents, and starving refugees from another route. There were over 5 million people, plus 40,000 from Yunshao and the guards, totaling 6 million. The entire area at the foot of Chi Tian Peak was so crowded that there was no space left to step. Everyone was squeezed into an area less than 100,000 square kilometers. As Yun Lu had predicted, the scene was chaotic. Anywhere you walked, you might step on a pile of human waste. If the 6 million people could coexist peacefully without fighting over food, it wouldn't be so bad. But once they ran out of food and started looting or rioting, it would be terrifying. When Chin-Su teleported to the snow line, he saw a scene where refugees from another route had run out of food. They had eaten leaves, bark, and wild vegetables. They were all gone. What do the villagers do without food? They beg. If they can't get help, they will steal. If they can't steal, they will resort to cannibalism. When Chin-Su arrived at the snow line, he saw over 2 million starving refugees eyeing Yun Zhao's ice palace granary and Qi Lin's mountain cave granary. Though they gathered and begged for food, each one looked like a hungry wolf with greenish eyes. A woman holding a wooden bowl, looking like a beggar, raised her head and begged Yun Lu on the ice palace, "Please, spare some grain for us. Aren't you officials of the court? If you are officials, you should save us." A strong man recognized Yun Xiao, spat on the ground, and cursed, "That corrupt official killed so many of us. He's not a good person. Before, he even lied to us once. Said there was grain at Chitian Peak. He would never care about our lives or deaths. I say we shouldn't waste time talking to him. Just fight and take the grain. He should share the hunger with us." Another strong man raised his wooden bowl and agreed, "Yes. We've begged for so long, but he won't give us even a grain. Brothers, let's just take it. There are millions of us, so we're not afraid of a few 100,000. The two led the crowd, and the starving villagers gathered in front of the ice palace's granary, shouting loudly,
Yes. Just take it.
"No more talking. All brothers charge. If we can't get the grain, we'll make them all die with us. We can't survive, and they shouldn't either." Yun Xiao and his daughter stood on the second floor of the ice palace, watching the crowd of thin, ragged survivors with grim faces. Hearing these disrespectful words about stealing the grain made Yun Xiao so angry his head almost smoked. They had already expected that the starving villagers would come for them sooner or later, but they didn't think it would happen so quickly. In just 5 days, the villagers ran out of food, and these were from another route. If the people from the 3 continents also ran out of food and gathered together, it would be even more terrifying. Release the grain. Release the grain. If not, we all die together. Yes. Release the grain. Release the grain. The villagers' faces were twisted with anger as they shouted threats at Yun Xiao and his daughter on the second floor of the ice palace. "Give us the grain. If not, we'll attack. We'd rather die of hunger than let you have it. Rabble. Rabble." Yun Zhao's face turned pale with anger, almost collapsing from rage. "Sister, we have no other choice this time. If we don't show them our strength, they'll think we can be bullied for our grain." Yunjin said this and then shot poison at the most aggressive leader of the villagers. This time, Yunlu didn't try to stop him like before. Instead, he used his ice powers on another strong man. Under everyone's watch, one of the strong men instantly turned into a pool of blood. The other was frozen into an ice sculpture in a second, then shattered into pieces, falling like ice shards.
Ah.
Someone's dead. Monster. When had these starving people ever seen such a terrifying scene? Or witnessed such evil and ruthless powers that could turn people into blood or ice sculptures? These are man-eating monsters. Everyone run. The starving people were truly frightened. Although they were many, they were just ordinary civilians. In an instant, the people who had been shouting and threatening to loot suddenly panicked and fled in all directions. They don't know how to die. Seeing the frightened crowd run away, Yunjin angrily took out a handkerchief to wipe her bloodied left hand, which had just been used to kill someone. Yun Lu activated her ice powers again, quickly building a 5-meter-high ice wall around the mountain peak area, trapping everyone inside like a sealed box. Chin-Su watched the fierce scene of his sisters attacking the starving people. Seeing the ice wall being built, he disappeared again in a flash, teleporting to the area around the mountain cave's granary. Indeed, the situation on Qi Lin's side was just as intense as it had been with Yun Xiao and his daughters before. Commander Lin Xiao was leading tens of thousands of soldiers, forming a wall of swords to block the starving crowd. But they couldn't stop the noise. The The starving people also stared greedily at the granary, shouting insults and curses, even insulting ancestors. They shouted loudly, "Open the grain. If you don't, we won't leave. We'd rather die here." A woman holding a child knelt and begged, crying, "Please, have mercy and give us some grain.
My son is about to die."
Some of you have families and children too. Lin Xiao looked at the woman holding her starving, emaciated child, feeling a strange pain in his heart. But he dared not set this precedent. There were too many people, and if he gave the woman some grain alone, she would only be in more danger. She would likely be robbed and killed the moment she turned away. So, the commander, annoyed, pretended not to see and turned his head away. On Qilin's side, a loud-mouthed woman pointed at him and cursed his ancestors, making him furious. His fists clenched tightly, his face twisted with anger, and his crimson eyes flickered with the threat of unleashing his fire powers. This woman, however, had no idea she had touched Qilin's bottom line. She kept cursing endlessly, and seeing Qilin's grim expression, she became even more excited and shouted louder. "Dog official. How did your parents teach you? Didn't they teach you to be kind? You must have lost your parents, so no one taught you, right? Otherwise, how could you be so cold-hearted? How can you watch so many people, the same age as your parents, starve to death without feeling anything? If I were your mother, I would be so disappointed to see you grow up like this. Maybe I should have just ended your life at birth instead of raising you. Seeing so many people about to die from hunger and you refuse to help, does your conscience not hurt? You're worse than animals. Be careful, or you'll face divine punishment, and your whole family might suffer." Before the word prison even left my mouth, Qilin couldn't hold back anymore. He released his fire ability and struck the woman.
Ah!
The woman instantly turned into a fiery figure, screaming painfully like a pig being slaughtered.
Fire! Fire!
The starving people nearby saw this scene and were so frightened they screamed and ran in panic. In a short time, the woman was reduced to ashes. When the starving people saw a living person suddenly turn into fire and then ash, they were terrified. Looking at Qilin with bloodshot eyes, as if they saw a ghost, they screamed loudly, "Monster!" The first-person scream made others snap out of their shock. One by one, they also screamed and ran away. "Monster! This person is a monster! Everyone run!" The countless starving people were so scared by Qilin that they lost their minds. They scrambled and fled like headless flies. To them, Qilin, who could burn people to ashes, was too terrifying. He was not human at all. He was a terrible monster and demon. After the starving people dispersed, the generals and soldiers also felt fear towards Qilin. Even though they served under him, at this moment, Qilin seemed like a different kind of being. They all understood one thing. Those who are not of our kind have different hearts. They weren't sure if serving a different race was the right choice now. Seeing tens of thousands of soldiers showing fear, Qilin felt like he had been slapped again. His face was extremely embarrassed. But the general thought that Qilin was providing food for everyone, and even though he was from a different race, he hadn't harmed anyone. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Fortunately, young Master Qi has divine power. Otherwise, we'd all be in big trouble. If our food supply gets stolen, none of us will survive. It's young Master Qi who is protecting us." Thinking about the rumors of Yun Xiao wanting to become king or emperor, he then said, "Now is a chaotic time. All the heroes are rising up. If we want to survive, we must support one person as king. Our king. Only Lord Qi can be that king. I, Lin Xiao, decide to support Lord Qi as king. From now on, I will serve him wholeheartedly, even to death." With that, Lin Xiao knelt down respectfully and bowed to Qilin, showing sincere devotion as if he were worshipping an emperor. The soldiers saw this and were stunned for a moment. After a while, they all reacted and knelt down, shouting together, "Long live King Qi! Long live King Qi!" Although the soldiers still feared Qilin, their commanding officer led them to support him, thinking that protecting their families was more important than starving as refugees. So, one by one, they showed they understood the situation. Qilin was surprised that the soldiers who had been afraid of him just moments ago now supported him as king. He froze, unsure how to react, even forgetting to refuse. Seeing this, Lin Xiao and the soldiers all believed he agreed. Long live King Qi! Long live King Qi! Long live King Qi! The voices of tens of thousands of people echoed loudly, reaching far and wide. From this moment on, Qilin officially changed from Lord Qi to a powerful ruler, King Qi. Qin Su watched as Qilin used his special powers to burn the wicked woman to death and officially declare himself king. He shook his head and sighed, then disappeared with a flash. He told Chuning and the two village chiefs how to grow water sprouts, then went to find the salt transport officer. At this time, the salt transport officer, along with the people of Jiepul and the 400,000 survivors in Mianzhou, as well as over 2 million people in Sanzhou, were almost out of food. Earlier, during the escape, the starving people had only 3 days' worth of leaves and wild vegetables left to eat. Qin Su arrived at the thatched shelter area, seeing a scene of despair and gloom. Everyone in the shelters was idle, looking hopeless and staring blankly at the dark sky, their eyes full of confusion. Deep down, everyone wanted to survive and hoped to live, but living also needed hope. For the over 2 million people, only despair remained. Qin Su found the salt transport officer in a somewhat luxurious, thatched hut. At this moment, the salt transport officer and his deputy were staring blankly at a half bag of rice in front of them, weighing about 5 jin. The people of Jiepul had now divided all their food. Each family received less than 3 jin of rice, and after finishing what they had, everyone was waiting to die from hunger. Heaven is trying to wipe out all living people. I don't know when the seawater will recede, the salt transport officer sighed with despair. When they arrived in the southern region, he still held on to the hope that the end of the world wouldn't happen. So, after climbing the mountain, he didn't let the villagers dig wild vegetables, pick leaves, or gather firewood. They still had a thatched hut, built just a few days before the disaster struck. Not only them, but also the other millions of survivors, hadn't gathered much firewood. They had used up what they had, and there was none left. No fire, no food, the whole world was flooded. There was no land to plant crops. It really seemed like a dead end, only waiting to die. There's no point in retreating. Look at how much it's flooded. How can we find anything to eat? And I doubt we can retreat. The land is sunk, and the sea is filled in. Where could the water possibly go? The deputy sighed. Hearing this, Qin Su bent down and crawled into the thatched hut. Before the others could react, he sat cross-legged and said, "The sea water won't recede. In 3 months, it will turn into an icy world, and the ocean will become land." The salt transport officer and the deputy looked up when they heard his voice, and when they saw Qin Su's face, they looked shocked again.
You,
the salt officer stammered, pointing at Qin Su. "Young man?" the deputy exclaimed, surprised and excited. They couldn't understand why they were so excited. Maybe after the disaster, seeing familiar faces made them feel better. But Qin Su was always unpredictable, which scared them quite a bit. He stared at their excited expressions and thought about how he had emptied the salt pond of 10,000 weapons. He cleared his throat. "I'm here to teach you how to survive, and also to help all the survivors find work," he said. Then he threw a bag of food and bean sprouts in front of them. This food is called yellow rolls. It's made from water-grown soybeans. It doesn't need soil or sunlight. You can harvest it in 5 days. It has a high yield. 1 jin of soybeans can produce 10 jin of yellow rolls. If you have soybeans, you can water them following my method. If you have no soybeans and no food, I have some here. The villagers can exchange labor for grain. After saying this, he waited quietly for their reaction. Sure enough, both the salt officer and the deputy thought they had heard wrong and said in unison, "What did you say?" But Qin Su confidently confirmed that they heard him correctly. "I plan to go to Short Island to plant crops, and I need people for that. I've calculated that out of 5 million citizens, only about 1 million are able to work. I need some people to weave baskets and build grass shelters, some to help make soil-free bamboo planting trays, and others to help plant vegetables. Your people don't have to work. They only need to watch and supervise. Each person who works for a day can receive a bowl of grain. You two officials are responsible for leading and overseeing this project. Each day, you can receive 1 gene of grain and 1 gene of meat. Su wouldn't give grain to the common people for free, but he would first take supplies from the Dog Emperor's stockpile. The people exchange their labor for the grain they receive. The grain taken from the people by the Dog Emperor and then used for the people is a form of karmic retribution for the Dog Emperor. Oh heavens! Did I hear that right? After hearing this, the salt transport officer suddenly pinched the deputy's arm hard and asked, "Does it hurt?"
Hey.
"It hurts. Why don't you pinch yourself, sir?" The deputy was speechless with the salt transport officer. But when he heard there was grain and meat, he forgot the pain and got so excited he couldn't breathe, laughing foolishly. "Ha ha ha, great. Sir, we won't go hungry anymore." Oh heavens! Did our ancestors' graves suddenly smoke green? The salt transport officer also got so excited he started talking nonsense. Su watched their foolishness and couldn't help but wonder who had given them the courage to rebel and want to become emperor before. He stood up and, before leaving, reminded them, "You can start gathering people today. Citizens from any route can come to work, but there's one rule: no bandits or evil people. I will place the bamboo for weaving baskets, the wood for building grass shelters, and the grain at the island where you set up camp. Whenever anyone approaches the 5-mile radius around Wuchi Island, it seems as if a divine force is guarding it. Anyone who gets close is suddenly caught in a swirling water tornado that lifts them into the air, and they ultimately drown in the sea." For 5 days, the Forbidden Army kept sending groups to their deaths. By the 5th group, their morale was broken, and the soldiers began to disobey orders.
How could they not resist?
What could the Forbidden Army eat if not the food they gathered from the sea? They ate food recovered from floating corpses, leaves, and bark from broken trees. It's important to note that there are so many floating bodies in the sea, and the water is dark and black. Could the food they ate be clean? Just thinking about eating food soaked in seawater made the soldiers feel sick and worried about catching diseases. Send eunuchs and palace maids. Anyone who refuses will be killed. Emperor Jiazhen roared angrily. Since the world was ending and there was no more food, useless eunuchs and palace maids would only be a burden, so he decided to get rid of them.
"No.
Your Majesty, have mercy." The eunuchs and maids didn't expect to be sent to their deaths this time. They knelt and begged for mercy. But begging was useless. Emperor Jiazhen had gone mad. His 100 shadow guards quickly threw the eunuchs and maids onto wooden rafts. When they had 50 people, they rowed away, heading to deliver the prisoners to their doom. Yes, the shadow guards wouldn't go any closer to the Forbidden Zone. Instead, they watched from afar. They let the rafts drift naturally, with the waves toward Wuchi Island. Gong Yu and Daxijin, on Wuchi Island, saw the floating rafts from afar. Their faces grew darker. These people are really persistent. We warned them 5 times already. Why do they still come? Daxijin scolded irritably. For 5 days, the so-called evil wind was actually Daxijin himself. He was a wind-type supernatural, and it was indeed him transforming into a tornado, which sank the forbidden soldiers who came to scout into the sea. He thought that after killing 5 groups of enemies over 5 days, his tornado would be called a demon wind, making others fear and be cautious of him. But he didn't expect that the enemies wouldn't give up. Instead, they kept provoking him again and again. "Prince Air, just kill them all," Gongyu said, and then turned to leave. For her, Wuchi Island had already become the new home of their southern barbarians. Since it is their new home, they cannot allow outsiders to invade, even if they are the original inhabitants of Wuchi Island. After Gong Yu left, Daxijin immediately released his special power, transforming into a tornado, and headed toward the 2 wooden rafts carrying eunuchs and palace maids. This tornado was much larger than the strong storms the Qin soldiers had encountered during their previous escape from famine. But destroying 2 rafts and killing 50 people was very easy for him. As Daxogen, in his tornado form, roared closer to the rafts, the eunuchs and palace maids finally saw the tornado appear out of nowhere. They were so frightened they almost fell into the sea, screaming in despair. "Don't! I don't want to die! Help! I don't want to die!" Their screams were soon drowned out by the roar of the tornado. Then, all the eunuchs and maids, along with the rafts, were lifted over 100 meters into the air and carried away. When the 50 figures reappeared, they were all just bodies falling into the ocean with loud thuds. The rafts, already broken apart, were shattered and scattered. This is really bad. There's truly a ghostly wind. The shadow guards, who had been hiding far away, saw the 50 eunuchs and maids, just like the previous imperial guards, sacrifice their lives. Each of them looked worried and distressed. "Let's go back and report to the emperor," the leader of the shadow guards ordered, and the guards rowing the raft turned around to head back. But before they could turn, they saw the tornado that had just disappeared reappear out of nowhere. And this tornado seemed to have eyes, as if it could see them, and was heading straight toward them.
"Oh.
The ghostly wind has spotted us. Row faster." There were 5 shadow guards on the raft, all highly skilled martial artists. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't fight against the tornado. They knew this well. Seeing the tornado coming, all 5 jumped into the sea at the same time. There was no other choice. They had to dive into the water to avoid being lifted into the air and smashed by the tornado. Seeing the tornado in his form, Daxogen realized that the 5 shadow guards reacted quickly and dove into the sea. He knew he couldn't kill them. He had no choice but to leave, annoyed, and head back to Wuchi Island. Once the sea was calm again, the 5 shadow guards, unable to hold back their anger, finally surfaced. All 5 of them looked at the chaotic sea with lingering fear. Is that evil wind a monster in disguise? It seems to have eyes. The leader of the shadow guard spat out seawater and wiped his face. Just as he finished speaking, the other 4 stared at him in shock. Then they all started to. After finishing, each of the 5 floated holding a broken piece of wood, their faces pale. One person, trembling with fear, asked, "It's over. We drank seawater. Will we die from a plague?" Another echoed, "Even if there's a doctor, there's no medicine for us now." The leader of the shadow guard shivered and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. We will be fine. Hurry back and report. And remember, no one is to mention that we drank seawater. If Emperor Jiajin finds out they drank seawater and suspects they might get sick, he could go mad and kill them all." The other 4 realized how serious the situation was and kept silent. When they returned to Longyin Island, they didn't mention drinking seawater at all. They all claimed they were chased by evil winds and got wet clothes. Good-for-nothings. All useless. Emperor Jiajin was truly at his wit's end. Suddenly, his gaze turned toward Chi Tianfeng and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Go to Chi Tian Island." The Chancellor, Grand Commandant, and Censor-in-Chief were all startled and thought they had heard wrong. The Grand Commandant hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, absolutely not. You have no supplies, weapons, or enough rafts. You can't go to Chi Tian Island now. I only want a few people to send a message to Chi Tian Island," Emperor Jiajin interrupted coldly. "Even if I have no supplies or weapons, I still have 3 people. To get their lives, tell Qin and Qi to prepare 20,000 stones of grain in exchange." The Chancellor, Grand Commandant, and Censor-in-Chief stared in disbelief. They couldn't believe such shameless words came from an emperor. 20,000 stones? That's a joke, right? After the apocalypse, even flipping over the 6 islands wouldn't produce 20,000 stones of grain. And are the lives of Suyen Mountain's 3 people worth that price? They all wanted to roll their eyes again. This tyrant was truly absurd. Yun Shao was originally crowned as King of Chu by Emperor Jiaji, but he disliked the character for Chu, feeling it was insulting. So he declared himself as the Southern King. Long live the Southern King! Long live the Southern King! At this moment, the mountains and seas echoed with thunderous shouts. On this day, at the same time and place, 2 overlords were born. When Qin Su returned to the Hongmeng cave, he told 200 people about Qi Lin and Yun Xiao being crowned kings. Su Hua was very surprised. She opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Are you saying Qi Lin declared himself King Qi? Yun Xiao declared himself Southern King. Su Hua was so shocked because she remembered that in the original story, the 6 overlords of the 6 kingdoms were King Qi, Southern King, King Qin, King Man, King Lin, and King Yan. Now, Qi Lin had become one of the main characters in the story, which really startled her. No, she even forgot about Qin Su. Maybe Qin Su was another main character, King Qin. She remembered the book didn't explain how the 6 overlords survived the apocalypse. It was just the author's fantasy, creating 6 powerful characters after the world ended. Also, each of the 6 overlords only had one title. Their real names and details weren't mentioned. Su Hua thought that, based on the story, if Qi Lin, Qin Su, and Qin Xian hadn't awakened their special abilities, their families might have been exiled to the southern region. To avoid exile, Qi Lin and Qin Su might have secretly hidden in the Qitian Peak and survived by luck. Or, because they knew Yun Xiao from before, they might have formed an alliance and secretly gathered troops in the Qitian mountain range to rebel. But now, the story had a flaw. Not only had the plot changed completely, but there were also mysterious crystals and powerful individuals appearing out of nowhere. Qi Lin and Qin Su had killed one of the overlords, and even Su Hua, had suddenly appeared. Thinking of this, Su Hua looked at Qin Su with a shocked face and asked, "Little brother Qin, do you think you might have declared yourself King Qin too?" Qin Su was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. "Why do you ask, Xiao Hua?" Before knowing Su Hua, he had indeed thought about waiting until things settled down, then raising troops to overthrow the corrupt emperor. But now he only had 2 thoughts. First, to help the 200 people survive the coming apocalypse in 3 months. Second, to personally defeat his enemies with his own strength, without relying on armies. The apocalypse had already caused countless deaths and injuries. The survivors had no food or supplies. He didn't want to see the fires of war ignite again. About 200 people didn't understand why Su Hua asked this question. They thought she was joking on purpose. Uncle Qin smiled happily and said, "If the young master declares himself King Qin, we must support him." Uncle Qin's 3rd brother also nodded in agreement. "As long as the young master is willing to be king or emperor, not only us, but also the salt transport officials and the people of the 3 regions will surely support him." Yes. I think the young master is most suitable to be emperor." Everyone suddenly became excited, talking loudly and cheerfully, as if Qin Su really wanted to be emperor. Rome Shi, who was sitting quietly nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. She suddenly interrupted and said sternly, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you think being emperor is so easy? Do you think you can just rule, without food for the soldiers and the people? We are currently facing the end of the world, and in less than 3 months, there will be a second wave. How can we be emperor and still provide food for the people?" Hearing this, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Although they had been joking before, they all regretted being so careless with their words. Rome Shi was right. Surviving the end of the world was already good enough. Why seek false fame? These titles are not honor, they are responsibilities. Seeing everyone fall silent, Rome Shi turned to look seriously at Qin Su and said, "How others call themselves king is their business. We don't need this false fame. As long as we survive the end of the world, that's enough. Those common people can help us if they want, but not without limits. We must make them contribute in exchange. Going to the court to collect land taxes and grain taxes is fine. We can provide seeds and resources, but after harvest, the people must give back 30% of their grain. Remember one thing. Since ancient times, kindness is like giving rice, but resentment is like fighting over rice." After hearing Rome Shi's words, Su Hua secretly admired her. Rome Shi truly deserves to be the wife of a noble family. She is a true matriarch who manages the household well. Moreover, Rome Shi's ideas aligned perfectly with her own. Qin Su was scolded by his mother and solemnly promised, "Mother, don't worry. I have no intention of claiming kingship. As for the common people, I know what to do. Good, as long as you have your own principles. Hearing this, Rongshi finally relaxed. She said a few more words, then saw Qin Su, and Su Hua had matters to discuss. She let everyone who was gathered around the mountain cave's round table disperse so they could each get busy with their tasks. In the end, only Qin Su, Su Hua, and Su Sifan remained. After Qin Su and the others dispersed, he said to Su Sifan, "Sifan, I plan to grow a lot of water-cultivated yellow leaves. I will need your help to build water tanks and fire-starting tools." When Su Sifan heard that her special ability could be useful again, her black eyes lit up instantly, and she looked excited. "Great. From now on, I'll handle all the building work." Qin Su then turned to another person and asked, "Xiaohua, what kind of vegetables did you mention before that can grow without soil in cold, snowy weather?" Hearing this, Su Hua took out a package of seeds she had prepared earlier from her sleeve and handed it to Qin Su. "It's peony vegetables." Peony vegetables are also known as kale. Kale is a very hardy plant that can survive freezing temperatures. It's not just a flower, it's also a vegetable you can eat. Kale can survive in temperatures below 10 degrees Celsius and still grow beautifully in snow. It's not only edible but also very fast to harvest, about 30 days after planting. Plus, every 2 weeks you can pick new leaves so you can keep harvesting from the same plant for many months. You can eat the leaves fresh while they grow. One planting can provide food for a long time. Kale is like a special crop made for tough times. It doesn't need fire or warmth like water-grown bean sprouts, and unlike soybeans, you don't lose the seeds after harvest. In the second year, kale can produce seeds for future planting, so it can be grown continuously. There are 2 more reasons Su Hua insists on choosing kale. It can be eaten raw. Yes. Kale can be eaten right after picking. Even if it gets very cold later and there's no fire, people won't go hungry. Another point is that kale yields between 5,000 and 8,000 jin per acre. Su Hua really can't think of any other crop that's more productive or better suited for planting in these harsh times. "Xiaohua, are you serious? 5,000 to 8,000 jin per acre? Even more with soil-less cultivation." When Qin Su heard Su Hua's explanation, he stared at the seeds in his hand in disbelief. He couldn't believe that what he used to see as a decorative herb was actually edible and could produce such a high yield. He only knew that rice grown by common people could produce at most 300 jin per acre. He had never heard of a crop yielding 8,000 jin. It's true. Brother Qin, you just focus on making the water tanks for soil-less cultivation. I'll take care of planting and seedling cultivation. Let's quickly set up the planting base. Oh, and also, Su Hua saw that she once again startled Qin Su, who was usually calm. Playfully, she pretended to be mysterious and said, "I thought of a way to prevent acid rain. We can make something to stop it. But let's talk about it when you come back at night." Su Hua was always thinking about ways to prevent acid rain. She had been pondering for many days, but she lacked materials and people. So, for now, she was just thinking and hadn't made any final decisions. When Qin Su heard Su Hua mention a way to prevent acid rain disasters, he was once again stunned. If Su Hua were a brother instead of a girl, he might not be able to hold back and would want to hug her freely. But although he tried very hard to control himself, before leaving with Su Sifan, he kept glancing back at Su Hua several times. Qin Su was extremely happy at this moment. First, the high-yield bean sprouts could quickly help the people. Then, the high-yield peony vegetables could prevent famine in a few months. After that, they would solve the acid rain problem. Su Hua, though just casually suggesting ideas, each idea could save thousands of people. At this moment, in his heart, Su Hua was like a treasure, constantly bringing him surprises. Su Hua didn't realize that Qin Su saw her as a treasure girl. Seeing Qin Su keep looking back at her, she thought he was eager to know the answer. After Qin Su used his light skills to take Su Sifan down the mountain, she muttered and went back to her room, lowered the cloth curtain, and entered her space. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she last entered the space. It seemed to be since she moved into Hongmeng Cave Heaven and planted aloe vera. Oh my goodness. When she entered the space again and saw what was in front of her, she was terrified. That purple willow had grown into a towering tree that reached the sky. Not only that, but the hanging willow branches bore colorful, transparent crystals. Su Hua was so frightened by the crystals that she screamed. Could this be a different kind of crystal? Looking at the colorful crystals on the willow branches, Su Hua shouted in fear. Pippi, come quickly. Help! To her, this scene looked like a mirage. She doubted whether she was hallucinating. Otherwise, why would she see these strange crystals after not entering the space for a while? And how many of them were there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Pippi, help. Su Huaiwa felt increasingly scared because the strange crystals were so many, it was like they were free. There were not just hundreds, but dozens. Young master, why are you so jumpy? Mimi, soft and cute with no hint of aggression, suddenly spoke behind Su Huaiwa in a beautiful, clear voice like a pearl falling onto a tray. Su Huaiwa trembled and stiffly turned around. When she looked down and saw Mimi, who looked exactly the same, she was surprised to hear her speak like a beast, but with human words. She wondered if she was hearing things. Mimi, you can talk now, she asked breathlessly. Yes, master. Do you remember you have a space? Do you know how long it's been since you last came in? Mimi eagerly caught Su Huaiwa and wagged her white tail like an overworked worker. She started complaining loudly. You've been outside for 10 days, but inside it's already been 80 days. I've been speaking human words for over 2 months, and you haven't come in during all that time. I have to talk to 3 silly dogs every day. The chicks you hatched have already laid eggs. I had to learn your way of doing things and hatch chicks 3 more times. And also, the sweet potato field has been harvested and replanted multiple times. The 3 acres turned into 10 acres of land. You, master, are really lazy. I've also shoveled manure at the chicken coop and pigsty countless times. Plus, the sweet grass you planted, I've grown so much of it that it's become a large grass forest. Go see for yourself. And those pandas, they're always munching on your bamboo. Stop. Don't say any more. Su Huaiwa was sure she wasn't hearing things or imagining it. She wasn't annoyed by Mimi's complaints. Instead, she happily reached behind Mimi's neck and smiled, saying, Good job. To celebrate the space upgrading again, I'll reward you with a whole roasted sheep. Mimi, who was about to keep talking, stopped instantly at the mention of roasted sheep. Her bright, clear blue eyes immediately lit up with green light, and she even drooled a little, uncertainly asking, Really?
Is roasted sheep delicious? Su Hua petted Mimi's head.
Absolutely delicious. I'll roast one for you right now. Su Huaiwa loved this little beast very much because she was so capable. She was like a little work expert. During this time, Su Huaiwa not only kept her space tidy but also discovered that the spiritual spring river had expanded from 10 meters wide to 20 meters. The 3 acres of wasteland seemed to have expanded to 10 acres. Even the grassland where cattle and horses graze has doubled in size, stretching endlessly. Additionally, the primitive forest behind the waterfall has doubled as well, becoming part of the 10,000 mountains. The most surprising thing for her was the purple willow. Those dozens of strange crystals are priceless treasures. She also feels that these crystals are purer and shinier than the 2 crystals obtained when Qin Su and Qi Lin killed Yan Zhan and Yanbu Huai. Pai. Quickly tell me when the space upgraded. And what kind of tree is that? Why does it produce strange crystals? To get Pai to answer, Su Hua immediately cut open a wild goat she had previously found in Lichuan, fulfilling Pai's wish, and roasted a whole goat over the fire. Pai saw that Su Hua didn't make empty promises and promptly told her when the space upgraded and about the discovery of mineral deposits in the primitive forest of the 10,000 mountains. From what you're saying, does the space upgrade happen the day after a world-ending disaster? Could it really require merit points to upgrade just because more people are alive? Su Hua was confused. She instinctively felt that each space upgrade happened after a major catastrophe. And this time, the people being able to climb the Qitian mountain range was also closely related to her. Imagine if she hadn't asked Qin Su to lead people from 3 continents to the southern border and leave a mountain climbing guide. How many would have eaten poisonous wild fruits and mushrooms in the forest? How many would have fallen victim to the toxic miasma? Plus, killing giant pythons, crocodiles, and human ants to help the people climb Chitian Mountain. How many lives were saved? Although Qin Su did most of the work, the ideas all came from her. So, the merit might very well be credited to her. And purple willows need merit to grow. Each time a purple willow matures, the space upgrades. Oh, Pai Pai, what did you just say? Are there many mineral deposits in the mountains behind the waterfall? Gold, silver, jade, and all kinds of strange minerals? Thinking about the 2 major changes in the space, Su Hua jumped up again. Before Pai Pai could answer, her figure suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already on the top of one of the mountains in the 10,000 mountains. She saw deposits of green jade, gold, silver, and various quartz, feldspar, brass, and iron ores, along with many rare mineral soils. The space suddenly burst out with her wild laughter. Oh my! I did it! I really did it! Truly, there's always a way out. Su Hua almost couldn't stop laughing. She had been worried about materials before, but now it was all so easy. She couldn't help but wonder if she had suddenly been blessed with good luck. When she discovered her space had suddenly gained dozens of new mineral deposits, Su Hua couldn't stop smiling. Until Pai Pai rolled her eyes at her, she finally stopped laughing. Pai Pai, you should remember now, what kind of tree is that? When she and her pet returned to the purple willow tree, Su Hua looked at the strange crystal and asked seriously. Pai Pai nodded, her big blue eyes clouded with tears, and sadly said, although I don't remember much, I do remember it's called the ability tree, and it bears special crystals. Also, the previous owner was discovered by bad people to have a secret space and ability tree, so she had to herself up. Her voice suddenly paused, and she looked at Su Hua with a startling expression. By the way, the more I look at you, the more you resemble the previous owner. But she was fully grown at 20 years old back then. Really? Maybe I am her reincarnation? Or she's another version of me from a parallel world, Su Hua guessed casually, as stories often do. There's no such thing as pointless reincarnation, and no such cliché similarities either. If you really are her reincarnation, you can't be as naive as she was in her past life. The ability tree and the space's secrets must stay hidden, Pai Pai warned, then added with relief. But luckily, the space has a restriction. Right now, only you and I can enter. No wonder I wondered why no one could bring things in. Hearing about the space's restriction, Su Hua suddenly understood. She had always wondered why, every time the space upgraded, it still couldn't let others in. Now she realized it was because the space was locked. Thinking about how the previous owner died from exposing the space's secret, she understood why. The space restricts entry to protect its owner, but others can't steal from it either. Curious, Su Hua asked, is the restriction related to merit or virtue? I really don't know. I don't know how to unlock the restriction the previous owner set before she blew herself up. Poo Poo did not lie. She was telling the truth. In the previous life, the owner set a restriction and was forced to self-destruct. At that time, it didn't even have a chance to react. Su Hua saw that Poo Poo truly didn't know, so she didn't ask further. Back then, she also didn't know how to upgrade her space. Wasn't it just a lucky accident that the space upgraded? She suspects that the upgrades and changes in the space are related to the growth of the supernatural tree. But now is not the time to study the space. It's time to harvest the special crystals. Su Hua counted the crystals and realized she had overcounted. The total number was a very special number, 49. The Book of Changes says, the Great Path is 50, Heaven's evolution is 49, one is hidden away, and that is the fixed number. Thinking of something, Su Hua asked, Poo Poo, can you absorb the crystals? Poo Poo, who couldn't look at the crystals, wagged her tail and said, crystals are not suitable for me. Hearing this, Su Hua cheerfully said, then all of them are mine. After saying that, she instantly teleported onto a tree. Is this green one a wood element? The blue and blue gradient ones are water and ice elements? The red one is fire? The yellow is earth? The gold is metal. As she looked at the crystals, she tried to identify their elements, but the more she looked, the more dizzy she became because the colors were too many and too complicated. Silver space? Cyan wind element. Purple lightning? Colorless spirit? White healing. Black dark element. Starry black devouring? Invisible multicolored? Dark green poison? Gray, what is that? Time element? Control element? Gravity. Su Hua found that, apart from the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, she could only guess the attributes of the other crystals based on their colors. After all, she only learned about crystals after arriving in the ancient times. Never mind. I'll collect them all first and study them slowly later. Su Hua teleported again to the wooden hut with miscellaneous items, grabbed a whole box of wooden boxes and a pair of pliers, then returned to the tree. She tried to pick the purple crystal with her hand. Sure enough, as soon as her hand touched it, the purple crystal instantly turned into tiny starlight. Then, as if it was pulled by something, it suddenly entered her body. It seems I can't touch them. If I do, I automatically become the owner and absorb them. Seeing that she had absorbed a crystal instantly, Su Hua was even more certain that crystals could not be touched by hand. So, she took out a pair of pliers and tried to pick the white crystal. It proved that the different crystal really was a valuable find. Su Hua quickly packed it into a wooden box. Then, she carefully removed the remaining 47 crystals with pliers and stored them all in the box. After about half an hour, the 48 crystals were neatly arranged, shining brightly in various colors. They almost blinded Su Hua's titanium alloy eyes. The purple crystal she had absorbed earlier was indeed a lightning attribute. She could feel her lightning power advancing to the intermediate level. Crystals can help people evolve into superpowers and also improve their abilities. There are 4 levels of power: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. There are many types of powers. Elemental types include metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, lightning, poison, and darkness. Special types include invisibility, control, gravity, sonic boom, scent detection, and body enhancement. Rare types include healing, space, time, mental, and absorption. Su Hua asked, Pai, the white crystal probably corresponds to healing, right? She wasn't sure if the white crystal was healing, so she turned to Pai, who was happily eating roasted lamb. Pai didn't even lift his head and said, Probably? I only remember that this tree, anyway, it's yours now. Whatever it is, just absorb it. Su Hua sighed silently, but still picked up the white crystal to absorb it. She didn't need to awaken and absorb all crystals because it wasn't necessary. She only needed to improve her lightning power for attack and her healing power for support to the peak level. Then, she could absorb the wood-type crystals that could help grow plants and the extraordinary time-related crystals. She decided to give the other crystals to useful people. Previously, Qin Su had given her earth-type crystals, and she thought about helping Shin Jiao and others awaken their crystals. The best protection for her family was to make them all stronger. After absorbing the white crystal, Su Hua immediately pushed her healing power to the limit. Sure enough, a green aura expanded around her body several times. Her healing ability advanced from beginner to intermediate. Great. I guessed the color correctly. Seeing that she was right, Su Hua quickly absorbed the 2 green wood-type crystals. Soon after, her palms released vines, thick as arms, twisting and stretching like 2 snakes, wildly curling and growing longer. After half an hour, Su Hua once again witnessed her talent for cultivation. A small wooden house quickly appeared beside the cabin. Surrounding the wooden house, strange flowers and plants instantly grew, and the blossoms bloomed in an instant. Very impressive, Su Hua nodded happily. Then she looked at the remaining special crystals and thought carefully, I need to plan how to use these crystals next.